Hey guys, tonight we walk beside a forgotten moat where fireflies flicker like lanterns in the dark. You feel the stone under your feet, a chill that bites softly. The air tastes like damp earth and distant summer rain, a scent of adventure. A single firefly lands beside the stone, almost humming against its shell. Its glow whispers promises of hidden lives dancing beyond the dark. You probably won't survive this, but that's what makes it oddly thrilling. So before you get comfortable, like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do. Post your location and the local time in the comments so we can sync our dreams. Now dim the lights, turn on a fan for a hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You pause, letting the silence settle around the moat's edge. You feel the cool stone cradle your foot, a comforting counterpoint to the night. The moat's curve curves like a gentle hand, guiding you toward forgotten stories. You hear a faint rustle, maybe a leaf or a distant animal. The silence deepens, as if the world is holding its breath. You find comfort in that pause, knowing stories wait for the right moment. You watch as it steadies, then rises like a tiny comet in the hush. The firefly's glow is a beacon of hope, a guiding light inside the darkness. The stillness is a promise that adventure will wait for another night. You breathe once more, feeling the rhythm of the night and its soft magic. You let the fireflies glow linger inside, a quiet ember that fuels tomorrow's curiosity. You turn your gaze to the far bank, where shadows merge with the soft light. The world feels quiet, and the firefly's story becomes a lullaby for your mind. You stay, letting the night hum its ancient song, a rhythm that steadies your heart. The gentle breath of the waters mixes with the quiet around you. You smile inwardly. The thought of the firefly's gentle light keeps you warm. You feel a lingering glow in your heart, a promise that nothing truly ends. You let the night continue, knowing you carry its light within you. The firefly's memory hums, a small, steady pulse that fills your thoughts. You imagine the moat as a living book, its chapters glowing gently with each night. Your mind drifts to the future, wondering what mysteries this night will reveal. The faint hum of insects is a lullaby that carries you deeper into awe. You close your eyes, letting the night's song cradle your thoughts. You feel the world shift, as if time slows for a single moment. The firefly's last glow lingers, a soft ember that will not fade. You realize that the world has many quiet, glowing stories, all waiting. You stand, heart steady, knowing you have shared a little more light. The night whispers its farewell, leaving a warm echo in your chest. You feel gratitude pour in, like a tide soaking the ground. You open your eyes, ready for the next adventure as dawn approaches. You feel the cool stone cradle your foot, a comforting counterpoint to the night. The moat's curve curves like a gentle hand, guiding you toward forgotten stories. You hear a faint rustle, maybe a leaf or a distant animal. The silence deepens, as if the world is holding its breath. You find comfort in that pause, knowing stories wait for the right moment. The firefly's last glow lingers, a soft ember that will not fade. The firefly's glow is a beacon of hope, a guiding light inside the darkness. The night carries a hush that lulls you toward a tranquil resting place. You feel the world shift, as if time slows for a single moment. The firefly's last glow lingers, a soft ember that will not fade. You realize that the world has many quiet, glowing stories, all waiting. You stand, heart steady, knowing you have shared a little more light. The night whispers its farewell, leaving a warm echo in your chest. You feel gratitude pour in, like a tide soaking the ground. You open your eyes, ready for the next adventure as dawn approaches. The moat's curves like a gentle hand, guiding you toward forgotten stories. You listen to the quiet. The night feels a little less mysterious. You feel a pull, as if the darkness is calling you closer. You sense each flicker as a story being written in the sky. You feel the night's hum settle like a gentle blanket. The firefly's glow continues, an ember that brightens the path ahead. The night feels alive with whispers of ancient secrets. You taste the coolness of the stone, a reminder of ancient times. You remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. Not now, but it echoes faintly here. The stone whispers, telling of old times when the moat used to be a river. You learn that the stone remembers what used to be, a living memory. You pause, the firefly's glow painting the stone like a lantern. It seems to breathe, a pulse that syncs with your breath. You note the air tastes slightly metallic, as if the water carries echoes. You think of olden Olympics that began in 776 BC. You chuckle softly, remembering the irony of watching fireflies after 1,000 centuries. You imagine that each glow is a promise, a tiny light against darkness. The night is a keeper of secrets, its shadows whispering olden truths. You feel the pulse of history, echoing through every stone and leaf. A feather falls softly, joining the firefly's glow in a gentle dance. You take a breath, feeling the scent of night bloom like a secret garden. The gentle hum of insects is a lullaby that carries you deeper into awe. You close your eyes, letting the night's song cradle your thoughts. You feel the world shift, as if time slows for a single moment. The firefly's last glow lingers, a soft ember that will not fade. You realize that the world has many quiet, glowing stories, all waiting. You stand, heart steady, knowing you have shared a little more light. The night whispers its farewell, leaving a warm echo in your chest. You feel gratitude pour in, like a tide soaking the ground. You open your eyes, ready for the next adventure as dawn approaches. You trail deeper into the damp night, following the rustle of old stones. The path hums faintly, echoing every step you take, a soundtrack of centuries. A single lantern hangs low, its light wavering like a nervous compass in the dark. Its glow catches on the mist, turning the water into a living watercolor. The mist swirls up from the moat like a silent cloak, soft and patient. Castles in Europe first used moats in the 12th century to deter attackers. Each swirl traces the geometry of the medieval walls, an olden blueprint still breathing. You pause, letting the cool air settle against your skin, a reminder of stone's hug. The lantern's flame flickers, casting a path like a stubborn firefly that won't fade. It lights your way, but also paints doubts, a question on whether you should keep walking. Yet the moon above remains indifferent, a silent spectator, its light barely touching the mist. You remember the joke about crocodile dung sunscreen, but it feels unrelated. Still, that memory gives you a weird comfort, like a childhood story turned flashlight. Historians still argue whether early moats served as defense or as elaborate gardens, and you wonder. Some folk believe the mist around the moat is a field of invisible trees. Your breath fogs the lantern edge, an unintentional fog lamp making the path more mystical. Around you, the water murmurs softly, like whispers from a forgotten well. You hear a faint clang, maybe a distant bucket, or an old gate creak. That clang echoes against stone, a reminder of times when kings walked these very stones. The lantern's glow flickers again, a subtle nod to the night's hidden guardians. The mist thickens, swirling faster, its movement a silent choreography for the curious. You sense the subtle hum, an olden rhythm that makes the lantern tremble. It's as if the stones are breathing, syncing with the night's pulse. The lantern's flame flickers like a child's imagination dancing with real fire. You almost breathe in the glow, the light seeping into your eyelids. The air here is thick, more than a mere humidity. It feels like memory itself. You sense that the water has been here longer than your own lineage. The faint whisper of reeds carries an old tune, a lullaby for ancient guardians. This lullaby makes even the lantern's flame feel like a storyteller. You let the lantern rest against the stone, its warmth a tiny island of comfort. The water outside still ripples, reflecting the lantern's glow in its quiet lake. A faint breeze whispers like a secret told by the moon, the water, the stone. You feel your breathing slow, a rhythm that matches the lantern's gentle pulse. The lantern's light starts to soften, the flame turning to a gentle ember. The amber glow casts soft shapes on stone walls, a tiny theater for your imagination. You imagine nights dancing lively, bright together with fireflies and night. As the lantern dims, you feel the fireflies' glow rising quiet and relentless. The water's surface reflects the moon, a silver band across the moat. The mist wraps the light, forming a halo around your own little lantern. A gentle hiss escapes the lantern like a sigh from a tired dragon. You feel the night embrace you, a cradle that sings lullabies of stone and sky. The lantern's flame finally flickers out, leaving a faint ember of hope behind. You step back, the moon's pale light bathing the stones, pure and quiet. A sigh of wind brushes your shoulders, soft as a lullaby sung by the night. You remember the first firefly, its tiny flame, and you smile, a soft, knowing grin. The path ahead is dim, yet your lantern's ember lights the way forward. You continue walking, each step a dialogue with stone and water, a silent song. The last few fireflies cluster near the water's edge, their glow a final message. They say the story does not end, it merely takes another form, another night. Your steps echo softly against the wet stones, a melody that lingers after you pass. You feel the moon's gentle pull through the mist, pulling you deeper into quiet. The lantern's glow from last night is but a memory, now a warm memory that you can still see. You step further and find a hidden ledge, your sanctuary in this watery world. The water here swirls, its blue veins cutting across the stone, forming natural mosaics. It seems to be humming, an olden lullaby that speaks in rhythm to your footsteps. You close your eyes, the sound of water takes you to another time. Your breathing becomes slow and rhythmic, syncing with the slow undulation of the moat. The lantern's memory glows on your mind, soft, quiet, almost imperceptible. But there, it is a gentle reminder that stories linger even when the light fades. The water's surface seems to hold a mirror, mirroring your own soul. As you look, the lantern's glow turns to starlight, reflecting on your sleeping face. You let the night take over softly, peacefully, like a quiet lullaby. The wind whispers, turning water droplets into tiny, silver notes, dancing in the darkness. You feel your eyelids grow heavier, just as the fireflies glow brighter just before they fade. Your dream is a soft tapestry, woven with night's lullaby and the glow of lanterns. You wake up feeling refreshed as the faint scent of damp stone lingers. The night's story stays in your mind, quiet, vivid, but calm. It is a memory you will remember when you step into the next day. The first firefly still glows in your mind, a reminder of the calm you carried through. You breathe out, the air releasing the moon's quiet promise, soft, gentle, eternal. You carry the lantern's light with you, a lantern that never goes out, and with each step, you let its glow guide you through the quiet. You stride onward, the moss beneath your feet whispering in the hush of night. Each step echoes against the stone, soft sounds like secrets traded among the walls. You feel the vibration of the ancient path, as if the stones are heartbeats. The lantern's glow becomes a halo, guiding you through the silent night. You pause at a corner, hearing a faint, rhythmic splash, water hitting the stone. It is a song you didn't know you existed, a melody your heart recognizes instantly. The lantern's gentle light flickers, matching the wave's pulse to your breathing rhythm. You sigh, accepting the rhythm, an invitation to trust the stones. You sense a small, hidden alcove nearby, its entrance shaded by hanging vines. You step inside, the atmosphere shifts, an earthy perfume of moss and stone. Your eyes adjust, the lantern's glow reflects off mineral crystals embedded in the walls. Each crystal hums a gentle music that feels like the earth's breathing. You touch one crystal. It warms your palm like a secret held in stone. You feel gratitude wash over you, an emotion too simple for the night's depth. The lantern's glow flickers with a subtle rhythm matching the crystal's pulse. You linger, letting the night's lullaby seep into your thoughts. You recall the first firefly's silent glow, a beacon that led you here. Its light still hums in your memory, a gentle reminder that light can guide. You smile, feeling the lantern's warmth soft, comforting, like a long-lost lullaby. The night, too, seems to embrace you, pushing you deeper into quiet. You step back toward the moat, its water reflecting 1,000 tiny lights. You glimpse the lantern's ember, a flicker against the darkness, a living ember. You feel the pulse of the water steady, calm, but full of stories. The night becomes a map, each ripple a compass point, each lantern a beacon. You walk again, guided by the soft glow, by the lantern and the water's hush. The path takes you farther into the garden, into a hidden garden of stone lanterns. Each lantern flickers, a chorus of whispers, soft, patient, and olden. You listen as the night's wind carries the sound of distant bells, like a lull. The water outside gently shimmers, a mirror reflecting your own wonder. You feel a subtle shift. Something unseen guides your step. It is a quiet push, a soft prompt to follow your inner heartbeat. You follow your feet, carrying you to an area bathed in moonlight. The moonlight here is like a silver river flowing across old stones. It feels as if the water is a living diary, writing notes in silver. You lean closer, listening to the ripple's soft hush, like a lullaby in a glass. The water's song becomes a lullaby for your soul, soft, deep, and true. You sit on the stone, letting the moon wash over you. The night hums in your ears, soft, gentle, like a lull. You close your eyes, letting the world dissolve into the gentle rhythm. You feel the lantern's ember still burning inside you, warmth without a flame. It is the echo of the fireflies, tiny lights that never truly fade. You exhale slowly, letting the quiet sink into the bones. The night continues, patient and kind, as if it knows your story. You stand, ready to follow the path where the water meets the stone. The water glows faintly, showing a faint reflection of the moon's face. Each ripple is a verse of an olden poem written in water. You let the rhythm guide you, letting the world whisper its truth. The lantern's light fades gradually, becoming a memory that lingers. It is a soft ember that keeps you warm, no matter how far you go. You walk further, the night unfolding like a gentle scroll. The path ahead is illuminated by a handful of glowing stones. You feel the stones hum soft, almost a heartbeat beneath your feet. The lantern's glow, now a whisper, accompanies your progress. You pause. There is a subtle rhythm in the air, like breathing. You breathe, and the night feels like an old song you know. You step forward, following the glow of the fireflies that drift between the stones. Their tiny lights dance like firecrackers, yet quieter than any spark I've seen. They guide you deeper into the moat, toward a silence more profound. You feel the path get soft, the stones glistening with dew. You listen for the water's hum, a low lull that soothes the mind. The moonlight falls, bathing each stone in a pale glow. You feel the lantern's ember pulse softly in your chest, tender. It reminds you that the story you carry is gentle, not angry. The night hums each ripple a word, each glow a sentence of a poem. You listen to that poem. It's written in the language of water. It feels like a lullaby that never ends, a song that heals. You feel each word echo through the stones, softly vibrating against the walls. The lantern's ember still flickers a warm whisper in your mind. You step closer to the water, feeling the cool mist kiss your face. You inhale the damp air, stale, yet sweet with stone and sky. The moonlight here paints the stones gold, a gentle illumination. You feel the night embrace you soft, kind, ready to take you deeper. You listen for a subtle chorus, the lullaby of the water's breath. Your heart beats in rhythm with each ripple, aligning with the olden stones. You breathe as the moon rises higher, a silver beam cutting through the dark. The water reflects the sky like a mirror filled with promise. The night whispers, "Keep walking, brave traveler," and you keep walking, knowing you will. You pause near the iron railing, its cold grip tracing familiar steel. You step closer, feeling the echo of your own heartbeat in the silence. The night appears, silhouette moving against the moonlit water. His armor shivers under the night air, a subtle tremor that feels like the stone itself breathing. Historians still argue whether the clinking was intimidation or a practical warning. His visor hangs upside down, revealing polished eyes that reflect the river. A breeze lifts a loose feather from the knight's boot, drifting like a ghost. He lifts his hand, palm open, offering the glow of the lantern. Your breath slows, the moon pulling its silver weight upon the water. A feather falls, drifting down beside his boot, a gift from the wind. The knight's armor vibrates with the quiet rhythm, like whispered prayers of the night. The lantern's flame wavers, throwing dancing shadows across the stone. A small insect hums, a quiet percussion in the dark air. The knight steps into silence, his boot echoing as if the stone spoke. You feel the water's cool droplets against your fingers. He watches, a silent sentinel, his gaze like an unblinking lantern. The moonlight bathes the armor, turning it into liquid silver. The knight's visor lowers a touch, revealing an old scar across his brow. You see the scar and feel a respect for the battles it represents. A small stone near his foot begins to vibrate, a subtle echo. The knight moves again, steps in perfect harmony with the moat's rhythm. His footsteps echo against the stone, each ripple a word, each glow a sentence of a poem. The wind rustles the leaves of the ancient oaks, a soft sigh. The moon climbs higher, a silver eye above the moat. The knight's shield slides on his arm, the metal warm under his touch. A small firefly flutters nearby, its light cutting through the darkness. The night's gaze stays steady, as if listening to an unseen choir. You feel the world slow, the night holding its breath. The night's steps finally reach a small clearing, the water forming a mirror. The night continues, a silent guardian keeping watch over all who stray. The moon shines brighter, the glow turning the stone into a shining tapestry. Your thoughts drift to the forgotten days when knights walked these walls alone. The knight's footsteps echo around the moat, a sound that feels like ancient lullabies. Your breath slows, a whisper that matches the low thrum of the moat. You watch his armor glitz under the moon, a silver curtain against the darkness. The wave of the water ripples gently, a soft whisper of a secret story. You lean close, feeling the water's cool droplets against your fingers. A faint scent of rosemary drifts through the air, calming your senses. He bows his head momentarily, saluting the quietness that surrounds the moat. The night grows louder. The stars are a soft song. The night smiles, a quiet gesture that feels warm. You feel gratitude pour up, a simple thank you to the stone and night. The world softens as the night wraps the stone and yourself. The moon gleams in the water, reflecting a silver banner across the water's face. The night's gaze shifts to a spot beyond the water, where a faint silhouette stands, as if a heartbeat in the dark. The night remains calm, as if the sound is but a footnote in a book. His visor catches a flicker of moonlight, turning his mask into a bright star. The knight's jaws tighten slightly, as if he is considering whether to investigate. The water ripples gently, a soft whisper. The night is a lullaby, the light a gentle guide, the night a steadfast beacon. You join his gaze, both watching the water ripple in unison. You feel the night grow brighter, the moon's light pressing into the water's veins. The knight's hand rests on his helm, his fingers tracing the worn ridges like a map. The moonlight bathes the armor, turning it into liquid silver. The knight's aura hovers, a calm presence that is almost human. The water forms a mirror, reflecting the moon and fireflies. The knight nods, a subtle gesture of camaraderie. You feel peace, the world softening as the night wraps the stone and yourself. You pause near the iron railing, its cold grip tracing familiar steel. You step closer, feeling the echo of your own heartbeat in the silence. The night appears, silhouette moving against the moonlit water. His armor shivers under the night air, a subtle tremor that feels like the stone itself breathing. Historians still argue whether the clinking was intimidation or a practical warning. His visor hangs upside down, revealing polished eyes that reflect the river. A breeze lifts a loose feather from the knight's boot, drifting like a ghost. He lifts his hand, palm open, offering the glow of the lantern. Your breath slows, the moon pulling its silver weight upon the water. A feather falls, drifting down beside his boot, a gift from the wind. The knight's armor vibrates with the quiet rhythm, like whispered prayers of the night. The lantern's flame wavers, throwing dancing shadows across the stone. A small insect hums, a quiet percussion in the dark air. The knight steps into silence, his boot echoing as if the stone spoke. You feel the water's cool droplets against your fingers. He watches, a silent sentinel, his gaze like an unblinking lantern. The moonlight bathes the armor, turning it into liquid silver. His visor lowers a touch, revealing an old scar across his brow. You see the scar and feel a respect for the battles it represents. A small stone near his foot begins to vibrate, a subtle echo. The knight moves again, steps in perfect harmony with the moat's rhythm. His footsteps echo against the stone, each ripple a word, each glow a sentence of a poem. The wind rustles the leaves of the ancient oaks, a soft sigh. The moon climbs higher, a silver eye above the moat. The knight's shield slides on his arm, the metal warm under his touch. A small firefly flutters nearby, its light cutting through the darkness. The knight's gaze stays steady, as if listening to an unseen choir. You feel a gentle pulse, the rhythm matching your own breathing. It's amazing how nature can mimic the precision of a metronome. The night feels like a giant, soothing record spinning at low speed. Behind the fireflies, a faint shape moves, maybe a stag or just illusion. You choose not to chase curiosity, preferring the quiet hum of the glow. The fireflies hover, forming arcs that arc across the water, a living tapestry. Each arc is delicate, like a filament drawn by an invisible hand. You watch them weave and feel your thoughts slow into stillness. Time stretches, and the moon climbs higher, casting a silver veil. The veil reflects the firefly's light, doubling the brilliance in a subtle dance. You feel as if the darkness itself is a canvas awaiting light. Nature mirrors the metronome's rhythm, a quiet reminder of order. The night feels like a slow song, each pulse a gentle verse. Behind the fireflies, a faint shape moves, maybe a stag or just illusion. You listen closely, hearing the faint murmur of the moat's old stones. You sense that every stone remembers a story, a whisper of another era. And the fireflies, like tiny storytellers, carry those whispers on their wings. You are grateful for the quiet wisdom the night offers, a soft, rhythmic lull. I wonder if fireflies are just the night's version of LED lights. You smile softly, grateful for their company, their flickers like tiny stars. The night deepens, and the fireflies form a shimmering curtain over the moat. The curtain moves with the water, swaying like a wave of light. It feels like watching a living painting, each stroke of glow brightening the scene. The fireflies never tire, their light steady, gentle, a promise of continuity. You feel that this small miracle sustains the night, like a heartbeat in darkness. Each ripple carries a word, each glow a new verse of the night. The fireflies glow steadies like a compass, pointing toward peace. You hear a distant laugh, as if the castle walls are alive. The laugh mingles with fireflies' glow, making the night feel magical. If you think fireflies are shy, just remember they prefer dark, like night owls. Maybe they're the universe's way of saying, stay awake. You imagine the fireflies telling stories of kings and queens in the night. Their flickers echo with the rhythm of distant drums, a symphony of old lore. You smile, feeling the history pulse beneath your feet. Each glow feels personal, a conversation between past and present. You linger, the fireflies still dancing, the moats reflecting a moonlit glow. The night keeps moving, yet you remain still in the quiet. Eventually, the fireflies begin to dim, their light fading like a dream. You feel a gentle pull to say goodbye, but the glow lingers. You whisper thanks, and the fireflies respond with a single, bright pulse. The rhythm of the night settles into your bones, a soft, lingering rhythm. You breathe, the cool stone against your palm, feeling the night in your skin. The moat glistens, and the fireflies dance as a final farewell. You let go, trusting the night will return again when the moon calls. The fireflies' last glow stays with you, a reminder that even darkness can sparkle. You close your eyes, hearing the water, firefly, and your own breath merge. And in the stillness, you find the peace you were searching for all night. Your breath slows, echoing the ancient stones beneath. Each ripple feels like a whispered prayer. The night hums a lullaby, carrying you to dreams. You smile, knowing the fireflies are guardians of the calm. You notice a tiny firefly alight on your notebook, its light humming softly. Each glow feels like a whispered secret, a promise kept between sky and stone. The moon shadows your face with silver, framing a moment of quiet awe. You feel the world slowing, the night becoming a living lullaby. You listen for the faint trill of insects, a chorus of tiny hearts. A breeze shivers your hair, a silent conductor guiding the rhythm. You imagine the fireflies as tiny lanterns keeping the night from darkness. Each glow feels like a star winked from a distant galaxy. The moat's water ripples, reflecting the light like a liquid mirror. You think, perhaps this is why poets love the night's quiet mysteries. A firefly passes, its tail a glowing ribbon, drifting toward the sky. You watch it vanish softly, leaving a hint of light in the air. The night sings softly, a lullaby for wanderers. You drift into a dream where the fireflies dance on cloud-bound rivers. You wake up with a lingering sweetness, as if the night wrapped your soul. You remember the night's silhouette, the glinting armor, the gentle glow again. The fireflies' whispers are a timeless map, guiding you through night's edges. You feel a quiet sense of belonging, as if you are part of the story. The moon bathes the world in silver, the fireflies illuminate, and you feel at peace. You realize this is a story without end, a cycle of light repeating forever. A gentle rustle comes from beyond, a sign that the night is listening. You listen, hearing your heart matching the gentle pulse of firefly wings. The night feels like a blanket, soft and warm, covering everything. You let the moment wrap around you, a quiet cocoon of light. The air holds a hint of sugar, as if moonlight sprinkles sweetness. You smile, feeling the night's calm wash over you, a soothing tide. You take one last glance at the fireflies, their light shimmering like stars. You feel gratitude for the quiet that cradles your thoughts. The night settles like a blanket, humming a simple mantra. You find your pulse align with the rhythm of firefly whispers. You close your eyes, letting the glow seep into every cell. Night breathes, and you exhale into the cool stone's echo. You sense the castle walls holding generations of whispers, alive in the moment. You know you will return to this place, to its secrets and lights. The fireflies' glow fades, but their memory lingers, like a fading song. You walk back towards the castle's gate, the night's song behind you. The moon watches you, guiding your steps with silver light. You feel a quiet strength, the night's whisper echoing within you. You hear the distant laughter of children, perhaps echoing from a future day. You press your palm against the stone, feeling the cool history pulse. You smile, knowing that the fireflies will always return, shimmering in the dark. You take a deep breath, feeling the night's hush as it settles in your chest. Your mind drifts to a future where fireflies light new journeys. You breathe, ready to step into the dawn, guided by their glow. The night listens, the castle walls humming old hymns for those who stay. You whisper your thanks, feeling that the fireflies have blessed the night. Soft music of the water lingers in your ears, a lullaby of stone. You feel the world slow, the night's heartbeat matching your own. The fireflies' lights blink like distant friends in the dark. You stand still, listening to the gentle whisper of the Moat song. Each wave carries an echo, reminding you that time is fluid. You exhale, feeling the night seep into every crevice of your mind. You know that in this place, stories never truly end. You smile once more, feeling a quiet gratitude deep within your chest. The night is still, and you feel a sense of belonging. You return to your path, the fireflies flitting like stars behind you. The bell in the village square begins to toll again, a distant echo that rolls over the moat. Its clanging rings from a tower you can't see, but it feels as close as a breath. You pause, letting the sound settle into a steady pulse that syncs with your heart. The cadence is gentle, almost lullaby-like, carrying a story older than the stones. The bell's tone is metallic, but it carries a hint of old wood. You imagine a forgotten clang of bronze from centuries of artisans. A historian notes that the bell's makers were often monks who crafted more than just sound. That fact ties the bell to centuries of medieval devotion. You remember the village bell once rang for the harvest, for the saints, and for strange tailies. Now it rings solely for your presence, for the midnight walk along the moat. The sound drifts, echoing through the narrow lanes, whispering through each cobblestone. You step forward, guided by the rhythm of the bell's slow, echoing chime. There is a flicker of memory in the wind, a phantom flame that might have once lit dragons' eyes. The legend speaks of a forgotten dragon, a creature that once stalked these very stones. Your mind leans into a quirky tidbit you once heard at a campfire. Some say the dragon's tail was found in a riverbed as a fossilized bone. You wonder what sort of creature left such a mark, and whether the tale is myth or fact. The idea of a dragon tail is fascinating, an uncanny relic of an imagined past. You smile softly, thinking about the strange way folklore stitches itself together. The bell rings again, carrying its echo like a gentle, rustling leaf. While the bell's sound pulses through the street, a shadow moves across the lane. It is the shape of a stone carriage, the rusted frame of a forgotten chariot. You imagine the wheels squeaking on cobblestones, the carriage gliding past night. Your breath slows, catching in your chest like a hummingbird's wingbeat. A rumor whispers through the wind, a fringe claim about dragons that may have inhabited the hills. Some believe that dragon lore started to explain the glow of fireflies. You chuckle softly, remembering how that idea sounded absurd in a dark forest. Yet the idea still lingers, an odd thread woven into the castle's tapestry. Historians still argue whether the dragon's tail was literal or metaphorical. The debate extends beyond the tale to the very nature of medieval belief. You listen as the bell's chime rises, echoing the weight of the debate. It feels almost like a drum, steady and pulsing under the moon. The village church stands tall, its spire pointing toward the dark sky. You feel the age of the stone, the echo of countless chants within the walls. You picture the bell's weight, a massive piece of metal swinging on iron. Each swing sends a ripple of sound, traveling up the stone spire. A quiet breeze lifts a leaf, spinning it in slow, lazy circles. You follow its path with your eyes, watching its dance like a small story. There is a sense of calm about this simple motion, a feeling like a sigh. The bell's echo blends with the rustle, creating a soft, layered symphony. Your footsteps echo against cobblestones, a steady metronome at your feet. The rhythm of the bell and your pace becomes a meditation. Every second feels like a beat, counted by the ancient bell's toll. You feel the world narrowing to the pulse of sound. The bell's tune becomes a mantra, each note a memory of old times. You imagine a farmer in the village, hearing the bell call as he tilled fields. In the dark, the bell becomes a guide, a beacon in quiet. You feel gratitude for this timeless call that ties the village together. The bell's resonance touches your ears, vibrating in your chest like a heartbeat. It echoes across fields of lavender, across the rooftops of neighboring cottages. A quiet line of people gathers, looking at the moonlit path ahead. They too hear the bell's echo, a shared experience under starlight. You hear the bell again, its toll a soft thud that feels almost human. The sound fades, then rises, like a long-awaited breath taken after silence. That reverberation holds a story, an unsung song of the ages. The village seems to hold its breath, listening for the next echo. The legend of the forgotten dragon is whispered over mugs of mead in taverns. Cultural storytellers keep the tale alive, passing it to children in the dark. Some say it might have started as a warning, a myth of a beast that roared once. Others say the dragon was simply a symbol of nature's power. You feel the bell's current washing through the bones of the cobblers. A single sound, a single note, yet it carries centuries of memory. The story moves across the village, carrying the weight of a dragon's past. You walk with a sense of continuity, as if you are part of the tale. The bell's echo reaches the moat, where water shimmers like liquid glass. The sound makes the water ripple, each droplet reflecting the tiny glow of fireflies. They scatter like little stars, following the rhythm of the bell's clack. You feel the water's coolness against your palm, a gentle touch from the universe. One moment, you catch sight of a ripple that seems to form the shape of a tail. It flickers, glinting in the moonlight, a fleeting shape that melts in seconds. It feels like watching a memory flash, a story captured on water. The bell's sound becomes a backdrop to this quiet, fleeting animation. The sound of the bell deepens, a steady bass that grounds the night. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the rhythm settle into your bones. Your body feels like a vessel, carrying the echo across the land. You trust the sound, trusting it to guide you. The moon climbs a little higher, revealing a silvered silhouette. Its light paints the bell, turning it into a translucent orb. You imagine the bell as a heart beating in the village's spine. It feels like an ancient drum, a pulse that never stops. A faint wind carries the scent of pine and damp stone. The scent is grounding, an earthy reminder of the earth that holds the bells. You inhale, feeling the scent fill your lungs, a soft, comforting breath. The bells echo and the scent combine into a lullaby for the night. Your mind drifts to the forgotten dragon that locals speak of. You wonder if it really existed, or if it was a symbol in tales carried from afar. Some say dragons were mythical, the product of imagination born of hunger. Others say the dragon might have been a very large reptile living in those times. You feel the bell's chime still strong, as though it carried the weight of a giant. The echo lingers like a whisper, hinting at something ancient that remains hidden. The bell's sound is the only proof that the village has watched through ages. You feel honored to hear that echo, to be part of the chorus. The bell's rhythm is steady, even as clouds drift overhead. Darkness falls deeper, the moon's glow painting silver lines across stone. You can feel your pulse matching the bell's chime, synced with the night. The sound feels like a friend, guiding your footsteps toward the next story. You watch a firefly take a break from its dance, perched on a stone ledge. It glows like a tiny lantern, a tiny universe of light. The bell's echo seems to ripple through the tiny light, creating a gentle wave. You smile softly, feeling this tiny miracle as part of the larger tapestry. The bell's sound becomes the soundtrack to the village's secret. It is a low-frequency hum that carries through the night, the heartbeat of history. You think about the countless nights the bell has rung, the tales it has carried. It feels as though the bell knows your name, as though it is listening. The bell's echo takes you down a path lined with mossy stones. Each step makes a soft clink, a resonant note in its pattern. You find a stone with an ancient rune etched into its side. You trace it with your fingers, feeling old magic in the cool stone. The bell's pulse is slow, a comforting metronome as you walk. A distant howl of a wolf echoes, a reminder of the creatures that roam here. You hear the bell and the howl as companions in the night. You feel a sense of wonder, as if the world is full of stories whispered to you. The bell's echo is a thread that stitches together past and present. The story of the ancient dragon still weaves through the village. There is a sense that the bell's voice calls back the dragon's memory. It feels like hearing an ancient lullaby, a song of wind and stone. A sudden chill brushes your back, as if the night has a heartbeat. You feel the bell's resonance wrap around, a warm, metallic embrace. The sound reaches your ears as a calming hum, the village's lullaby. It is as if the bell is telling you stay, listen, and dream. You pause for a moment, listening to the bell's final note. It lingers like a sigh, a breath drawn deep from the past. The bell's echo merges with the night's quiet, a single, soothing hum. You feel the night wrap around you like a blanket, a lullaby for your soul. You continue walking toward the castle walls, keeping the bell's hum close. The echo of the bell fades as you approach the stone arch, but remains in your mind. You let the memory of the dragon live in your thoughts, a dragon's tale flickering in your mind. You are grateful for the quiet that the bell brings, for the sound that carries history like a lullaby. The bell's final toll marks the end of a chapter, a moment of closure. You feel the echo echoing within you, a reminder that stories live on. The sound lingers as a warm, metallic memory, a lullaby that stays with you. You carry the bell's echo with you as you return to the path, leaving the moat, the castle stone, and the dragon's remembered tale behind. You linger near a stone arch at dusk, a faint glow cutting through darkness. A mason steps from the wall, clutching a candle that seems to pulse gently. His lantern flickers like a heartbeat, beckoning you to follow silently into the courtyard. He explains that each flame reveals a secret hidden in stone, a whisper from long ago. The candle's light dances over carvings, casting shadows that mimic ancient glyphs. You feel a chill, a memory sliding into your mind like mist over a pond. The mason says the walls were built in 1281 to defend against a neighboring revolt. He mentions medieval guilds that specialized in stone carving, their marks still visible under the flickering light. He chuckles, recalling how some villagers used glow-in-the-dark fungus as emergency lanterns before candles existed. The fungus glowed faintly white, a natural glow stick earned from damp forest floors. He points to a slanted seam, a seam that whispers like a hidden lullaby. You listen, feeling the air vibrate as if the stones are humming a lullaby. Historians still argue whether the carvings were commissioned by a king or a secret society. The debate fuels speculation in the village, sparking late-night chats over steaming mugs of tea. The mason continues, his breath a soft hiss against the cool night air. He says the candle's flame carries enough heat to melt a silver disc hidden in the archway. You lean closer as a silver disc rises, glinting like a half-forgotten star. He warns that touching it may summon forgotten memories. A risk, he mutters. The disc originated in 1403, a gift from the king to the mason's ancestor. It was buried beneath the arch during a siege, hidden by the wall's builder. The mason swears that the disc resonates when the moon is full, echoing the king's own words. Your ears twitch, hearing a faint cadence as the candles burn low. The rhythm grows, a gentle thrum that syncs with your heartbeat. The scent of lime plaster mingles with the night's cool breeze, forming a comforting haze. The mason takes a deep breath, then exhales, letting the candle light wobble like a sleepy tide. You feel the candle's flame coax your mind into a dreamy lull of storytelling. The mason explains the arch was constructed with a secret door, accessible only when the light aligns. He hints that the torch's light must point toward the north corner to reveal the passage. You tilt the candle, watching its wavering beam dance across the northern facade. The beam slowly finds a faint indentation, opening like a shutter in an old photograph. Inside, a small chamber is lined with faded parchment, secrets of the age. The mason whispers, these words were written during the war, outlining a treaty never ratified. The parchment glows subtle, its ink reacting to the candle's gentle heat. The air tastes of dust and rosemary, as if the past still smells of herbs. You turn the map over, studying each notch, each symbol that looks like a star. The mason says the map's lines trace the moat, showing hidden tunnels that connect to the castle's wine cellar. Historians still argue whether those tunnels were built by the monks or the knights as a secret escape. You feel the map's surface vibrate, as if echoing a forgotten heartbeat. You turn the map over, studying each notch, each symbol that looks like a star. The candle flickers, sending shards of light across the parchment, outlining the map's hidden roots. Your eyes drink the glow, each detail forming a living poem. The mason remarks, I've never seen anyone read a map like a bedtime story. You chuckle, feeling your mind unwind like a relaxed cat curled by a fireplace. He explains that each section of the map contains symbols that can only be read under candlelight. One symbol looks like a small bird with wings spread, perched upon the letter G. He suggests the bird might represent hope, an anchor in times of darkness. You feel the idea settle, gentle like the hum of distant insects. He warns that the castle was once visited by the Holy Roman Emperor, who praised the mason's skill. He mentions that emperor's favor led to a stone guild that still trades secrets today. He adds that some say the stone guild uses moonlit crabs to polish stone surfaces. A mystery. The crabs supposedly glow faintly, enhancing the stone's natural sheen, making the walls appear luminous. The rustle of parchment is a calming tickle against the quiet stones. You feel the sound like a soft sigh from ancient walls. The mason steps back, leaving the candle to burn slowly, a silent sentinel. The flame lingers, casting a halo over the secrets hidden in the stone walls. You step back, feeling the warmth spread across your forearm, a gentle reassurance. The candle's glow paints the courtyard in amber, a gentle glow that feels like home. The mason tells you that the walls were built to hold not just stones, but memories. The walls became a living storybook, written by every stone laid and every candle burned. You wonder how many stories have been written on these stones without anyone ever reading them. You feel a gentle pull, as if the stones themselves invite you to write your own line. The candle's flame begins to waver, a signal that the night is pulling its breath. The mason says, when the flame dies, a pause air thickens, as if anticipating. He adds, then the wall will hum a note that can only be heard in deep silence. That murmur sounds like the wind between reeds, a lull that soothes the mind. You close your eyes, feeling the pulse of history in this quiet hush. The candle sputters, a final ember dancing, painting the stones with amber light. The mason lifts his gaze to the sky, stars like scattered fireflies overhead. He smiles, a quiet grin that says you are part of the tale. He whispers, I always wondered why my granddad said he could hear the stones singing. You laugh, imagining stones with throats, singing lullabies into the night. The mason reminds you that the town used to hold stone carvers contests, where winners were granted new guild memberships. He recounts that in 1415, a mason won a contest by carving a dragon that sang to the moon. He jokes that some believe the dragon's song is still trapped in the stone, ready to echo when the wind passes. You feel the wind slip through the cracks, stirring a faint echo of that song. The wind sings, a sound like a distant choir, barely audible. The mason points to a tiny crack, a seam where the stone shivers with a life of its own. He says that crack holds the memory of a prayer whispered by medieval monks. You sense faint whispers, as if the stone invites you to listen to its ancient prayers. The walls hum a living choir, singing in the hush of the night. The candle grows smaller, but its glow remains steady, like a lighthouse in stormy times. Its light steadies your breath, a rhythm matching the murmurs of the walls. The mason says, even in darkness, a single flame can ignite hope across stone and stone. You feel an unexpected warmth that courses through your limbs, a gentle surge of courage. Suddenly, the candle's light paints an outline on the stone, forming a path that wasn't there before. The path glows faintly, a lantern guiding a way to further secrets. You follow the glowing path, each step creating a new whisper in the night. The stones hum, echoing the rhythm of the candle's flicker, inviting your footsteps. At the end of the path lies a small door, carved in the shape of a keyhole. The door's frame glows like a moonlit halo, beckoning your curious hand. Historians still argue whether that door was meant to seal knowledge or to release it. Your fingers trace the outline, feeling soft ridges that pulse faintly beneath the stone. The door creaks, a sound like a sigh, a whisper that says you are welcome. Inside, the air tastes of dust and rosemary, as if the past still smells of herbs. You see a shallow pool of light, reflecting the starry sky above. Beside the pool sits a small box, carved from walnut, its lid etched with a small star. You lift the lid, and the candle's glow reveals a tiny silver dagger with a jeweled hilt. The dagger's edge glints like moonlit water, a relic said to hold the promise of protection. The mason says it once belonged to a knight who guarded the castle's secrets. You feel awe, like a child discovering hidden treasure in a familiar attic. The candle's flame steadies, a gentle lull that cradles the room in warmth. You turn back toward the main arch, feeling the stone's pulse under your fingertips. The arch's seam glows faint, as if breathing a quiet sigh. You pause, breathing in a world that feels both old and alive. The evening wind carries the scent of stone and the faintest hint of pine. The candle's final glow flickers, a wink of light that says goodbye. You feel the last ember stir, a final lullaby humming in the stone. You feel the story unfolding like a quilt, stitched over centuries. The candle's flame, now nearly gone, guides you toward the open night. You walk back along the moat, the stones echoing with new secrets. The night feels complete, a canvas of light and history waiting to be brushed again. You leave the courtyard, the faint shimmer of moonlit fireflies beginning to dance again. You step from the courtyard onto the damp stones that trace the moat's ancient lip. The air tastes of rain-soaked earth and the metallic hint of old iron. You feel the stone's coolness under every footfall, a quiet invitation to follow. The path leads you to the edge where water laps against weathered stone. The moon's glow slices the night, painting ripples that shimmer like distant fireflies. You pause, drawn to a small statue that stands beside the water. The statue is odd, its form half-formed, as if caught mid-whisper. It holds the weight of ages like a backpack on an old traveler. Your breath fogs in the cool air, a reminder of tonight's hush. A distant owl hoots, adding a layer of nighttime comfort. You laugh softly at your own nervousness. The statues glow more brightly as the moon rises higher. A ripple forms across the water, mirroring the statue's glow. You stand, mesmerized by this tiny celestial dance. The water's surface becomes a mirror of the night sky. You stare, feeling every word you read. Historians still argue whether the walls were built using granite or stone sourced from the river. The debate has lasted centuries, like the echo of a forgotten drum. You remember the quirky belief that the moat water can taste like iron if you hold it up. The myth says iron taste appears only during the new moon. You grin, imagining you are a scientist tasting moon soup. The statue seems to respond to your humor, casting new light. The moon lifts higher, turning the moat water into a liquid silver. It's a beautiful shimmer, like 1,000 tiny lanterns in a glass bowl. Your thoughts drift to the old castle legends. The legends say a monk once carved a tiny boat inside the moat. The boat is said to hold a single wish each night. You wonder if that wish is still lingering in the water. You press a hand into the water, feeling the coolness. The water shivers faintly, like a secret reply. You smile again, feeling a connection that time cannot erase. The statue watches over the moat, its presence steady. You step back, admiring the simplicity of the scene. A crack opens on the moat wall, letting in a faint breeze. The breeze carries with it the scent of wet stone. The moat stands nearby in a valley, far from real seas. Yet, legends claim sea spirits cross the moat at night. The idea feels like a dream tucked inside an old stone. You pause, hearing the moat's echo once more. The silence returns, deeper than before, as if the moat inhaled. Your mind returns to the statue's quiet strength. The statue's face remains expressionless, like a sleeping child. You smile, a little content. The night deepens, and the stars glitter in quiet chorus. You look up, counting them one by one. The stars seem to nod, acknowledging your presence. You feel a quiet gratitude for this hidden piece. A soft creak sounds from deeper in the moat. You suspect the statue is alive, or at least it feels that way. The moat's stones glow slightly in the moonlight, a subtle invitation. You step closer, feeling the pulse again. The pulse slows as the moon climbs higher. It feels like a breathing heart, steady and calm. You listen, heart in sync with the moon's gentle beat. The statue finally lifts its arms, as if welcoming you. You feel a wave of warmth wash over you. The moat shimmers, ready to reveal forgotten secrets. You inhale deeply, savoring the night's perfume. The cool breeze brings with it the scent of wet stone. You think of the old tales you heard as a child. The tales spoke of a knight who followed fireflies to find truth. The image of that night flickers like a lantern in memory. You smile, the night feeling less mysterious. You keep walking, letting the moat guide your steps. The water's surface ripples, a mirror reflecting the starlight inside. The starlight glints on the statue's face, a silver whisper. The statue seems to smile, or perhaps the light is doing it. Your breath slows, syncing with the rhythmic pulse. The moon hangs high, a silent observer. Suddenly, a rustle from behind the stone walls pulls your attention. You look back. The stone walls look familiar, almost alive. A faint glow appears from a crack, like a secret flashlight. The light flickers, inviting curiosity. You step closer, feeling the stone's coolness again. The stone is soft, like a whisper in your palm. Your hand passes through a layer of old dust, dust like ancient sand. The dust swirls, forming tiny stars around your fingers. You pause, feeling a sense of reverence. The statue's glow intensifies, like a heart pumping. You feel your own heart echoing, synchronized. The night deepens, and the stones grow quieter. A sudden thought creeps in. Can you trust a stone? The answer seems obvious. The stone keeps its secrets. You smile, thinking of the legend that stone remembers every footfall. The moon casts a thin veil of silver across the moat. You breathe in, letting the night settle into your bones. You breathe in, letting the night settle into your bones. The horizon begins its slow blush, as if a lantern slipped from the sky. Your eyes adjust, catching the subtle shift from violet to a warm saffron. The water, still dark, reflects the glow like a polished mirror. A few fireflies, bright as tiny galaxies, dance in synchrony with the evening. You smile, because who doesn't like cosmic parties on a moat surface? The fireflies' light flickers, each pulse a whispered promise of ancient stories. You lean closer, and the night feels like a private cinema show. It's less of a movie and more of a slow, amber-red meditation. You start humming a tune that sounds oddly similar to an old lullaby. The sound mixes with the moat's subtle rustle, forming a lullaby of its own. Your thoughts drift to the medieval times when monks prayed underwater. In that era, they believed each ripple carried a prayer to the heavens. This idea, now old, lives in a quirky belief people still share. Some claim you can taste hope when the sun touches the moat's skin. You chuckle, thinking the idea might be a silly, yet charming story. The sun, shy, presses its lips against the water, coloring it a deep amber. You find a new perspective, seeing the moat as a living canvas. As evening deepens, the horizon's blush fades into rich twilight hues. The water reflects a tapestry where every thread is a glowing insect. It's a quiet symphony, and you're the lucky audience. You notice a faint mist curling along the moat's edge, a gentle veil of mystery. Murmurs of history swirl in the air, some ancient, some playful. Remember the quirky claim that people once lit lanterns to train dragons. It sounds absurd, but folklore has humor, and that's its charm. You think of the old joke about a knight and a firefly that stole his crown. The punchline: his crown vanished, leaving only a glow-tinged joke. The night keeps rolling, and you feel utterly at home here. You're wondering whether a sunset could inspire a better bedtime tale. Your thoughts drift beyond the moat to the stars above. Above, the sky is a canvas brushed with late afternoon gold. The clouds stretch, pale and feathered, moving slower than your breathing. The horizon's blush is a whisper, the universe's quiet applause. You imagine that the stars are tiny lanterns, each beating a steady rhythm. They sync with the fireflies below, painting a grand ballet of light. It's soothing, like a whispered lullaby delivered in starlight. Your mind settles into the rhythm, the world turning gentle. You feel like a traveler in time, witnessing history's quiet breath, and you accept that every moment here is a rare, sweet memory. The sun now dips slightly, adding a touch of gold to the clouds. The light fades like a slow kiss, leaving a lingering warmth. Your ears are still filled with the soft rustle of water. You think of that quirky, fringe tidbit about water tasting like iron. It's a silly myth, but it lingers like a secret echo. Tonight, you taste nothing but cool, silver-tipped water. You realize history is present in the air, the stones, and your breath. The moat, a silent witness, keeps secrets in its depths. It feels a little like being part of a gentle story told with fireflies. You recall that people forged the first iron blades over 5,000 years ago during the Bronze Age. That iron, once thought of as the future, now appears as the past. It reminds you that even fireflies, humble as they are, shine brighter than steel. Historians still argue whether the medieval bathhouse doubled as a spa or secret meeting hall. Some swear the rumors were political whispers. Others say it was a prank. Regardless, the idea sparks curiosity, and curiosity fuels exploration. The night grows deeper, and your sense of wonder magnifies. You feel a pull toward the unseen, hoping for a gentle revelation, and the fireflies continue their soft glow, an unspoken story in motion. You watch as each little light fades, as easily as a whispered wish. The scene feels almost like a dream that you can touch. You realize the moment is a gift, a pause in eternity. Even as the horizon blush wanes, the firefly's memory lingers. They carry the light into the night, like breadcrumbs of hope. Each glow reminds you that small things matter. The sound of water, gentle and steady, becomes your lullaby. It feels reassuring, a voice that knows the path to peace. You close your eyes, letting the soft light cradle your thoughts. You are not just a wanderer. You are a part of this nightly spectacle. Each tiny lantern you observe feels like a tiny story of its own. The night listens, the water listens, and the fireflies listen too. You feel the weight of silence, a soft blanket draped over all, and in that silence, you hear yourself breathing, slow and steady. It's a perfect harmony between your pulse and the earth's quiet rhythm. The sunset's blush gives the sky a final burst of color. You remember a story about a king who claimed to see fireflies dancing on silver. He said it granted him wisdom, and that legend lives on. The moon climbs higher, painting the water with a pale silver. Its light seems to touch every firefly, turning them into tiny moons. You feel your body relax, breathing deep as if inhaling calm waves. The air smells of damp stone and distant pine. You notice a faint glow from a stone that has been there for centuries. It's like a secret torch, lit by old folklore. You ponder how many nights old stories have whispered into this very moment. Each whisper adds a stitch to the tapestry of your imagination. You feel your heart beat in time with the firefly glow. Around you, the world seems to pause and breathe. You realize that at every corner, history has a voice. You're here to listen, to feel, to remember. The final firefly blinks once, as if nodding in agreement. Its light fades into the velvet sky, gently fading away. And you know, the night has whispered enough for now. You let the darkness settle, feeling the hush like a sleepy blanket. The fireflies have moved on, leaving a trail of stardust behind. The night whispers a promise. Dawn will return, bright and bold. You imagine the moat as a giant teacup, its water swirling with stories. You laugh at the absurdity, yet it feels oddly comforting. The laughter dissolves into the night, mixing with the soft buzz of insects. In your mind, the moon becomes a silver spotlight, casting gentle rays. You picture the fireflies as tiny audience members applauding the show. Their glow adds sparkle to the cosmic performance. You think of a strange tale that a knight once tried to harness fireflies. The legend says he built a net that collected their light, but it was only a prank. Still, the story serves as a gentle reminder that even small creatures matter. You realize how the moat seems to hold its breath, waiting for the next visitor. Its surface lingers, like a reflective surface for your own thoughts. You feel a connection to everyone who has wandered here. The night deepens, adding a layer of velvet to the scene. You watch as each firefly flits, like tiny fireworks of hope. They leave faint marks that glitter across the dark water. You realize that these flickering lights are the world's quiet applause. Every glow is a tiny celebration of life, small, bright, and essential. Such moments become a memory that lingers long after the night ends. You smile, feeling that soft warmth grow inside your chest. It's as though your soul is wrapped in a soft blanket of light. The sky offers a finale. Constellations that glow like tiny lanterns. You stare into the pattern of stars, feeling connected to the whole. Every star seems to echo the firefly's soft glow. They reassure you that the night is a giant family circle. You inhale, feeling a deep calm settle in your mind. Your breath sinks with the gentle rhythm of the water. That rhythmic pulse is your anchor in the vast night. You realize that the fireflies have taught you to pause. Pausing allows you to listen to the world in its lowest tone. You are part of that quiet conversation. The night keeps a secret, and you keep the secret too. It feels like sharing a private joke with the universe. That joke, gentle and warm, is your own little lullaby. You listen to the soft hush, feeling it ripple like a pond. The water's quiet song, mixed with fireflies, whispers your name. You smile, knowing that this place will always be you. As the moon reaches its apex, it bathes everything in gentle light. You close your eyes, letting the twilight cradle your thoughts. You feel the entire scene melt into pure, comforting silence. That silence, rich and deep, is a book you can read. Each page a glimmer of firefly, each word a breath. You close the chapter, feeling the night promise a new dawn. You rise slowly, feeling the cool stone beneath your feet. The moat, still glowing softly, seems to welcome your return. You step forward, ready for whatever the next night will bring. The old bridge looms, its iron ribs glint beneath starlight. The wooden planks creak softly, a familiar lullaby to those who wander after dusk. You feel the cool echo beneath your sneakers, as if the stone remembers each step. A faint breeze lifts the mist, curling around the arches in lazy ribbons. The air smells of damp bark and distant pine, a comforting perfume for night owls. You pause a quick sniff, then step onto the first plank, its grain crisp with age. The bridge stretches far, a quiet corridor between two ancient walls. You notice the subtle rhythm of the wood, almost surgical in its splintered size. The moon casts a silver path, bending over the water like a gentle question. A tiny moth flits by, adding a fleeting spark to the scene. You laugh softly, just a gentle hum, at the absurdity of a moth dancing here. The bridge feels alive, humming with stories of centuries past. A historical fact swells in your mind. The first iron bridge was born in 1779. Its iron, forged in Shropshire, England, still whispers of daring engineers. You remember the whisper of old folk who claimed the bridge is haunted. They say ghosts of sailors drift, lost in midnight waters. The notion feels like a quirky fringe tidbit, but you indulge the mystery. You press your palm against the wood, feeling the grain's tiny heartbeats. The bridge's creak grows louder as you cross. A subtle applause. You imagine ancient travelers, like troubadours, stepping across with hopeful hearts. Their footsteps echoed here, now replaced by your own lighter tread. Each plank hides a secret path, a small passage like a hidden treasure map. You imagine hidden corridors beneath, winding like the roots of a tree. The water shimmers under moonlight, reflecting every crack and seam. A ripple forms, as if the water is listening to your steps. You trace the ripples like delicate waves on a calm pond. The breeze carries a distant song, perhaps a lullaby the old castle sang. You feel the wind's soft whisper, soothing, almost like a lullaby. The bridge creaks again, and you smile at its gentle protest. You find a moment of stillness, only the soft sound of your breathing. Historians still argue whether the moat was a defense or a status symbol. You nod in agreement, savoring the ambiguity that spices the night. A small frog leaps, adding a splash, as if it were mocking your solemnity. You chuckle at the frog's audacity, then continue onward. The bridge's iron railings look like twisted vines, supporting the weight of time. You feel their polished surface cool against your fingertips, like a lover's touch. The water below is dark, but the moon makes it sparkle as 1,000 tiny lights. You look up, seeing the sky's deep indigo, punctuated by sleeping stars. A sudden breeze lifts a small leaf, an accidental messenger of ancient gossip. The leaf floats, twirling, like a small dancer in moonlight. You keep walking, feeling the bridge's pulse under your shoes. Your footsteps echo, a steady rhythm against the night air. Behind you, the castle's walls loom tall, silent giants of stone. You sense their ancient hearts beating together with the present. The bridge's underside shows rust in thin threads, a pattern like spider silk. You pause to examine, feeling the texture of history in your hand. An old sailor's joke echoes in your mind. If you hear the iron sing, it's time to rest. You grin, the joke landing as soft as cotton. The bridge's crannies hide a trail, unseen yet inviting. You notice a faint line that curves beneath, a hidden path within a path. You imagine that path leading to a forgotten garden, fragrant and serene. The sound of the moat water shuffles like 1,000 secrets. You feel the cool moisture on your hair, a gentle kiss from the night. Your breath becomes rhythmic, in sync with the bridge's ancient song. You think of the first iron bridge, its iron ribs like arteries of progress. It symbolized human ingenuity, pushing boundaries beyond medieval limits. You feel a surge of respect, the connection between past and present. The moon seems to guide you, its light a compass on this silent walk. You step carefully, feeling the wobble of an old beam. The creaking sound is patient, like a storyteller unraveling a long tale. You whisper, "Hello, old friend," and feel the echo reply. A sudden crack sounds from the other side, a subtle reminder of age. You laugh. The sound mingles with the water's hushed murmur. Your heart beats softly against your ribs, a comforting drumbeat. The bridge's surface is uneven, each bump a different story. You imagine a knight from centuries ago, his armor creaking with his march. You joke that he probably asked the bridge for directions, feeling a bit lost. The bridge replies with a gentle groan, confirming the path. You laugh, it echoes off the walls, a harmless echo. You walk further, the bridge's planks whispering under your weight. The path beneath your feet carries the scent of moss and old stone. You pause at a small crack, where a silver thread of light pierces through water. The reflection looks like a tiny galaxy, dancing just below the surface. You feel a tiny chill, as if the world has shifted to a quieter place. Your footsteps are slow, each one a brushstroke of a grand artwork. Historians still debate whether the moat was built for defense or display, and you admire that split. You realize the debate's spice keeps history alive through conversation. You listen to the rustle of a distant bird, its song barely audible. A small sparrow flutters above, flapping its delicate wings. You smile at the bird, feeling its small presence enrich the quiet. The bridge's iron shows faint green veins, like veins of a living organism. You trace them with your finger, feeling their gentle hum. A breeze carries a faint perfume of evening tea from the old inn down the road. You imagine a hearth, fire crackling, guests laughing softly within its glow. You chuckle, conjuring the warm memory of that smell. The bridge creaks again, as if inviting you to continue. You stride forward, feeling the weight of history lift with you. The plank beneath your foot is smooth, polished by countless wanderers. You glance backward, seeing the shadow of the castle walls extend over the moat. You feel your own shadow stretch, merging with the ancient stones. The moonlight bathes the water, turning it into liquid glass. You press your palm on the water's surface, feeling the slickness. A ripple forms, a tiny smile of the night. You think of the bridge's first builder, a man with a dream and iron in his hands. His dream was to connect two worlds, to cross the gap of uncertainty. You feel that dream resonating, alive in these silent stones. You pause, inhaling the night air, filling your lungs with cool serenity. You exhale, letting the breath mingle with the hush of the bridge. The wind whispers through the leaves above, a gentle choir. You hear your own heartbeat, aligning with the rhythm of the moody night. A distant clock tower chimes softly, one slow note that steadies your mind. The sound lingers, like an old lullaby that stays with you. Humor returns. If the bridge knows your steps, it might be a secret spy for the castle. You grin, acknowledging the absurdity, letting it wash over you. The bridge's iron railings gleam faintly, reflecting the moon. You touch them, feeling the cold, confident metal. You wonder how many nights travelers have walked these planks, leaving memories behind. You imagine lovers meeting, soldiers marching, children chasing shadows. All these moments swirl into a single heartbeat. The bridge creaks again, as if exhaling after a long walk. You move forward, the ground beneath a steady, comforting rhythm. The water below shimmers, like a hidden stage for the night's quiet show. You watch as a water bird glides, its wings cutting a clean line. You marvel at such simple grace, and you laugh at your own awe. A tiny fish hops near the surface, a shy visitor in the moat. It seems to look up at you, curious about the traveler who walks on wood. You feel a bond with that fish, both of you living in this quiet realm. The bridge's iron shows faint scratches, markings of past adventures. You feel a slight ache as your fingers brush over them, honoring history. You think of a strange legend that one day a bridge will shift, revealing hidden treasure. The legend feels like a quirky fringe tidbit, yet the imagination is rich. You let the thought drift, like a leaf carried by moonlit breeze. You continue, feeling your feet find perfect rhythm. The bridge, a silent witness, lets you know you are present, part of its living story. The path ahead is unseen, but you feel it beneath each step, a promise of the unknown. You pause for a moment, a beat, listen to the water's breath. You feel the wind's whisper, a quiet song that makes your skin shiver pleasantly. You chuckle at the idea that the wind might be telling the bridge its secrets. The bridge creaks softly, like a sigh of gratitude. You feel at peace, standing between stone and water, light and night. The bridge's planks are warm with your breath, a small comfort in the cold. You stand there, feeling that warm breath, feeling the night envelope you. The moon grows higher, a quiet spotlight on this path of history. The water below seems deeper, reflecting a star-splashed sky. You lean back, letting the night's calm wash over you like a gentle tide. You You remember the debate. Was the moat a fortress or a gallery of beauty? You nod, amused at the mystery still alive for those who listen. The bridge's iron shines, reflecting the moon like a polished mirror. Your shadow stretches long across the planks, trailing behind you. You feel a gentle tug, the bridge urging you forward into the night. You laugh softly, as if the bridge is a friend nudging. The moss at the bridge's edges grows fresh, a living green coat. You touch it, feeling its roughness, a small texture under your fingers. The wind blows, stirring it into tiny curls, dancing like fireflies at close range. You find yourself smiling at the tiny green dancers. You feel that each little curl of moss holds a memory, a tiny secret. You think of your name carved deep into a stone. No, that is not happening. You think of a sailor's voice echoing through the night, telling tales of sea and shore. Your mind weaves this narrative into the scene, making the bridge a silent storyteller. You lean against a railing, feeling its cool metal against your skin. The bridge's sound is the soundtrack of your quiet voyage. You pause and listen, hearing the faint creak like a heartbeat. You notice a faint glimmer in the water, an unseen fish's reflection. You smile, the sight bringing a sudden sense of wonder. You continue, following the moonlit path further across the bridge. Your steps are measured, each one a gentle tap on history's stage. A distant lantern flickers near the castle walls, a lone sentinel of light. You catch the reflection of the lantern in the water, painting a tiny golden star on the dark surface. You feel a lightness of spirit, like a traveler on a quiet ship. You remember a funny line. A bridge is just a wooden hug between two cliffs. You chuckle at that image, feeling the bridge's embrace around your body. The bridge creaks again, a welcome note to your wandering heart. You feel the cool night embrace in your hair, the air crisp with damp stone. You sense a hidden path beneath the planks, an ancient seam revealing a secret corridor. You feel your curiosity rise, ready to chart unseen territories. A wave of water washes over your ankles, a soft touch of the moat. You let the water run through, cooling your feet, renewing your spirits. You feel the sense that this bridge is alive, a living being at your side. The moon above seems to smile, a friendly halo guiding your steps. You trust that light is enough to follow any hidden path. You feel a sense of wonder at this ancient place, with its quiet whispers. The bridge's iron sings as you step, an old lullaby for wanderers. You feel the sound travel into your bones, soothing your pulse. A flickering firefly lands gently on a beam, brightening your journey. You pause, watching it glow like a living lantern in a dark night. You feel the bridge's embrace, the old wood under your palm, a connection to times ago. Your feet step calmly, each tread a small celebration of history. You think of the first iron bridge, its daring design, its symbolic power. You feel proud, part of stories of progress, of daring, of bold steps. You imagine soldiers crossing the moat on this very bridge long ago. Their armor clanked, their voices echoing, but the bridge held them steady. You laugh at the idea that the bridge could have heard their ancient laughter. You feel the wind play with the rope lines around the bridge, as if dancing at your feet. You trace a line, feeling the smooth metal, a faint memory beneath your touch. You think of a fisherman, his line cast into the moat, waiting for a bite. You imagine the fish that might respond, a silent companion to your walk. The bridge creaks softly, a comforting rhythm that guides you forward. You feel your heart sinking with that steady beat, breathing in the calm. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the night's hum fill your mind. You feel the moon's glow on your face, like a gentle reminder of hope. The bridge's planks seem to stretch, each one a new path ahead. You feel the gentle pull of the unknown, tugging your curiosity. You stand a moment longer, feeling the quiet heartbeat of the world. You sense the bridge's hidden path, a secret corridor beneath the stone. You imagine the hidden world under the bridge, a hidden kingdom of water and light. You decide to let your imagination fill those unseen corridors. You walk forward step by step, guided by moonlight and old whispers. The bridge's iron rail shines, reflecting the starry sky, a silver thread. You feel the sound of wood and stone, a gentle lull that soothes. You think of the future nights, where your footsteps may revisit this path. You realize how the bridge is a memory keeper, holding whispers of generations. The bridge's creak ends softly, an answer, a nod from the ancient structure. You feel a sense of completion, ready to embrace the next part of the night. You step beside the stone wall, where a young squire watches from the shadow. The squire's eyes gleam like polished brass in the moonlight. He holds a quill, poised above a parchment that trembles softly. A firefly flutters near, its glow a tiny lantern against the night. You notice how the squire's breath slows with each flicker. He traces a circle, then a diagonal, as if charting constellations. The firefly's pattern spreads across the parchment in steady lines. You wonder if the squire has a spreadsheet hidden under his tunic. He nods, acknowledging your curiosity with a tiny smile. You hear the creak of the watchman's staff against the stone. The squire writes, pattern, S, then O, then L, then G, then I, then T, repeat. You chuckle softly, teasing the ancient alchemy of observation. The forest whispers, and the fireflies reply in gentle amber pulses. The squire's quill dances, leaving a trail of inked stardust. You notice the squire pulls a magnifying glass from his belt. The glass magnifies the firefly's glow, turning it into a miniature sun. You ask, "What is this ritual about?" He replies, "To capture the song of the night in ink." You smile, imagining the squire as a future historian. He folds the parchment, tucking it into his satchel with care. You feel the weight of history in his quiet determination. The night deepens, and the fireflies intensify their luminescence. The squire's gaze remains steady, like a lighthouse beacon. He scribbles notes in shorthand, a habit from his tutor. You wonder whether he learned this from the castle chroniclers. Historians still argue whether the squire's notes were genuine or merely a clever ruse. You laugh at the phrase, feeling a sudden warmth in your chest. A breeze rustles the leaves, releasing a scent of damp moss. The squire's hand trembles slightly as he records the final pattern. His eyes flick back to the firefly, then to the parchment. You observe how the firefly's light wavers like a tired drummer. The squire taps a rhythm on the wood as he writes. You imagine the rhythm echoing through the castle's stone corridors. The firefly lands on the squire's outstretched palm, warm and small. He sets it down on a quill, watching the tiny glow pulse. You feel the firefly's warmth against your fingertips. A distant owl hoots, punctuating the quiet like a metronome. The squire writes, cycle repeats every 13 breaths of the moon. You grin, realizing he may be following a numerological secret. A quirky fringe tidbit hums in your mind. Some believe that every firefly carries a tiny, forgotten wish. You pause, letting the notion settle into the night air. The squire nods to confirm your interpretation without words. He stamps his seal, a tiny crest of a silver stag. Its tiny horn is as sharp as his decision to document. You step closer, feeling the cool stone under your boots. The squire's voice drops to a whisper. The pattern guides the path to hidden glades. You shiver with anticipation, imagining a secret garden illuminated. He opens his satchel, revealing a stack of folded notes. You sense each sheet is a map of luminous trails. The firefly flares once, like a tiny flare in a dark sky. You feel a playful tug, and the squire smiles, amused. He places a bookmark between the pages, as if protecting the treasure. The night sings with the rustle of leaves and distant water. You sense a rhythm resonating through your own heartbeat. The squire dips his ink pot, a small splash of black on white. He writes, if the firefly's glow dims, the path shifts. You chuckle, imagining a mischievous spirit guiding the way. The castle walls rise on either side, ancient and stoic. The squire turns to look, then smiles at the glowing stone. You feel his curiosity aligning with the universe's quiet pulses. He mentions the history of the castle walls. The first stone was laid in 1066. You nod, remembering the historic clash of Harold and the Normans. You hear his laugh echo with a note of reverence and irony. His pen scratches lines, echoing like wind through hollowed oak. The firefly moves, creating a glowing trail on the parchment. You watch the ink spread, as if painting a living constellation. His face lights up each time a pattern completes, as if he collects trophies. You notice the squire's watch, a thin steel band gleaming faintly. He taps the metal. It hums with a low, resonant bell. A tiny echo of that hum carries through the night. You feel a sudden sense of belonging to this hidden ritual. He says, every night we record the stories that light the dark. You think of the world beyond the moat, bright with unseen suns. The squire lowers his voice, adding a final flourish to the page. he writes. Let the map guide you away from danger into light. You inhale the damp air, feeling the firefly's breath on your skin. The scent of cedar and old iron lingers around the squire. You smile, reflecting on the odd yet noble purpose of his quest. He pauses, looking at his own notebook. It holds a dozen pages. You feel the weight of knowledge hidden beneath the flicker. You hear the squire's voice returning. I will hide the final page for tomorrow's dawn. You nod, understanding the ritual of night and day. The fireflies gather, their glow a gentle chorus on the dark canvas. Your footsteps echo softly on the stone, a rhythmic counterpoint. The squire's pen rests, waiting for the next sunrise on the parchment. You feel the cool stone under you, comforting and ancient. He looks at you, eyes bright with anticipation and wisdom. You chuckle, joking. You think you'll find buried treasure under this moat. The squire grins, replying, maybe. Perhaps the real treasure is this light. You feel the firefly's glow intensify, as if answering the jest. You step over a mossy stone, hearing a faint click behind the wall. The squire's breath catches, then flows like a steady drum. His notebook lies open. The firefly's trail is perfectly etched. You consider the importance of documenting the unseen. The squire lifts his gaze again, eyes tracking the firefly's path. You listen, hearing a faint click echo through the courtyard. You realize the squire's work connects past, present, and future. He whispers, when the night ends, the patterns will speak of tomorrow. You inhale deeply, feeling the firefly's warmth across your palm. The squire smiles, a quiet grin that conveys 1,000 secrets. You hear the castle doors creak, a subtle announcement of arrival. The moon bathes the moat in silver, turning ripples into liquid starlight. You feel the air grow cooler, the night solidifying around you. The squire's quill rests, a silent witness to his observations. His notebook, a treasure trove of luminous sketches, is tucked under his arm. You wonder how many squires will follow his example. A thought strikes. Every generation may trace firefly paths and forge new stories. The squire chuckles, the sound echoing in stone. His watchful eyes lock onto the firefly glimmering on the parchment. You feel a sudden pull toward the patterns, longing to understand. The squire speaks. Notice the angle. It mirrors the moon's arc tonight. You nod, absorbing the subtle lesson. The firefly's glow flickers, a small heart beating in ink. You watch as the ink darkens, tracing a curve that looks like a heart. The squire's smile widens, satisfied with his own observation. You hear the crack of distant stone, a low drumbeat in the distance. The squire leans on the stone, his hand gripping the parchment. You feel the coolness of the stone seep into your bones. The moon's light drips like silver rain onto the squire's notebook. You pause to breathe, feeling the world slow around you. The firefly's glow pulses in a steady rhythm, matching your heartbeat. You realize the squire has found a symphony in the night. He says quietly, to record is to remember is to live. You feel a sudden calm wash over you, like a soft blanket. The squire's eyes shift to a distant point beyond the moat. You hear a faint splash as a fish breaks the surface of the water. The fish's tiny form reflects the firefly's light, dancing on the water. You feel a sense of unity between the squire's ink and the living world. The fireflies cluster, forming a glowing halo over the parchment. You sense the squire's heart beating in sync with the glow. He whispers, "When I close this notebook, I will watch this night again." You smile, noting the quiet humor in his earnestness. The squire lifts his quill, his fingertips trembling with excitement. You feel the weight of the world pressing against your shoulders. Yet you find relief. The moon climbs higher, lighting the path from squire to shore. The squire's notebook glows faintly in the moonlight, a beacon of knowledge. You hear the castle's ancient stones exhale a sigh. The firefly's glow fades slowly, a gentle lull before the next spark. You close your eyes, feeling the faint beat of ancient hearts. The squire watches you, his gaze patient and knowing. You sense his intentions are pure, guided by wonder rather than greed. He adds a final note in the margin: record, observe, repeat. You feel the call to do the same rise within you, a subtle invitation. The firefly's light flickers like a distant lantern guiding lost ships. You feel the darkness around you thin, replaced by a warm glow. The squire takes a step, his cloak whispering against stone. You notice the sound, a hush that blankets the entire courtyard. The firefly's glow brightens, as if acknowledging your presence. You feel a sense of belonging to the circle of watchers. The squire leans close to the parchment, his breath mingling with the ink. You realize that the squire's notes hold a map of night, light, and history. The firefly's dance becomes a compass to hidden truths. You smile at the idea that every flicker is a secret waiting to be heard. The squire lifts his eyes to the canopy of starry night. He gestures toward the glowing path, as if to point you forward. You nod, stepping toward the glow, following the light. The squire's notebook rests against his chest, the glow of fireflies steadying it. You feel a chill in the air, like a whisper of cool moisture. The murmur of the moat's water deepens, a slow tide rising. The firefly's light dims briefly, and then brightens again. You find your breathing in tune with the rhythm of the night. The squire closes the notebook, sealing the glowing patterns within. He whispers to the night, "Good night, keep watching." You linger for a moment, feeling the tranquility settle over your body. The firefly's last burst of light feels like a promise, not an end. The wind sighs through the castle walls, a voice older than stone. You feel a sense of gratitude for the quiet lesson delivered tonight. The squire turns back toward the gate, his path illuminated by memory. You feel the firefly's glow guiding, a lantern across centuries. The night deepens, the dark becomes a darkened canvas. The squire's notebook glides into the dark, a pocket of light. You feel hopeful as you follow the glow, a path toward tomorrow. The The moat settles back into its own breathing, a low hum that tickles the stone. A ripple of water answers, each pulse a soft sigh that echoes through midnight. You lean against the cool wall, feeling the rhythm seep into your bones. Your ears, tuned to night, catch a distant lullaby sung by the stones themselves. This melody has played since the first watchman watched over the old ditch. You can almost hear the ancient builders whispering on the night, guiding their hands. They used a simple stone tool to carve channels that still hold water today. The sound of stone shaping and water flowing mingles into a quiet choir. In the distance, a lone owl hoots, its call a counterpoint to the water's hum. You smile, the quiet sarcasm a small wave against the calm. The moon, a silver eye, watches over the moat like a patient librarian. It reflects pale light onto every ripple, turning water into liquid starlight. You watch as each shimmer drifts, a tiny comet tracing the water's edge. The ancient aqueducts nearby remind you of humanity's enduring thirst. Romans, for example, built aqueducts that still stand in parts of the world. Every stone in the ditch has its own story, and they're all humming. That subtle hum is a chorus, an ancient choir that never stops singing. The whispers of the past carry in the night, a sound you'd mistake for wind. You can almost hear the clang of chains from a distant time, a knight's midnight march. Historians still argue whether the moat's nightly hum originated from stone or water. You lean deeper, letting the sound wash over you like a lullaby. In the corner of your eye, a firefly flutters, a tiny lantern against the dark. Its glow flickers, a pulse that joins the river's melody, a tiny duet. You pause, recalling a quirky anecdote about firefly wishes floating in wind. Some claim fireflies are tiny pocket satellites, broadcasting light to guide lost sailors. The idea feels like science fiction, yet it sits beside plain fact in the silence. You chuckle softly, the sound a gentle echo through the stone. The rhythm of the water becomes a metronome, keeping time for the night. Each ripple is a note, each swallow of water a breath in the symphony. The moat's hum is steady, a constant rhythm that steadies your breathing. You feel your heart align with the pulse, a shared beat in the dark. A distant splash interrupts, the surface catching firefly light, a miniature flare. The splash is a tiny cymbal, adding percussion to the gentle chorus. You sense the moat's secrets, like a book you can't yet open. The night feels infinite, a timeless canvas painted by water and stone. Every echo from the stones carries a memory, a whisper of generations past. The moonlight drips onto the mossy stone, creating a silver curtain. You inhale, the damp scent of earth lacing the air, a reminder of life. In this hush, your thoughts drift like the firefly's tiny glow. You imagine the moat as a liquid mirror, reflecting a sky without stars. The hum rises, a swell like a tide pulling at the shore. You feel the weight of history, a gentle pressure against your chest. Even the wind seems to hum, joining the orchestra of the night. You hear the distant bells of the village, a distant choir in the distance. Their toll falls in sync with the water, a low drumbeat at midnight. You let the sounds blend, the lullaby weaving through your mind like a thread. A memory surfaces, the night's chorus echoing childhood campfire songs. You feel that thread tug at some hidden part of you, a comforting pull. The hum becomes a lull, a lullaby that calms your restless mind. You close your eyes, focusing on the gentle vibration beneath your skin. The quiet becomes tangible, a living pulse you can almost feel on your wrist. You turn your head to look at the stone wall behind you, a guardian of time. It seems to breathe with you, exhaling ancient dreams with each breath. You notice a small carving, perhaps a symbol of a forgotten covenant. The symbol glows faintly in the moonlight, a tiny guide for dreamers. You imagine that symbol as a map, a roadmap to the night's hidden wonders. The firefly flares once more, joining the water's song, a bright accent note. Its light is a beacon, a signpost for wandering hearts like yours. You feel the night's chorus pulling you deeper into its embrace. The sound of water and stone together is a lull that drifts like a feather. You keep walking, each footstep a heartbeat, echoing the ancient drum. The moat's water shimmers, each ripple a mirror of a distant star. You lean in, feeling the coolness against your cheek, the air thick with night. The hush around you is deep, a blanket of silence punctuated by hums. You think of the first builders who stood by these waters, their faces lit by torchlight, their whispers guided stone into place, as if conducting a choir of bricks. The sound that follows is a living echo of their ancient craft. Your shoulders relax, the tension of daylight melting into quiet. The firefly's glow pulses, syncing with the water's breath, a gentle beat. You notice small insects elsewhere, a chorus of crickets adding rhythm. Their chorus is a tiny footnote to the main symphony of the night. The hum does not waver, it deepens, a steady heartbeat of the earth. The night feels larger, a cosmos where sound and light dance together. You feel the firefly's warmth against your skin, cool and bright. The tiny glow is a candle in the dark, an ember of hope. Your mind lingers on that ember, letting it light up your thoughts. You recall a story about fireflies carrying wishes across rivers. The tale is strange, but it adds color to the nocturnal tableau. You smile at the absurdity of the idea, a light-hearted whisper in your head. Your breathing slows, keeping pace with the low hum of the moat. Stones around you vibrate subtly, a faint thrum that speaks of centuries. You taste the damp air, a hint of iron mingled with moss. In the distance, a bell from the old church rings again, a resonant note. The bell's echo merges into the water's song, a layered chord. You stand close, feeling the resonance in your bones. A tiny stone slides across the water, a small pebble playing a melody. It lands softly, the surface rippling like a heartbeat in glass. You watch the ripple, a brief wave that adds to the chorus. The firefly's light dips, then rises, a breath in time with the night. You feel a kinship, a shared rhythm that connects all present. The echo from the moat feels like a lullaby, a memory wrapped in sound. You look at the stone carvings, each line a story of builders and knights. Your fingers trace the grooves, feeling the rough texture that feels alive. You can almost hear the stone whispering its age. The water's hum rises, a swell that lifts your spirit slightly. You feel your thoughts untangle, the mind finding peace in the soft noise. Your eyes close, the world fading to a single quiet melody. The firefly's flash is a strobe, a soft spotlight on the water's canvas. You sense the pulse of the night, a rhythm that feels infinite. In this lullaby, you are an audience, a witness to the past's music. The echo from the stone extends, a distant call that invites you to listen. You lean back on the wall, the stone's grip steady, the night solid around you. You hear nothing but the water's hymn, a calm song for the weary. The firefly drifts closer, a beacon of light on the silent waters. You feel a subtle shift in the air, the night adjusting to your presence. The hum of the moat is the backbone, steady and unbreakable. You imagine the entire moat as a giant instrument, a giant drum. Each stone a beat, each ripple a note. Together they create a vast chorus. The rhythm steadies, a gentle tide washing over the stones. You inhale, the cool night's breath feeling like a breath in from deep waters. You exhale, letting your own pulse match the water's slow cadence. The firefly's glow flares, a tiny star in the quiet. Your mind flickers with images of ancient water mills, old stone towers. The water itself seems to sigh, pulling out breath in each wave. You watch the night's soundtrack, the slow hum becoming an embrace. The rhythm draws you deeper, an invitation into the darkness. You feel the stone beneath your feet vibrating, an ancient heartbeat. The moat's sound lingers, a lull that soothes your restless thoughts. You notice a stone that glows faintly, a residual ember from the sun's past. Its glow is pale, a lantern that never flickers, a constant. You wonder if the stone remembers the fire of a forgotten forge. Your curiosity is met with the night's soft hum, an answer in silence. A sense of continuity washes over you, like a tide that has been going forever. You recall the ancient builders who set stone to form this great circle. Their work lives in the hum, alive and humming under your feet. The wind whistles through the moat, a lull that sways with every ripple. You feel the wind's touch, a cool hand that lifts a tiny firefly's light. The firefly's glow is a pulse, a tiny heart beating in the dark. You feel your own heart grow quiet and steady with the water's hum. The night's chorus is a song that plays on forever, a loop that never ends. You consider the possibility that the water remembers every heartbeat it sees. In that thought, the moat feels almost sentient, breathing along with you. You hear the distant church bells again, each toll a single beat. The bells add a metallic note to the water's deep resonance. You feel the connection of all these sounds, a symphonic web of the night. The water's hum grows richer, deeper, as if adding new verses. Your ears are full of the night's melody, a lullaby that calms and guides. You think about the firefly, how it holds a wish in its tiny body. The idea is whimsical, a fringe tidbit that adds a spark of wonder. You feel a grin break across your face, a small, contented joy. The firefly's light steadies, a steady needle in the dark. You feel the stone's breath on your skin, a gentle pressure that says stay. The moat's hum is a lullaby, a song that sings your worries away. You take a deep breath, letting the air fill the gaps between heartbeats. The firefly's glow is steady, a beacon that leads a wanderer. You think of the future of this sound, how it will echo for years again. With every step you take, the water's tone follows, a slow, patient guide. The water's hum is endless, a promise that the night will always be here. The firefly's last flash lights a tiny candle in the dark, a promise left glowing. You smile, feeling the comfort of that promise settle within. The water's echo fades into a gentle hush, a whisper of wind. You hear the moat humming forever, a song that lingers in the air between breaths. The night's song feels like a blanket, wrapping around you with cool weight. You feel the firefly's warmth against your palm, the small heart of the night. The sound moves behind your ears, a soft drum that keeps you calm. You close your eyes and let the melody fill the space behind your thoughts. The water hums on, a steady presence beneath the stones. The night feels like a lullaby to the world, one that never truly ends. You listen as the moon climbs higher, a witness to the quiet chorus. The firefly fades, its glow dimming, a gentle farewell to this small star. The echo from the moat remains, a soft vibration that follows you back to the wall. You open your eyes, the water's hum still steady and reassuring. The firefly's light was a tiny lantern, a guide for those that wander. You feel a sense of gratitude for the quiet lesson tonight, a lesson of patience. You feel a sense of gratitude for the quiet lesson tonight, a lesson of patience. Your breath slows, matching the gentle ripple that laps against the stone. The night air tastes like old parchment soaked in rain. Every whisper of wind carries a memory of distant bells. Remember the tiny firefly perched on the wall. It flickers like a secret star hidden behind a cloud. You pause, listening to the silence that feels almost alive. Your heart beats in rhythm with the slow tide of water. Historians still argue whether the moon's glow reflected the secrets of forgotten temples. A quirk of legend claims fireflies were tiny lanterns of the dead. You smile at the absurdity, feeling the night laugh along. The stone walls hum softly, a low drum beneath your feet. Your fingertips trace the rough carving of a forgotten oath. Each groove whispers a story of builders who slept under starlight. The night feels endless, its boundaries blurring like watercolor wet on wet. You inhale deeply, tasting mineral dust and damp moss. That scent carries the weight of 21 years of history. Did you know that Rome's first aqueduct opened in 312 BC? The old stone still carries that ancient pulse, humming beneath your skin. You notice a faint glow under a mossy slab, like a hidden lantern. It flickers once, a solitary promise of light in the dark. Your mind dances with the idea that this glow might be a sentient stone. You laugh softly, hearing the stone chuckle back in dry voice. The night murmurs again, a secret lullaby to your sleepy ears. You step closer to the water, feeling the cold kiss your ankle. The surface bubbles, tiny waves singing in a quiet choir. Every ripple reflects a fragment of the sky, like broken glass shards. You wonder whether the stars look down on this watery stage. Your mind drifts, pondering the paradox of light and dark dance. Some say fireflies are tiny satellites orbiting planets of phosphorescence. That quirk may sound fanciful, yet the glow feels real enough. You pause, imagining ancient sailors guiding themselves with firefly lanterns. Your fingers brush a moss-covered stone, feeling its coolness against your palm. Stone feels younger than its age, vibrating with hidden stories. The hum thickens, a pulse that seems to sync with your heartbeat. You let your breath become one with the water's rhythm. The air becomes thick with the scent of wet earth and distant lilies. You notice a feather drifts onto the water, bright white against blue. It floats like a lost cloud, silent and serene. You smile, remembering the joke about fish that laugh without sound. The fish winked when it saw the feather, a silent applause. Nearby, a frog croaks a low, rhythmic tune. Your ears fill with the chorus of humble creatures. You feel the stones beneath your feet, humming like a distant choir. The moat's surface ripples, echoing the moon's distant call. You wonder whether the water remembers every dream it holds. Some claim the moat is an ancient memory vault. You chuckle softly, imagining stone jars spilling stories into the night. Your mind lingers on the whisper, a delicate thread of time. The stones glow faintly, as if remembering a forgotten lantern. You see a pattern forming on the walls, like an ancient constellation. The pattern seems to shift when you look at it. You laugh, realizing the night plays a game of hide and seek. The firefly returns, flitting close like a shy friend. It hovers over the pond, its glow steady as a lighthouse. You feel a sense of wonder, a gentle tug pulling you deeper into the story. The night hums louder, a lull that invites your dreams. Your eyelids grow heavy, but the sound keeps you awake. The moon climbs higher, its silver face painting the walls. You feel the coolness of the water against fingertips of the palm. The water feels like a mirror, reflecting the starry sky. You listen to the frogs, their croaks a rhythmic drumbeat. The frogs seem to dance, waltzing between lily pads. A breeze stirs the reeds, a whispering brush through the reeds. You find a small stone smooth, as if it had been worn by countless nights. Your fingers trace the lines, a tactile map of ages. With each touch, a memory seems to seep into your mind. You imagine a builder's touch, rough and deliberate. The stones hum louder, a chorus that could drown a city. Your chest rises, breath sinking with the water's slow pulse. You hear a distant bark, a wolf's howl echoing in the night. The howl reverberates, a song that blends with the moat's echo. You feel the universe humming along, each creature part of one song. The firefly lights a nearby stone, a beacon on a quiet shore. You smile as the night whispers answers to untold questions. Remember that ridiculous rumor about moonlit fish that glow like stars. It was probably just folklore. You smile, thinking of the old village that claimed firefly messages to travelers. The old tales say each glow carried a wish that would never starve. You think of the night's rhythm, like a heart beating against your ribcage. The stones around you vibrate, a low hum you can feel deep inside. Your finger slides over stone, feeling a coolness that feels almost living. You hear another splash, the water rippling like a small lake. That splash joins the choir of the night, a chorus of wonder. The night deepens, the darkness thickening like ink poured on parchment. You close your eyelids, the hum weaving through your mind. The moon casts a silver path across the moat, a trail of glitter. You step lightly, following the moonlit trail, your thoughts adrift. The water beneath your feet turns into a mirror of stars. You feel the coolness of the moat, a gentle caress. You think of the ancient walls, each stone a relic of time. The stones whisper histories, a lullaby woven into the earth. Your mind drifts, picturing an age when knights guarded these waters. You hear a clang of metal, the distant sound of a blacksmith closing his forge. Metal clank echoes, a rhythm that matches your pulse. The clink blends with the water's soft hiss, a duet of the night. You notice a candle floating, its flame dancing like a tiny star. The candle's glow blends with fireflies, a cluster of lights. You smile again, remembering the joke about spiders building internet. The spider finishes, its web glistening like crystal. You feel a sudden calm, the world narrowing to the walls. The moat water ripples again, reflecting the wall's texture. You notice a small feather again, this time white as snow. It rests on a stone, a silent trophy of night's journey. The feather's texture feels like velvet. You imagine it was a cloak of a dragon. You pause, feeling the whisper of the moat, a voice from deep past. The voice sings with every trickle, a lullaby of forgotten castles. You are drawn in, captivated by the gentle story. Remember the whisper about fireflies that sing in Morse. It could be a test of patience. You smile, thinking of the old village that claimed firefly messages to travelers. You think of the night's rhythm, like a heart beating against your ribcage. The stones around you vibrate, a low hum you can feel deep inside. Your finger slides over stone, feeling a coolness that feels almost living. You hear another splash, the water rippling like a small lake. That splash joins the choir of the night, a chorus of wonder. The night deepens, the darkness thickening like ink poured on parchment. You close your eyelids, the hum weaving through your mind. The moon casts a silver path across the moat, a trail of glitter. You step lightly, following the moonlit trail, your thoughts adrift. The water beneath your feet turns into a mirror of stars. You feel the coolness of the moat, a gentle caress. You think of the ancient walls, each stone a relic of time. The stones whisper histories, a lullaby woven into the earth. Your mind drifts, picturing an age when knights guarded these waters. You hear a clang of metal, the distant sound of a blacksmith closing his forge. Metal clank echoes, a rhythm that matches your pulse. The clink blends with the water's soft hiss, a duet of the night. You notice a candle floating, its flame dancing like a tiny star. The candle's glow blends with fireflies, a cluster of lights. You smile again, remembering the joke about spiders building internet. The spider finishes, its web glistening like crystal. You feel a sudden calm, the world narrowing to the walls. The moat water ripples again, reflecting the wall's texture. You notice a small feather again, this time white as snow. It rests on a stone, a silent trophy of night's journey. The feather's texture feels like velvet. You imagine it was a cloak of a dragon. You pause, feeling the whisper of the moat, a voice from deep past. The voice sings with every trickle, a lullaby of forgotten castles. You are drawn in, captivated by the gentle story. Remember the whisper about fireflies that sing in Morse. It could be a test of patience. You smile, thinking of the old village that claimed firefly messages to travelers. You think of the night's rhythm, like a heart beating against your ribcage. The stones around you vibrate, a low hum you can feel deep inside. Your finger slides over stone, feeling a coolness that feels almost living. You hear another splash, the water rippling like a small lake. That splash joins the choir of the night, a chorus of wonder. The night deepens, the darkness thickening like ink poured on parchment. You close your eyelids, the hum weaving through your mind. The moon casts a silver path across the moat, a trail of glitter. You step lightly, following the moonlit trail, your thoughts adrift. The water beneath your feet turns into a mirror of stars. You feel the coolness of the moat, a gentle caress. You think of the ancient walls, each stone a relic of time. The stones whisper histories, a lullaby woven into the earth. Your mind drifts, picturing an age when knights guarded these waters. You hear a clang of metal, the distant sound of a blacksmith closing his forge. Metal clank echoes, a rhythm that matches your pulse. The clink blends with the water's soft hiss, a duet of the night. You notice a candle floating, its flame dancing like a tiny star. The candle's glow blends with fireflies, a cluster of lights. You smile again, remembering the joke about spiders building internet. The spider finishes, its web glistening like crystal. You feel a sudden calm, the world narrowing to the walls. The moat water ripples again, reflecting the wall's texture. You notice a small feather again, this time white as snow. It rests on a stone, a silent trophy of night's journey. The feather's texture feels like velvet. You imagine it was a cloak of a dragon. You pause, feeling the whisper of the moat, a voice from deep past. The voice sings with every trickle, a lullaby of forgotten castles. You are drawn in, captivated by the gentle story. Remember the whisper about fireflies that sing in Morse. It could be a test of patience. You smile, thinking of the old village that claimed firefly messages to travelers. You think of the night's rhythm, like a heart beating against your ribcage. The stones around you vibrate, a low hum you can feel deep inside. Your finger slides over stone, feeling a coolness that feels almost living. You hear another splash, the water rippling like a small lake. That splash joins the choir of the night, a chorus of wonder. The night deepens, the darkness thickening like ink poured on parchment. You close your eyelids, the hum weaving through your mind. The moon casts a silver path across the moat, a trail of glitter. You step lightly, following the moonlit trail, your thoughts adrift. The water beneath your feet turns into a mirror of stars. You feel the coolness of the moat, a gentle caress. Bright lights flicker across the dark water. Your eyes instinctively follow their silent invitation. They rise from the opposite bank like phantom lanterns, dancing on the river's edge. If these were popcorn, they'd be the most stubborn kernels you've ever tasted. A curious hush blankets the night, as if the world pauses to listen. You lean closer, your heart thumps like a metronome in a quiet jazz club. The glow pulses, each flicker a heartbeat of ancient longing. On the shore, old stones whisper tales in a language only the night knows. Legend says a forgotten monastery erected these lights as a prayer. Their purpose is debated by scholars over heated tea and midnight debates. A faint mist hugs the bank, swirling like a shy ballerina. You feel the chill bite, yet the light steadies your trembling breath. Historians still argue whether the glow was a beacon or mystical rite. Was the ancient people simply playing with fire or guiding lost souls? Some claim the lights are a cosmic signal, others swear nothing but trickster sprites. You pause, watching a solitary firefly drift beside the glowing bank. It hovers, blinking like a small heart, as if to say, "Join us." Your mind swims through possibilities, myth, science, or just a night full of glitter. Remember the tale of the dragon's tail that glows in moonlit waters. That legend, oddly enough, was recorded on a parchment found in a ruined abbey. The lanterns shift rhythm and orchestrated pulse, not random. You feel like a listener in a live concert of wind and wet stone. Some people swear the lights form a map, guiding travelers to treasure. Weird anecdote. A village says the lights spell out the name of the lost king. You inhale, feeling the cool mist kiss your hair, the night breathing around you. The sound of distant waves mixes with a faint choir of crickets, a subtle lullaby. One cricket chirps in a rhythm that matches the light's pulsing beat. You laugh softly. I mean, if crickets could dance, they'd be the night's true musicians. The night pulses around you, an invisible hand guiding you forward. Soft whispers of the water remind you that stories travel faster than footsteps. You feel, for a moment, perhaps this is a rite of passage. A child's laughter breaks the silence, bright as a firefly's glow. The sound echoes against stone, bouncing back like applause. You smile, realizing the glow is not just light, it is life and memory. The light flickers more rapidly, urging you forward like a playful guide. You feel the urge to cross the moat to see the source. Your eyes widen, the opposite bank gleams like a pearl. Maybe the light beckons you to meet a truth beyond the stones. You take a breath, preparing to step into the glowing unknown. Your thoughts mingle with the rhythm of the lights, your pulse matching each flash. Nothing can stop you when curiosity is the compass. Under the moon's silver gaze, the glow seems to pulse like a living heart. Each flicker releases tiny echoes, as if the water remembers an ancient lullaby. Do you think the waves know your name? No, they only know the rhythm. You feel suddenly very small, yet part of something larger. A rustle of leaves breaks the whispering of night. You trace the sound. It's a small bird perched on a stone. That bird looks at you, if inviting you on a secret adventure. You laugh, because even animals seem to want to join your nighttime quest. A sudden splash of water signals the arrival of a frog. The frog croaks a song that matches the frequency of the light pulses. You close your eyes, letting the sound wash over you, a lull. Imagine the frog's tiny body as a jewel glowing within the moonlit darkness. The water ripples again. A translucent shape moves close to the bank. You think of an underwater ghost, a mythic creature of the deep. Such myths survive. It echoes through ages like a timeless chant. Do they remember the first firefly, the spark that started it all? You pause, feeling the glow's gentle warmth against your skin. Such warmth reminds you of a child's blanket, soft, familiar, comforting. The sensation makes you yearn to stay here forever, to chase the lights. Yet the night is fleeting, the wonders only available once a night. You glance over the stones, the fireflies gleaming like tiny stars. You wonder if you'll ever see such a glow again. Hypothesis: perhaps these lights are the collective memory of all nights. No one truly knows. History keeps its secrets close. You let the light dissolve into the dark, the feeling of wonder lingering. Slowly, your body relaxes, the world shrinking to a single pulse. You close your eyes, letting the fireflies whisper guide you into sleep. As you drift, tiny lights sway in your mind, a cosmic lull for your dreams. Your thoughts wander to the ancient walls, their secret stories wrapped in starlight. Time passes like a gentle tide, each wave carrying fresh mysteries. You feel gratitude, a sense of being part of something grander and everlasting. The fireflies close their luminous eyes, retreat into the night, a leaving only memory. Sleep claims your body. The story fades into a sweet dream of flickering lights. At the dawn's first whisper, a new journey beckons you again. Remember this glow, for it will always guide the curious footsteps. Never lose the wonder you felt tonight. It keeps the world bright. May the soft flicker of fireflies inspire your dreams, whispering endless stories. Even when darkness falls again, the light will rise, eternal and patient. Close your eyes again. Let the world hum lullabies of night. Feel the night embrace you like a knitted blanket, soft and supportive. The fireflies glow like tiny suns, each pulse a promise of hidden wonders. A single ripple shivers across the water, an echo from the distant horizon. You imagine a traveler long lost, stumbling into this glowing sanctuary. His lantern flickered a beacon for souls seeking light. The fireflies swirled a galaxy of tiny stars around his light. He looked up, his eyes reflecting the same awe at the glow. He whispered, "I have found my way home," and vanished into the night. After him, you continue, guided by fireflies' steady glow. They lead you to a hidden pool, smooth stones around its edges. The pool mirrors the sky, stars reflected in its tranquil surface. You sit, you feel the cool stone against your palm, grounding you. The world feels complete. Light, water, stone, and memory intertwine. The night hums a lullaby of the ages, soft and endless. Every heartbeat sinks, drinking in the silence, drinking in the rhythm. You close your eyes again, letting the fireflies hum lull you deeper. The glow fades, soft as a sigh, but leaving warmth behind. In your heart, silence speaks louder conversations with ancient spirits. The moon climbs higher, painting a path of silver across the water. The water breathes gentle waves, like breaths of the earth. A distant howl pierces, reminding you that wildness lives here, yet the fireflies remain, unwavering, guiding you toward deeper calm. The light invites, "Stay a while, you'll learn our story." You stay, learning, listening, drifting deeper into quiet. Each firefly's glow becomes a gentle teacher of patience, wonder, and persistence. The night grows deeper, layers of darkness, each with a story. The fireflies glow brighter, an orchestra of miniature stars. You feel the air shift cooler, more fragrant than before. The smell of wet stone and rain, a scent of renewal. You take a breath, feel the essence of the ancient moat. The water ripples, each ripple a song, a soft lullaby. You feel gratitude for this night, this glow, this peace. The fireflies shimmer like a living constellation on the shoreline. Time passes. The world is different, more calm, more gentle. Your body relaxes, every muscle softening, surrendering to the night. The moon's glow wraps you like a blanket of silver light. Sleep pulls near softly, irresistibly drawing you into dreamland. Your mind fills with images of stars, fireflies, and open moats. Dawn approaches, soft light seeping, casting shadows across the water. You feel a gentle tug, like a hand inviting you back home. You open your eyes softly, as if waking from a dream. The fireflies have faded, yet their memory lingers, warm as a sunrise. The night has whispered its lesson: patience, curiosity, and quiet wonder. You rise, carrying that light into the new day. The dawn blushes golden across the stones. New beginnings whisper. The world awakens, suddenly bright, still humming with remnants of the glow. You step forward, eyes bright, heart steady, memories echoing. The firefly's story remains embedded in your soul, a gentle guiding light. You walk on toward tomorrow, carrying the lullabies of the night. Remember this glow, for in each night's quiet, another wonder waits. The night will always return, a chorus of lights to awaken the curious. Historians still argue whether that figure is a myth or a guardian of lore. A sudden breeze brushes your cheek, an invitation to explore the unknown. The sound of water joins the chorus, a gentle lull that cradles your thoughts. You feel gratitude swelling like a tide, nourishing every part of your being. The moon's glow paints a path across the water, leading you onward. A spark of curiosity remains, like a tiny ember, ready to ignite new adventures. As the night deepens, the fireflies light your path like tiny lanterns. You trust the glow, the promise of warmth in the cool night air. The water shimmers with tiny lights, each flicker a beacon of wonder. You sense the universe whispering softly, guiding you toward deeper mysteries. Let your breath flow steady, rhythmic, harmonizing with the moonlit tide. The night calms you, every pulse a soft drum beating in sync. Sleep beckons, drawing you into a world of peaceful visions. You surrender fully, the firefly's glow dissolving into the endless sky. The moon climbs higher, the light wraps you like a blanket of silver. Dawn approaches, soft light seeping, shadows across the water. You feel a gentle tug, like a hand inviting you back home. You open your eyes softly, waking from a dream. The fireflies have faded, yet their memory lingers, warm as a sunrise. The night has whispered its lesson: patience, curiosity, and quiet wonder. You rise, carrying that light into the new day. The dawn blushes golden across the stones. New beginnings whisper. The world awakens, still humming with remnants of the glow. You step forward, eyes bright, heart steady, memories echoing. The firefly's story remains embedded in your soul, a gentle guiding light. You walk on toward tomorrow, carrying the lullabies of the night. Remember this glow, for in each night's quiet, another wonder waits. The night returns, a chorus of lights, to awaken the curious. You feel the wind singing its melody, soothing your tired mind. The firefly's light fades into the horizon, yet their presence stays inside your chest. You breathe a deep, soft sigh, letting the night settle over you. You let your thoughts drift toward the mysteries that await. With each breath, the glow brightens inside your chest like a hidden lantern. Sleep swallows you soft, gentle, warm. Dreams carry fireflies, lit pathways across the sky, and you glide with them. The hidden well appears beneath a sky that shivers with stars. You press your palm against cool stone, feeling history breathe within. A whisper hums from its depths. The water glistens like liquid moon, inviting you to listen. Historians still argue whether the war's end was decisive or a subtle shift. The legend says a forgotten noble poured his tears into this stone. The noble's grief turned into a trick to keep travelers safe. You chuckle softly, imagining a bored aristocrat playing hide and seek with water. The joke lands, but the air feels thick with centuries' secrets. The stone arches above you, weathered like an old storyteller's cloak. Somewhere, a medieval monk scribbled in a cramped script about this well. He claimed the water could heal wounds, both physical and emotional. A rogue alchemist once tried to brew love potion at its rim. The pot fizzed, but the well sighed, swallowing the scent. Some say the well's murmur predicts your future path. It might warn of danger or merely remind you of hope. The path you walk feels soft, as if the stones hug you. You hear a faint clink, a forgotten coin slipped into the water. The coin glows, but fades, as if approving your presence. In the distance, a lone firefly taps the stone like a metronome. You laugh, as if the firefly is a tiny drummer in the dark. The drummer keeps time, echoing your heartbeat against the night. There is a chill, but the glow warms your fingertips. The well's water shimmers like liquid starlight trapped inside. On an old map, the well marked the boundary of a once great empire. Roman roads once curved around the same stones centuries long before. That empire spanned more than 200 miles of golden wheat. The Romans built aqueducts to carry life across deserts and rivers. Some locals claim the well still supplies a nearby village's spring. Imagine a child dipping a spoon and tasting rain. The taste feels like a memory, salty and sweet intertwined. You breathe in, feeling the echo of distant markets and laughter. The well's surface ripples, reflecting your own face like a mirror. You glance into the reflection. You see a wanderer guided by stars. A gentle breeze swirls ash and dust into a dance. It feels like the wind is reading a dusty scroll to you. The well's story dates back to 1304 AD, a time of feudal lords. That year, a knight vowed to protect the well from bandits. You wonder if that vow still sits in stone. The stone seems to hum with that old promise. A quiet voice urges you to keep looking deeper. You follow, toes sinking into cold, damp earth. The ground thumps softly like a pulse beneath your feet. A sudden thud echoes the well's walls quiver. You sense a shift, as if the well exhales. The voice says, "Look below, there is more." You crouch, peering into the well's darkest depths. Darkness looks back, yet tiny lights flicker far down. The lights seem to be the well's own guardians. They pulse like heartbeats of old stone. You reach out a hand, and the coolness soothes. It's as if the well's breath brushes your skin. A soft sigh rises from the water like an apology. The apology seems to thank travelers who dare approach. You stand in silence, feeling the room breathe around you. A faint music begins low and resonant, echoing in your ears. The music feels familiar, like a lullaby from childhood. Your mind drifts to images of grand castles and moonlit nights. The well watches you, patient as an ancient guardian. It speaks not with words, but with light. The lights change pattern, forming shapes that seem to tell stories. You follow the shapes, and they reveal a pathway. The pathway leads to a small stone altar hidden within the well. Runes glow faintly, illuminated by the firefly's breath. They read almost, seek hope, guard hearts, remember names. Your shoulders relax as the message settles in your mind. You pause, feeling the weight lift like a feather. The well's depth stretches down, reaching into ancient past. A faint hum courses through the stone, carrying old whispers. Ancient whispers recall the day when the Great War ended. The war ended when a silver truce treaty was signed, sealing peace. You think of the ink, the quill, the stone. The ink smelled of dried herbs and old parchment. The quill's feather felt soft between your knuckles. Its weight balanced your hand, guiding you forward. The path leads to a hidden chamber, hidden behind water. You open the chamber and smell damp earth and old oil. A dusty scroll lies at the center, waiting to be read. You unroll it, and words glide across the page like starlight. It recounts a queen who once built the well for her people. She prayed that the well would keep hope alive. The well's glow responded, dancing in harmony with her prayers. You feel the glow deepen, comforting your tired spirit. A light at the chamber's edge flickers, calling you closer. The light guides your fingers to a bronze key hidden under stone. The key is warm, humming softly in your palm. You insert it into a lock carved into the well stone. A click sounds, and the chamber slides open like a secret. Inside, a silver cup glows, suspended among moss. The cup holds a liquid that shimmers like aurora. You touch it, and the taste of rain on hot stone hits you. The taste is bittersweet, as if echoing distant memories. The sound of water ripples deep, telling you to rest. The cup trembles gently, as if breathing with the night. You sip the liquid, feeling hope rise inside. The well's mystery unfolds, revealing the truth of its purpose. Its purpose is to keep lost stories from drowning in time. You stand in awe, feeling the well's silent thank you. The night grows quieter, the fireflies' light flickers like distant stars. Each flash seems to echo the drumbeat of ancient festivals. The rhythm reminds you of a child's drum in an empty courtyard. A faint chuckle escapes your lips, like the well is joking back. The joke lingers, turning your nervousness into comfort. The well's glow now feels warmer, like a blanket of light. You feel its embrace, a gentle, humming lullaby of stone. The stone around you hums, resonant with voices from yore. You imagine those voices, perhaps singers, storytellers, or knights on patrol. Their laughter mingles with fireflies' hum, a natural choir. The choir swells, but remains hushed, respectful of the night. The sound fades, replaced by your own breathing rhythm. You inhale, feeling the air fill your lungs like hope. Exhale, releasing doubts like smoke drifting upward. The well breathes in sync with your heartbeats, slow and steady. A gentle vibration travels through the stone into your feet. You feel a subtle pulse, like a tide rising underground. The tide carries memories of battles and lullabies alike. You wonder if each memory fuels the well's light. The light pulses brighter, like answering your silent question. Your hand rests on the stone, feeling the ancient pulse. You recall hearing an old rhyme about the well at nightfall. The rhyme spoke of whispers that guide travelers toward forgotten truths. The truth here is softer, less dramatic, more intimate. You feel it settle like a warm coat around your shoulders. The well seems almost alive, breathing out stories for you. It exhales a scent of wet stone and old pine. The scent wraps around you like a familiar shawl. Your body relaxes. Night feels like a gentle friend. The glow dims slightly as twilight approaches the horizon. You smile, fireflies dance takes a final bow. The bow is gentle, like a lull in a lullaby. The night concludes, yet the well keeps its promise. The promise feels like a lull in your chest, slow and soothing. You stand, fingers still tingling from the key's warmth. The key is cool, like cool water in summer. You think of the future, feel small but hopeful. The well, a silent witness, watches your next steps. The steps are light carried by the well's glow. You leave the chamber, step back into damp night. The path is silent, but fireflies still whisper. Their whispers swirl like a gentle breeze over stone. You remember the rhyme, seek hope, guard hearts, remember names. The rhyme echoes, echoing the well's own song. The song feels ancient, yet alive with each breath of wind. You feel a sense of peace, like a child's dream. The dream is gentle, and night feels safe. A faint star flickers far above, guiding your path onward. The path is long, but filled with stories waiting to be told. You step forward, guided by fireflies, hope, and memory. Each step is a whisper of promise, a quiet lullaby of the well. The hidden path begins when the water recedes, just enough for a stray footstep. You place your left foot on the slick stone, feeling the cool seepage pulse against your skin. The stone sighs, inviting you further into the submerged corridor beneath the moat. The path winds beneath the water, a shadowy tunnel that glimmers like a forgotten seam. You step lightly, each foot touching the wet base that feels like velvet. A faint ripple shivers across the surface, echoing a distant drumbeat. The tunnel curves, revealing stony arches that hint at an ancient engineering feat. As you move, the water's glow flickers, guiding you like a lantern's hesitant sigh. You pause, listening to the faint murmur of unseen currents below. The tunnel smells of wet stone and ancient earth, a scent that drifts sweetly around you. A single candle, half buried in moss, flickers softly, a glow that feels like a friendly ghost. You reach out, letting the candle's wax warm your palm, feeling the pulse of history. The path narrows, forcing you to lean forward as if to read hidden graffiti. A hand-painted symbol, a curious crescent intertwined with a tiny beetle, catches your eye. Experts think these symbols mark thresholds where water meets stone, a ritual place for travelers. You feel the path's rhythm in your bones, a steady beat matching your breath. A faint music flows from a carved box, its hollow resonating with the water's hum. The box, wrapped in faded parchment, whispers the secret of the hidden passage. You pull the parchment, revealing a map etched in charcoal that spirals toward the far wall. The map shows a line that arcs beneath the moat, an invisible bridge forged by ancient hands. You read the legend. The moat's stone remembers every step, and so does the path. A mainstream fact appears in the legend, reminding us that Roman roads once curved around such stone. You recall that the Romans built aqueducts to carry water across deserts and rivers. The echo of those constructions hums faintly within the tunnel's walls. Moving forward, a tiny figure glides, small and bright, like a candle in the dark. You pause again, feeling the light pulse like a heartbeat against the stone. A quirk of folklore stirs your imagination. Some say fireflies hold stardust within their glow. You chuckle softly, remembering a movie where a firefly becomes a tiny star. The path feels familiar, as though it were a secret passage carved years ago by humble hands. You follow the line in the map, feeling the ground shift beneath your feet. A trickle of water rises, but you step over it, unbothered by the dampness. Your footfalls whisper against stone, an echo that plays like soft piano in the distance. You feel the ancient stones vibrate, humming a tune only the night can hear. The path turns right, then left, a labyrinth that seems to move with your heartbeat. You take a breath, letting the damp air fill your lungs like a soft lullaby. The air smells of loam and old cedar, a scent that feels like a memory. A faint ripple disturbs the surface, carrying a tiny droplet that lands on your palm. The droplet feels warm, as if the water remembers your touch. You press your wrist against the stone, feeling a slow pulse that seems to count steps. You realize the path is a living memory, echoing your presence as you walk. A whisper of wind brushes your ear, the sound of distant clink of metal. You look up, but the tunnel remains narrow, shrouded in stone and mystery. The path seems to slow, as if holding its breath before a secret unfolds. You feel a faint pulse in your heartbeat, sync with the stone beneath. A sudden quietness descends, a hush that feels like a folded blanket. You pause, listening to the faint drip of water, a metronome in the dark. The drip echoes, building a rhythm that guides you further into the stone corridor. The stone feels cooler here, a trick of damp minerals that cling to the walls. You notice a faint seam in the stone where the water once pooled. The seam glows faintly, a subtle light that seems to beckon you deeper. You step closer, feeling the surface dip into a shallow recess. The recess holds a smooth stone slab, its surface etched with tiny swirl patterns. You trace the patterns, feeling the coolness like a lull in the night. The line continues beneath this slab, forming a curve that opens to a small chamber. You push the slab. A gentle click reverberates through the surrounding stone. A panel slides open, revealing a narrow passage that glows with bioluminescent slime. The slime emits a soft green light, bathing the room in a gentle hue. You enter, the air thickening with the faint aroma of damp earth and old glue. A staircase curls upward, its steps crafted from worn cobble. You climb, each step resonating with the quiet of ancient corridors. The staircase leads to a chamber with a single lantern hanging from the ceiling. The lantern casts a flickering pool of light, revealing a hidden inscription on the wall. You lean forward, feeling the slight chill of stone as you read the words. An old line appears. Only those who listen feel the path's true pulse. You stare, the words echoing in your mind like a soft hum. The lantern's flame flickers, painting the walls with dancing silhouettes. You feel your shoulders relax, as if the stone is speaking with a gentle sigh. A sudden breeze curls through the chamber, carrying the scent of pine sap. You close your eyes, letting the wind carry the sound of distant water. The wind seems to whisper, "Follow the glow, trust your sense." You open your eyes, the path ahead now glowing faintly under the lantern's light. You step forward, the walls exhaling moisture like soft breath against the skin. The staircase beneath you begins to glow, a faint pulse that matches your steps. It is a living path, a song that tells the stone's story. You feel the pulse guide you, humming softly under your feet. You pause once more, listening to the sound of stone's breathing. The path ahead curves, revealing an alcove with a silver mirror. The mirror is surrounded by a circle of glowing algae. You peer into the mirror, seeing the cavern above lit by a faint aurora. Your breath slows, your mind relaxes as the image fades into silence. You feel a subtle tug, a reminder that the path is not forgotten. You walk forward, following the pulse, the path glowing like a lantern held in hand. The sound of water grows louder, a steady trickle that seems to sing. You feel the stone shift, as if the path is breathing under your feet. A quiet voice speaks from the stone, a whisper of forgotten names. You listen, recognizing that the names form a melody in your skull. A subtle rhythm lingers, coaxing you into the heart of the cavern. You walk deeper, each footstep echoing a story of ancient guardians. The corridor widens, revealing a vast hall with a central fountain. The fountain's water glistens, refracting light into tiny prisms. A shimmering mist envelops the air, whispering a lull that calms the heart. You feel the mist cool your cheeks, a gentle hug from the stone. On the fountain's rim sits a small brass key. You bend low, feeling the key's weight against your palm. You take the key, the stone humming as if it thanked you for reaching. The hall's walls exude a warm amber glow, guiding you toward the exit. You walk back, following the pulse toward the lower steps. The path beneath you glows faintly, a gentle map to escape. You reach the original entrance, the water pooling near the stone. You step out into the clearing, the moon high above. The night feels softer, the world wrapped in quiet. You take a deep breath, letting the cool air fill you. You lean against the stone wall, feeling the familiar stone beneath your palm. A faint hum lingers, the last echo of the hidden path. You sit, letting the evening settle like a blanket over the moat. You inhale, feel the scent of wet stone and distant marsh. You exhale, the breath fading into the night. You close your eyes, the faint glow of the path still warm in memory. The moon casts shadows, and the water ripples softly along the stone. You feel a subtle tug, a reminder that the path is not forgotten. You pause, taking comfort in the quiet of the night. You know that dawn will bring another journey, another whisper along the stone. You rise, the moon guiding your steps. You step back into the cool night, the path behind you like a memory. The story of the hidden trail remains, a gentle lull that lingers. You walk onward, feeling the stones beneath as friends in the dark. Each stone feels warm, as if the cavern breathes comfort to all who wander. You notice a faint glow in the distance, a second lantern glowing behind the reeds. You decide to follow, curious if it leads to another secret. The path leads you to a clearing where a small bird takes off into the night. Its wings whisper as it flies, echoing the firefly's song. You smile, feeling the night air wrap around you like a cozy blanket. The starry sky above drapes itself over the world, a vast quilt of darkness. You breathe slowly, allowing the lullaby of the night to fill your thoughts. You let the fireflies' glow guide you back toward the walls of the castle. Every step feels weighted with the stories you have just witnessed. You find the castle's walls feel a soft pulse, as if it smiles at you. You pause, inhaling the aroma of stone and night air. Your lungs fill with coolness, your mind clearing like a window. You exhale slowly, the breath drifting away like a feather. Your exhale drifts like a feather, dissolving into moonlit breezes. The courtyard floor whispers under your boots, a subtle lullaby. You pause, feeling the cool night air brush your skin. Above, the starry canopy drapes itself like a velvet curtain. The moon hangs low, a silver coin hanging at the dark. You look down. The moat's water glimmers, reflecting cosmic swirls. Each ripple acts as a tiny mirror, doubling constellations above. The patterns shift, turning familiar shapes into distant myths. You inhale, tasting the mineral scent of ancient stone. History echoes in the water, whispering tales of once mighty empires. The Great Wall of China stretches beyond sight, a reminder of distant ambition. A quick quip escapes you. If walls could talk, they'd brag about their bricks. The joke lands. The night chuckles softly in agreement. You feel the water's glow sharpen, forming a perfect circle that looks like an eye. You lean closer, feeling the coolness brush your cheek. The moat's surface shimmers like a living mirror, reflecting your curiosity. It feels as though the stone guards the secrets of night and day alike. A small puff of steam rises from a stone crack, releasing a faint scent of mineral oil. You smile, thinking of ancient alchemists chasing elixirs in dark basements. The legend says that the moat was once a reservoir for a forgotten city. Those city dwellers supposedly traded firefly lanterns to keep the water bright at night. You laugh, picturing ancient merchants with glowing jars clinking on stones. The moonlight kisses the rim of the water, creating a silver rim. You walk forward, the glow guiding each step like a tiny lantern. The path becomes a silver lane, winding under the night sky. You feel the wind's breath on your face. It's comforting. The reflection of the stars twinkles like distant fireflies dancing. You lean over the water, the surface trembling with motion. You hear the subtle hiss as waves lilt against the stone. The moon's glow becomes an invisible lantern, illuminating your path. You feel your body relax, muscles loosening with each breath. The stone underfoot feels cool, a gentle pulse beneath your soles. You notice a faint glow on a distant rock. Curiosity drives you again. You approach, heart beating faster, the water reflecting moonlight again. The rock glows softly, its surface etched with faint symbols. You touch the rock, feeling a subtle warmth through the stone. The warmth pulses, synchronizing with your own heartbeat. You feel a connection, like a shared secret between stone and soul. You pause, hearing the distant roar of the river beyond the moat. The sound creates a soothing rhythm, a natural bass line for the night. You let the rhythm guide you, step by step, forward. The moon's beam lights your path, gently pushing you toward the unknown. You feel the anticipation, a bright warmth building in your chest. You walk on, leaving footprints on the wet surface. The water records each step, as if preserving a story. You imagine each footprint as a stanza in a poem about night. Your mind swims through constellations, mapping them to familiar stories. You think of Orion, of the Great Bear, of the wandering sun. The night feels full of secrets, like a treasure chest waiting to be opened. You walk further until the moonlight seems to pulse. The pond beneath your steps reflects the stars, swirling like a galaxy. You touch the water again. It cools instantly, as if it knows your pulse. You feel the universe humming in your chest, a gentle reminder that you belong. You breathe in slowly, exhaling slowly. The night seems to breathe with you, a living organism. You think of history's footsteps, Roman legionnaires, medieval knights, future explorers. The echo of their boots resounds under your own, a faint but steady rhythm. Your mind is alive with the idea that every stone remembers sound. You smile, thinking, if I had a castle, I'd put a moat in the sky. The joke lands softly. The night chuckles in low tones. You breathe again, the cooling stone now a partner in your journey. You walk onward until the water finally meets the shoreline. The shoreline is a barrier made of stone, solid and unyielding. You pause, feeling the weight of history under your boots. You recall that in the 14th century, some villages built moats for pest control. The idea of pest control is oddly amusing, yet it was practical. The stones underfoot seem to sigh, a gentle exhalation. You feel the present merge with the past, creating harmony in the moment. The water glimmers one last time, a final note of starlight. You step onto the shore, the stone cold beneath your feet. You close your eyes, feeling the calm settle within you like a gentle blanket. The night, the water, the stone, all become an everlasting lullaby. You hear the distant echo of footsteps that once paced these walls. You sense the legacy of those who built this place, watching over the night. The night hums softly, a lullaby for souls who listen closely. You open your eyes again, the moon bright above the calm waters. The reflection of the moon seems to dance on the waves. You smile, feeling the magic carry you toward dawn. You take another step, letting your feet find their own rhythm. The night closes around you like a soft blanket of light. The stars keep watching, their glow ever steady. You breathe in, taking a moment of gratitude, then a breath out, releasing everything. You hear the moat hum, a final lull for tonight. Your heart settles on the beat of the moon's light. You walk forward, the stone path guiding you as it always has. The night's final melody lingers, inviting you to dream of fireflies dancing again. You let that gentle melody carry you into the comfort of a new day. With each breath, you feel your spirit rise, light as the firefly. You smile, knowing that the story of the moat of fireflies lives in you. You step onward, the night's glow fading slowly behind you, as promised. You feel the stone wall breathe beneath you, cool and ancient, like a long sleeping body. A lone wolf perches on the lintel, its eyes like amber moons. You hear its breath, slow and rhythmic, matching the night's pulse. Its gaze follows you, curious without threat, as if watching an old friend. The wolf's fur glistens in moonlight, a living constellation on stone. You laugh softly, thinking of a dog on a rooftop, but this is not petdom. You pause, mindful of ancient legends, where wolves guarded keepers from night terrors. In fact, some castles built wolf-taming rituals, hoping beasts would warn of sieges. Historians still argue whether a wolf's howl could have turned tides or merely echoed. You wonder if its eyes hold stories older than your own, like a scroll in silence. The wolf's stare is steady, a window to old mysteries. You laugh softly, realizing this night has more absurdities than your favorite sitcom. You step closer, keeping calm, like a pilgrim approaching a shrine with jokes. The wolf tilts its head, amused, as if answering a cosmic pun. You chuckle, realizing this night has more absurdities than your favorite sitcom. But humor aside, the wolf's stare is steady, a window to old mysteries. You notice faint paw prints along the wall, a trail left by nocturnal guardians. Each mark is precise, as if the wolf is a careful typist of the night. You follow them, curiosity guiding your steps like an enchanted GPS. They lead to a fissure in the stone, a secret alcove hidden by time. The wolf watches from above, a silent sentinel protecting the corridor of whispers. You peer in, expecting to find treasure, but only glow of bioluminescent moss. The moss flickers gently, like a sea of fireflies beneath the stone. You inhale the mineral scent, feel the cold brush your palate. You realize this place is an archive where stones keep memories of every howl. A strange quiet settles, deep and comforting, as if the stones are hugging. You step back, letting the wolf's presence weave into your own night story. The wolf's eyes shimmer, revealing a galaxy of thoughts, as if it knows the secret of life. You smile, feeling a kinship with the creature that has watched ages. You imagine the wolf sharing stories of knights and lovers, of battles and lullabies. The nights are long, but the stories keep you company, like a playlist of whispered dreams. You exhale slowly, a sigh of gratitude flowing into the stone. Some shamans believed wolves could translate moon language into Earth's quiet rhythm. They claimed the wolves' howls carried messages to the stars, keeping cosmic balance. Modern scientists dismiss it as myth, yet the lore remains a playful curiosity. You grin, knowing that stories like this keep wonder alive in nighttime lore. You taste the cool air, remembering the first time you heard a wolf howl. That myth, you laugh, is the reason you brought a waterproof hoodie today. The wolf tilts its head, enjoying the humor, then resumes silent guarding. You walk on, the stone beneath you humming, a low, comforting drumbeat. You think of the mainstream fact. The Iron Age saw widespread wolf domestication. It's fascinating how an animal we feared turned into a companion of warriors. Yet the wildness remains, evident in the wolf's cautious stance. You inhale again, grateful for the evening's surreal blend of myth and reality. The wolf's eyes flicker briefly, as if it had seen the future of this place. You smile, considering that perhaps you will find your way there someday. You carry that memory like a firefly's glow in the darkness of the heart. The night wraps around you, a blanket of silver, easing your thoughts into sleep. You feel the wolf's presence like a companion humming beside you. It nudges your shoulder, a subtle reminder that you are not alone. The stone murmurs, a low thrum that syncs with your breathing. You let the rhythm guide you deeper into the night. Your path loops along the wall, revealing ancient carvings of wolves and stars. Each engraving glows faintly, like a lantern left by forgotten keepers. You trace them with your fingertips, feeling the chill of centuries. The images shift subtly, turning into small flickers of light. A cold draft slides under your jacket, carrying the scent of wet stone. You feel your ears perk up, waiting for the wolf to speak. Instead of howls, a low sigh escapes, like a sigh of relief. You smile, grateful for this quiet conversation under the stars. You stumble upon a hidden alcove, illuminated by a single firefly. She flutters near, casting a dancing halo that shadows the stone. You feel the glow pulse through your palm, a subtle reassurance. The night deepens, and time seems to slow at your feet. You recall the medieval tale of a wolf guard protecting castle secrets. According to legend, those guardians could sense danger before it arrived. You imagine how the wolf might have felt during a siege, its eyes bright yet calm. The thought steadies your breath, like a drum in a quiet hall. As you walk, the moss rustles, whispering about forgotten paths. The sound is faint, a gentle lullaby to the feet of travelers. You pause to feel the softness, as if touching a memory. You breathe in, filling lungs with cold, fresh night air. The wolf's eyes flicker once, a signal of farewell, or perhaps a blessing. You feel a gentle tug in your chest, an ancient gratitude. The stone echoes softly, like a choir of crickets singing lullabies. You let its harmony drift into your thoughts, a lull you will carry. You notice a faint outline of a dragon carved on the wall, ancient. No one can see it unless you stand at the exact angle of the moon. You step closer, watching the shadows play across the etched beast. You feel your skin prickle, as if a story is murmuring. You lean against the wall, its coolness grounding you to present moment. The wolf sits nearby, its head tilted, listening to your pulse. You inhale. The air carries a scent of ancient pine and wet earth. You exhale, and a small breath of wind carries the echo of distant drums. The night deepens, shadows growing soft, a quilt of stars over stone. You feel the presence of the wolf, a guardian still watching but still gentle. The stone beneath you hums with old energies, like a sleeping dragon. You close your eyes, letting the murmur of the night guide you to rest. As the first rays of dawn bleed into the moat, the wolf sighs softly, a farewell echo. You watch it disappear into the wall's shadows, leaving only memory and scent. You feel a lightness in your shoulders, relieved of the weight of unseen guardians. The night is now a whisper, and you walk home with a heart full of wonder. You carry the firefly's lullaby in your mind, a soft soundtrack for dreamland. You drift on currents of light, believing tomorrow will bring another night of fireflies. The water around you glows faintly, mirroring the starlight overhead. A gentle ripple disturbs the surface, creating a miniature dance of light. Your breath fogs the air, turning each exhalation into a drifting cloud. You feel a subtle vibration beneath your feet, a rhythm older than the castle. This vibration sounds like the hush of 1,000 tiny hearts beating in sync. You trace the path with your fingertips, watching bright dots appear and vanish. The fireflies flit across the moat, their glow pulsing like tiny lanterns. Their lights flicker in harmony, weaving a tapestry of gentle luminescence. You pause, letting the visual echo settle against your inner ear. The reflection ripples upward, turning water into a living mirror. Each flash mirrors itself, creating a chain of star-like echoes. Your tongue tastes the cool dampness, like fresh-cut grass in summer. You lean closer, the moon lighting your face with silvered warmth. The night hums a soft tune, almost like whispered lullabies. You wonder which stories this water will keep, secrets of centuries past. You recall that the Romans built the first aqueducts over 2 millennia ago. That fact still lingers, a reminder of ingenuity in stone. You hear a distant splash, a frog's quiet announcement. The frog's call blends into the firefly chorus, a natural choir. You smile, amused at this absurd collaboration between amphibians and bioluminescent insects. A faint scent of petrichor rises, grounding you to the earth. You close your eyes, letting the glow lull you into calm. The water shimmers, revealing ancient carvings on its surface. Old patterns swirl, resembling the constellations you saw in the sky. You feel a sense of continuity, past and present intertwining. Then a sudden flash bursts, a bright point dissolving into darkness. You tilt your head, trying to locate the source. It is the firefly, but not ordinary. Its light flickers in a steady beat. A rhythm, almost musical, guides your attention like a metronome. You breathe in, letting that calm rhythm fill your chest. Your thoughts drift, weaving a gentle tapestry of dreams and night. A quick movement above the water signals something moving behind the rocks. You turn your gaze, eyes scanning the dark bank. The shadows flicker, but nothing appears, a trick of moonlight. You chuckle softly, reminding yourself that imagination can paint the night. You hear a footstep, steady and purposeful, echoing through the hush. It is the wolf, but tonight it seems almost ethereal. Its coat shimmers like wet stone, reflecting the firefly's glow. You feel a sudden surge of awe, realizing the night has depth. A low growl escapes, but it's gentle, almost like a sigh. You imagine the wolf as a guardian of secret memories. Each step it takes echoes like a drumbeat of ancient stone. The water's surface trembles slightly with the vibration of life. You walk beside it, almost as if following a living path. You notice a tiny silver ripple forming where 2 firefly lights meet. The ripple expands, as if inviting you to dive into its depths. An idea takes root, whispering possibilities of hidden worlds below. You pause, letting curiosity take hold like a gentle tide. The night is vast, a library of silent stories. Suddenly, a small light splits from the group and glides upward. You watch it ascend into the darkness, trailing a faint path of light. It reminds you of a single candle burning in a storm. You smile, realizing the moon is also a lantern guiding lost things. The firefly's glow fades, yet its echo remains humming. Historians still argue whether this glow is a natural marvel or a whispered divine touch. The debate lingers, like a dream that refuses to fade. You shift, feeling the warmth of ancient stones against your palm. A fringe theory floats in your mind, a notion that fireflies store star energy inside. It seems unlikely, yet the idea keeps your mind restless and amused. You trace the rippling reflection again, noticing every dot's precise journey. Each movement is like a step in a grand ballet of light. You feel the rhythm of each pulse, a lull that eases mind. The sound of water is soothing, like a drum played by unseen hands. You hear a soft rustling, as if trees breathe with the night. The air tingles with fresh moss scent, whispering growth. You move further, letting the glow guide your way. The shore stretches farther, a maze of stone and shadow. You pause, taking in the depth of the reflections. The fireflies seem to echo your heartbeat with their tiny pulses. You inhale, filling lungs with cool, starlit air. A faint voice hums from the stones, resonant with history. Each echo is a memory captured, waiting to be remembered. You feel a sudden inspiration, almost as if the water is speaking. The idea is fleeting. The next glow draws your focus back. You lean into the rhythm, letting it settle like a warm blanket. Then a bright ripple spreads across the water seam. It glows more intensely, like the first sunrise after a storm. You watch, feeling the world tilt slightly to match its light. An ancient rhythm starts, resonating through the quiet lake. You feel the vibration, almost like a footstep in a distant city. The water shimmers, reflecting an echo of medieval nights. You feel as if you're part of an unseen procession. The firefly's light seems to organize itself into patterns. You wonder if they form shapes that guide lost souls home. A subtle thought dances between curiosity and wonder. The night deepens, its silence thickening with each pulse. You feel the pressure of the darkness, like a calm cloak. The moon remains steady, a silent sentinel in the sky. The water continues its slow, luminous pulse, steady as a heartbeat. You keep walking, your steps echoing softly on the stone. A faint sound of wings fluttering drifts ahead. The firefly seems to join them, swirling in a tiny whirlpool. You follow that whirl, sensing it leads somewhere unseen. The path beneath the water seems to pulse with light. You notice each ripple's edge forms a silver line. The line glows brighter near the shore, like a hidden treasure map. You feel drawn to follow that shimmering trail. The water responds, rippling gently like an answering wave. You imagine the flow of stories within these small waves. Each wave carries a memory, a whisper tucked in its heart. The night hums with the rhythm of these soft pulses. You feel a subtle stirring inside, like nerves in a quiet room. Yet the fireflies stay a steady presence, like tiny lighthouses. They guide you, their glow a map across the dark. You pause, feeling the connection between them and you. The water feels like a living canvas, painting with light. You move your hand, and the ripples dance. The rhythm calms your breath. Each inhale and exhale find balance. A soft trickle of wind brushes your cheek, cool and comforting. The moonlight reflects off the water in 1,000 kisses. You can hear the distant call of owls, steady and wise. Their voice is a distant drum, keeping time with the night. The firefly's light fades for a moment, then brightens again. This pause feels like an exhale, soothing your thoughts. You feel the world quiet, as if waiting for your next breath. The water holds an ancient secret, humming softly beneath the glow. The secret is that every glow is a beacon, pointing toward home. You think of the path you walked earlier, its edges now glowing faintly. That glow shows the way back, a map you can follow. You follow, trusting the fireflies, trusting the water, trusting yourself. The journey feels like a gentle lullaby, each step a note. You feel the stones beneath pulse with a quiet, reassuring beat. Historians still argue whether these stones held the secret of a lost kingdom. You smile, absorbing the ancient debate as part of your path. The night is a living theater, its actors the firefly and stone. The firefly keeps its light, but never oversteps its role. You feel a deep humility grow in your chest, a quiet gratitude. The moon remains above, its light steady and kind. The water's surface shimmers, reflecting a sky full of stars. You breathe, letting the darkness deepen your senses. Your mind drifts, but the glow guides it back to calm. You hear subtle waves of vibration, humming as the story unfolds. The fireflies' glow grows softer, preparing the night for rest. You close your eyes, letting the ripples lull you. The world quiets, a hush wrapping around your thoughts. The moon continues to watch, a silent friend to the dark. You feel as if you have become part of the story. The fireflies, like tiny guardians, keep the darkness from swallowing you. Their light does not fade, it transforms, like a sunrise in miniature. You find a gentle rhythm in the water's glow that steadies your mind. The night is a friend, humming softly with the glow beneath. A soft wind brushes your face, reminding you of distant horizons. The story continues, but you are comfortable in the presence. You walk deeper, feeling the ancient glow guiding your footfall. The water echoes a lull, a song of old nights. You feel your pulse match the echo, each breath a soft beat. A fleeting spark dances across the surface, a moment of pure wonder. You inhale, feeling the magic of the tiny lights. You imagine every firefly as a small comet, traveling light paths. The water breathes again, a gentle exhalation of glowing light. You smile, content with this quiet communion. The moonlight kisses the water, making the darkness shimmer. The world seems to hold its breath for a moment. You realize the night is a canvas, and you are its brush. The fireflies continue to weave, their glow a living story. The shadows shift, and a hopeful thought settles within you. You pause, feeling a hush settle over the moat's still water. A single flame flickers, an ember that refuses to leave. You watch it linger, a stubborn glow against the dark. Its pulse feels deliberate, like a promise whispered through the night. You inhale, hearing a faint rustle, perhaps a mouse, perhaps an idea. A breeze carries the scent of damp stone and distant lavender. The flame flickers in rhythm with the wind. A nearby owl hoots, but its voice seems softer than the ember. The night hums a lullaby, and you feel the world pause. You notice the ember's light dimming at a new rhythm. Historically, cathedrals built moats in the 13th century to deter attackers. You smile, imagining the builders holding lanterns much like today's fireflies. Remember that pigeon rumor? Some claim it once tried to write a novel. Its ink was feather, its plot a feather. The ember's glow shifts, painting a scene on the moat's edge. An image of a castle rises, complete with flickering torches. The light shows that your path is safe. The path is yours. You feel gratitude swell, simple and pure like dew on grass. A curious owl glides silently, perhaps watching the ember with equal interest. Its eyes reflect the glow, making it seem almost human. You smile at the sight, knowing nature keeps its own quiet rituals. The night keeps breathing, soft and rhythmic, promising to stay. Your mind settles, like a feather landing in a calm pond. The ember's light steadies, a lull for your heart. You feel a connection to every creature that sleeps beside the moat. The moon casts a silver ribbon, weaving through the reeds. Reflections dance. The ember mirrors each ripple like a partner. You inhale the scent of damp earth, a reminder of old stories. The ember's glow becomes a promise kept, light held in trust. You step toward the ember, drawn by its quiet certainty. Its light softens, like a hug that never ends. You feel the world pause, listening to the water's heartbeat. You know this moment will linger, like a memory etched in stone. A curious crab clutches a shell, its claws clicking like tiny percussion. It joins the night's quiet chorus, a note in the ember's harmony. You laugh, the joy bubbling under the calm veil of silence. Around you, the moat hums a low, steady sound. It feels like an ancient lullaby, soothing your wandering thoughts. The ember's light pulses in sync, a perfect harmony of nature. You close your eyes, grateful for this quiet communion. Historians still argue whether the ember's glow is a natural marvel or a secret signal. The sound drifts across the water, a call to adventure. You rise, carrying the ember's promise within you. The last ember lights the path ahead, each glow a step forward. The ember's glow shifts, casting shadows that dance along the stones. You feel curiosity pull you forward, a gentle tug of destiny. The path winds around the moat, leading toward a hidden gate. You breathe, ready to encounter whatever awaits beyond. The night feels alive, alive for the ember's heartbeat. You hear a soft clatter, the night creatures stir, the ember's glow steadies, a steady candle keeping the darkness at bay. You step closer, guided by the ember's promise to never fade. The moat's water glistens like a dark sea of stars. You feel each pulse of light, as if breathing with the earth. The ember's glow continues, steady and patient. You smile, knowing this glow will guide you home. A subtle wind carries a whisper from the castle's walls. It speaks of old tales, of heroes, of light lost and found. You feel the ember's pulse aligning with those ages, connecting you. You step into the next chapter, light as your companion. The fireflies cluster near the water, forming a living lantern. They pulse in unison, a soft choir of tiny lanterns. Their colors shift from amber to blue, a living spectrum. You feel a gentle warmth spreading in your chest. The ember's glow seems to sync with that rhythm. You breathe in, allowing the light to fill your lungs. A distant owl hoots again, a midnight note. You smile, feeling the world shift with sound. The night breathes, exhaling a warm current. You notice tiny footprints on the wet earth. They trace a path just beyond the ember's glow. You follow, curious about where it leads. The path winds beneath the canopy of old trees. Leaves rustle softly, whispering secrets of seasons past. A faint scent of pine lingers, soothing the night. The ember's glow flicks, reacting to every subtle shift. You pause, absorbing every detail of silence. You sense the moat's walls breathe with the moon. Night creatures stir, preparing for the next dance. You remain still, letting the ember guide your thoughts. The ember's pulse steadies, reassuring your restless mind. You close your eyes, feeling the ember's rhythm. The light hums, a gentle lull against the cold. You hear your own heartbeat, mirroring the flame. It drifts in, a melody of trust. You feel the world soften, edges fading. The ember's glow intensifies, a steady beacon through night. You feel a bond forming between you and the ember. The night feels like an elder, patient and kind. You inhale deeply, absorbing the serenity. The ember's light flickers, reflecting memory and hope. You feel gratitude rising, a quiet current inside. You are not alone. The moat shares your dream. The ember whispers, inviting you to trust the journey. You open your heart, letting guidance flow. The night is soft, the water cool against your feet. Your steps echo, a gentle sound on stone. You sense a presence, the ember's promise guiding you. A sudden breeze carries a promise of tomorrow. The ember's glow steadies, like a compass in twilight. You feel the night's history pulsing with light. You recall the old legend of night wanderers. They were guided by fireflies, like stars in a dark sky. The ember's glow confirms they were right. You look toward the horizon, seeing hope. The ember's light glinting in its final hours. It holds a promise, a message for tomorrow. You stand still, listening to its ember glow. The ember's glow flickers, then steadies into calm. You feel the ember whisper of a new dawn. The night wraps around you, a protective coat. You know this moment will last, an ember of time. You feel safe, like a child in a blanket. The ember's glow keeps its promise to last. You step forward, guided by that last ember. The path ahead glows, a promise of discovery. You follow, feeling each step echo in the night. The ember stands as a guide, a lantern brightening the trail. You feel the ember's pulse as your heart beats too. The ember's glow becomes your compass, lighting the way. You take each step, each breath a part of the journey. You know you are a part of its ancient story. The ember sings a quiet song, echoing through stone. You feel the wind carry that song into the sky. The ember's glow stays steady, an unwavering friend. You smile, knowing the night will always keep its promise. The ember's glow holds a promise of tomorrow. You step beyond, into a world lit by that glow. You feel the ember's warmth wrapping your path. The ember's glow becomes part of your own heart. You walk, guided by the ember's patient light. The ember reminds you that light can last. You follow that light, a path through old stone. The ember's glow is a promise kept over centuries. You feel it in your skin, in each breath. The ember's glow will keep you safe. You breathe, feeling the ember steady your pulse. The night stays quiet, a blanket of peace. You move forward, trusting the ember's glow. The ember's light guides you toward the future. You feel gratitude bloom, a soft warmth in your chest. The ember's pulse slows, settling like a lullaby. You step closer to the ember, feeling its final glow. Its light steadies, like a torch in darkened halls. The night holds its breath, waiting for you to move. You breathe again, steady, confident in your path. The ember's glow keeps you company. You walk, guided by that soft, patient light. The ember's glow is your lantern, burning bright. Your journey continues. The ember fades, but its memory lingers. You carry its light into the day ahead. Your heart holds warmth, ready to shine. You step into the light, knowing tomorrow will guide you through. You feel the first blush of dawn slipping over the castle walls. You hear a distant choir of birds singing in unison, each note a whispered promise. The cool air fills your lungs, smelling of wet stone and morning dew. A gentle breeze carries the scent of freshly baked bread from the kitchens. You breathe in deeply, letting the sound calm your thoughts. The castle's ancient gardens open, revealing flowers in early bloom. Their petals unfurl, catching light like tiny lanterns. Bees buzz by, humming songs of sunlit valleys. Their hum adds to the castle's symphony of day. A gentle breeze lifts a thread of grass, twirling like a dancer. You follow this thread, letting it guide your steps. The path leads past a small shrine to the moon. It cradles a silver statue of a woman in mourning. Her hands clasp a candle, flickering hope within darkness. The moon's glow kisses the statue, blessing the night. You pause, feeling a quiet reverence for the ancient rites. A low, distant owl hoots, sounding a lullaby to the stones. Your chest rises, heart sinking with the night's slow rhythm. The castle's great hall doors beckon, promising stories, yet untold. You step inside, feeling surrounded by echoes of past. The walls are lined with tapestries, each a portrait of history. The glow from torches paints their scenes with warm amber. You pause beside one of them, reading the ancient script. It speaks of the castle's founding of rivers that once ran wide. The river's memory flows through stone and soul. A ripple of light falls from the windows, tracing your path. You step forward, following the trail of illumination. The hallway stretches, lined with doors, each a secret. One door is ajar, inviting you to see the next chapter. You push it open, hearing a soft chime echo. Behind the door lies a small chamber, lit only by candle. Inside, you find a single scroll bound by faded crimson thread. You unroll it slowly, uncovering words that glow faintly. The text speaks of the moon's reflection in the moat. It describes a day when light and water merged into unity. You feel a chill, recalling the midnight moonlit swim of legends. The legend claims the moat is a mirror to the sky. You stand, listening to the gentle hum of ancient stones. The night air tingles, promising something beyond the curtain of darkness. Another path unfolds, hidden behind a curtain of ivy. The vine sways, revealing a narrow walkway that leads to a hidden garden. You step gingerly, feeling the cool dew on your feet. The hidden garden glows softly, illuminated by fireflies that cluster like tiny lanterns. The fireflies move in patterns, tracing the paths of ancient travelers. The garden smells of jasmine, earth, and nostalgia. A single stone bench invites you to rest. You sit, letting the fireflies weave around you like a blanket. They glow brighter, forming a constellation that feels like a map. The map points to a hidden altar beyond the trees. A gentle breeze lifts the scent of pine sap everywhere. You stand, ready to follow the celestial guidance. You take a step, feeling the earth pulse beneath your feet. The moonlit sky above is a tapestry of shimmering blues. The stars seem closer, as if they were within reach. You breathe in, filling your lungs with the night's fragrant air. Your sense of wonder rises, mingling with the fireflies' gentle glow. The path leads to a small clearing, bathed in golden light. In the center sits an ancient stone, carved with unfamiliar symbols. You feel compelled to trace one of them with your fingertips. The stone warms, as if acknowledging your curiosity. A gentle hum pulses through the ground, resonating in your bones. You feel the ancient heartbeat, a rhythm shared by all living things. The hum fades, replaced by the distant sound of a waterfall. Its water falls over stones, shivering the air with mist. You approach the waterfall, feeling its spray on your skin. The spray cools you, giving a sense of renewal. You close your eyes, letting the sound calm your thoughts. The waterfall's roar mirrors the beating of your heart. A sense of peace settles, heavy and comforting. The sun climbs higher, painting the water in a warm sheen. You feel the day's promise rising alongside the sky. The castle's walls now glow with a golden hue. You step back, watching the reflection of the sky in the moat. The moon is lost, replaced by the dawn's tender light. You breathe deeply, the air filled with promise. The fireflies' glow fades, their dance ending softly. You stand still, feeling the peace of the morning. The castle welcomes you with open arms, its stones humming softly. The fireflies' glow fades, their dance ending softly. You stand still, feeling the peace of the morning. The castle welcomes you with open arms, its stones humming softly. A gentle hush settles, like a blanket of stillness, across the courtyard. You notice the stone gargoyles watching, each one holding a secret. They seem almost amused, if your mind could hear their sighs. The sky begins to paint itself, light blushes across crimson clouds. You smile, thinking, "Welcome to the night's encore," you whisper. Your ears might start doing a tiny dance, but they won't get a ticket. A distant owl chimes, an invitation to linger longer. The breeze carries whispers, soft tales from castle halls. Your eyelids grow heavy, yet curiosity keeps them open. A lantern flickers, its flame dancing like a lazy drummer. The flame leans toward you, promising a gentle story. You approach each step, echoing through old cobblestones. The stones remember years of footsteps and gossip. A rustle, something small, hovers above the path. It might be a feather, or a lost key, or imagination. You inhale, smelling damp earth and distant pine. The smell drifts like a memory of childhood summers. You chuckle softly. Your imagination runs wild like a hamster. Historians still argue whether the city walls were built for defense or for show. You nod, half laughing, half thinking about ancient battles. A breeze whispers through the moats like a playful ghost. You pretend if ghosts had a favorite snack, it would be moonbeams. The moats begin to glitter stardust from a nearby comet. You watch, eyes bright, wondering if the stars watch back. A rustling near the banks draws your attention deeper. You step each stone alive with centuries of whispered rumors. A stone reveals an inscription written in faded ink. You came to find truth, it reads softly. You feel time standing still, each word a heartbeat. You trace the groove, your fingers humming along rhythm. The groove hums, a quiet reminder of ancient rituals. You laugh. Only the bold dared to leave a message. The laugh echoes through halls that have known many such calls. You hear swaying branches talking about you, the visitor. The branches twirl like dancers in an endless waltz. You pause, breathing in smell of nights, perfume swirling. The perfume mixes with the scent of pine sap mystical. The scent lingers like a promise you can almost taste. A distant church bell rings, mysterious chimes calling. You approach. Its bell tower stands majestic and tall, its bells tenderly striking, music dripping into silence. You hum along, your voice mixing with echoes. Your voice, faint, gets carried by wind to hidden corners. You notice a patch of moss, glowing faintly like lanterns of old. The moss whispers stories of forgotten travelers. You imagine they were once explorers, now they rest. A sudden flash, light flickers across the courtyard. You turn, eyes wide, seeking the source. A lantern, hanging above a ruined arch, glows. It flickers like a campfire in a dream. You feel drawn toward the old arch, history calling. You walk past tapestries, feathered with faded colors. Each tapestry tells a battle, a love, a forgotten feast. You pause at one depicting an ancient parade. You imagine laughter, drums, and bright capes swirling overhead. The tapestry shivers softly, as if sharing a secret. You brush fingers over the fibers, delicate like a kiss. You pause, sensing history breathing through paint. The air changes, coolness, mixing scent of burnt candles. You recall a story of a castle once cursed, a castle where fireflies were said to bring protection. You could call them guardians, a friend once joked. The joke lands light in your chest like a feather. You chuckle your laughter, an echo against stone walls. A distant crack splinters, a wooden board creaks. You follow curiosity to the source of the rattle. A panel slides, revealing an old chest. The chest antique covered in dust. You open each movement like a slow, deliberate sigh. Inside, coins, jewels gleam like a star field, but no treasure, a note, lies on top. The note written like a lover's secret. Look beneath. You stare beneath the chest, hopeful. You dig, your fingers scratch soil from ages past. The soil cool fingers tingles like a hidden snowflake. You discover nothing but ancient paper folded tight. You open carefully, releasing the brittle whisper of time. The parchment scribble mentions an underground tunnel. It leads downward, unseen, but humming with life. You decide your adventure takes you underground. You descend stone steps creaking under weight of decades. You feel nostalgia, like the echo of old applause. You emerge at a narrow passage, lit by fireflies scattered. The fireflies dance like bright stars in a pocket of night. They pulse, slowly guiding you like a heart's rhythm. You follow light through the winding corridor. The corridor ends at a doorway unpainted but shining. You push, it opens, revealing a chamber full of ancient artifacts. At the center, a crystal glimmering like a captured sunrise. You step closer, feeling a warmth emanate. The warmth wraps like a secret blanket of comfort. A gentle hum fills the space, melody of forgotten engines. You feel connected like all the stories linked by light. Time slides forward, backward nothing, but now. You notice, on the wall, a map of medieval Europe, inked in crimson. The map shows trade routes, battles, and oddly, a hidden city in the north. You wonder who drew it, the scribe or a dreamer. The scribe might have drawn it by candlelight, humming lullabies to keep focus. The city lore claims fireflies guided its founders. You might ask why. You smile, a tongue-in-cheek nod to the unknown. A nearby statue, its stone features, seems to stare. Its eyes shimmer like a watchful guardian. You approach, feeling mystery breathes. You press your palm against the cool surface like touching memory. Warmth spreads through fingertips, stirring memories of distant moons. A distant hum blurs, you lost in the hum's embrace. You close your eyes, letting the hum guide you. You are no longer just a wanderer, but part of something larger. A sudden breeze brings an old tune through the cracks. It's the same tune as once heard from a castle choir. You feel song like an audible heartbeat. Your heartbeat beats, conversing with the tune, an unspoken rhythm. A gentle laugh out of nowhere makes you surprised. It's the wind mocking you with a soft chuckle. The wind whispers that it's time to rest, but that you must keep going. You sense an urge like a child finding a hidden treasure. You explore further along the corridor, past a tapestry of stars. The tapestry shimmer like the sea at midnight. You feel suspense rising like a whispered warning. You remember your journey has brought you closer to the unknown. You notice, beneath the tapestry, an iron latch small, almost invisible. You pry, it opens, revealing another staircase, hidden behind the cloth. You ascend upward into unknown terrain. You reach a platform illuminated by soft, bioluminescent moss. The moss gleaming like fireflies, yet more steady. You sit savoring the gentle glow like a sunrise in miniature. You notice an old scroll resting beside the moss. You open ink still words that whisper about truth among shadows. The text states, "Seek the light that moves with the wind." You feel this is your guide like a compass for the soul. You rise determined to continue your trek. You head toward where the wind takes you. The wind carries stories of forgotten travelers who left echoes. You imagine they were not just wanderers, but storytellers. You find the wind picking up a small, glowing orb like a captured spark. You take its warmth, holding like a promise. You carry through the darkness this bright ember. You move like a pilgrim, seeking clarity, and the path opens. The path branches into 3 directions. You choose the one where the wind whispers closest to your name. You walk toward an unseen light, quiet, yet commanding. You step on moss, sinking softly like a dream in slippers. A sudden silence fills like a pause before a climax. You listen, wind stops, only echoes. You realize a moment time slows, breathing deep. You breathe into your chest, smell smoke of the hearth's past. The wind returns gentle, reminding of the world beyond stone walls. You feel relief, a small relief that something exists beyond. You glance at the flicker light of the fireflies beyond the moat. They have scattered into the horizon, yet their glow remains etched. You recall this very moment when the sky suddenly turned deep violet. The violet touched by fire like a secret sunrise. You watch stars reflect on the moat, creating a living canvas. You sense the fireflies are not simply insects, but messengers of hope. You imagine they could not fly if the night was not dark. You remember a medieval scribe wrote in a margin, "They carry dreams." You look around and find no one there except the stone. The stone holds history like a silent, steady beating heart. You feel warmth flowing through your limbs as if a friend guides you. You close your eyes, envisioning every step from dawn to dusk. The journey continues toward horizon of endless possibilities. You open eyes, see fireflies glow fading in the distance. You listen, wind whispering, "Keep going, brave soul." You nod softly, accepting this quiet urging. You realize the journey itself was the reward. You understand what matters more than the treasure or the glow. You feel connected like a thread through time, across ages, across stones. The castle breathes through the cracks, whispering ancient lullabies. You hear its heartbeat matching your own pulse, slow yet steady. You feel peace washing like a warm bath of night. You inhale air fresh, filled with whispers of time gone by. You exhale quiet, leaving your footprints in the damp stone. You step forward into the darkness, yet no fear, just reverence. You remember the lesson burnt into your soul, a simple truth: light guides. You recall fireflies glowing softly around you, still dancing. They swirl like a choir of tiny stars above ground, beneath stone. You smile softly as the wind brushed past, feeling joyful. You feel light touches your skin, warm, reassuring, a gentle kiss. You realize every journey begins with a single glow, a single step. You wonder if the world will remember your steps, or if stones will hold them. You notice in the distance an old tower silhouette against sky. From there, you can see the moat shimmering like a black mirror. You feel hope like a child with a candle, bright and unwavering. You step toward the tower, ready for another chapter of soft adventure. The castle hums, a soothing lull through stone, through your mind. You close mind, letting silence be your guide. You breathe, slow, mind quiet. You feel ready to let the story settle within. You smile, quietly trusting the night will keep your promise. You understand life, just like the fireflies will come and go. Yet their memory remains like a song that never ends. You carry within yourself a glow soft and bright. You know no one can dim what you learned inside. You know no one can take your journey away. You remain present where the night embraces you. You hear wind laugh soft, teasing, making you feel less alone. You feel connected so simply to the whole world, a silent, warm pulse. You recall the night taught this. Every small spark could light the dark. You look around, see silently at night's own orchestra. You listen until your breath melds into stone's rhythm. You realize this moment keeps staying here unspoiled. You feel thankful to live under a sky so wide, so gentle. You embrace peace like a cloak, soft, comforting. You realize stories do not end, just fade into quiet. You understand, just like fireflies leaving a glow behind. You keep your heart tuned to the night's quiet music. You listen until silence fills your ears, pure sound of stones. You feel contented like a gentle sigh that echoes through ages. You know each night brings new whispers guiding you unseen. You trust this soft, steady melody toward tomorrow. The castle gates open slowly, revealing a path that feels like a welcome back from a long dream. A hush settles over the courtyards, as if the stones themselves are holding their breath. You pause, letting the echo wash over you, and you feel the weight of centuries soften. The night air tastes faintly of rosemary and old paper, a flavor that has never quite faded. A small sparrow flutters past, its wing beat a gentle, rhythmic drumming against the night sky. You chuckle softly at the thought that even the birds listen to your stories. Historians still argue whether the castle's moat was meant as a defense or simply as a showpiece. The answer lingers like a mist that never settles on ancient stones. Yet in this quiet, every ripple feels deliberate, as if the water remembers a secret. A nearby lantern, dusty but stubborn, flickers in spite of its age, apparently still holding the fire inside. You wonder if it ever feels like a slow motion movie where the hero never gets a break. The wind stirs the leaves, whispering that the gates are not the only way out. You step forward, every footfall echoing against stone, and you can't help but let a grin slip. A fringe theory suggests that the castle's stones hum in low frequencies when night falls. You pause to imagine that your presence might be the missing note in its symphony. The hum feels comforting, like a long-lost lullaby played by invisible hands. The architecture of the walls follows a pattern that mathematicians attribute to the golden ratio. You note how each arch subtly aligns with the sun's path at equinoxes. It's a reminder that even stone knows how to dance with light. A stray cat, unnoticed, weaves between your legs as if the moon had borrowed it. The cat pauses, eyes gleaming like tiny lanterns, before purring in agreement. You inhale warm, and you smile at a cat that thinks it's part of a show. The cat's purr vibrates against the walls, adding a gentle bass line to the night. As you walk further, you notice the subtle shift of light on the courtyard's cobblestones. The reflection of the lanterns turns each stone into a tiny, glowing constellation. You pause to imagine the night sky, mirrored in the stone, as if the world is listening. The echo of the cat's purr fades, replaced by a gentle sigh from the ground itself. You remember reading that the first stone mason in Rome used a simple wedge to start a wall. A simple tool, yet it began civilizations that spanned continents. You think the castle's own beginnings were no different. A stone laid by a dreamer's hand. The night deepens, and the only sound you hear is your own breath. You feel the walls breathe too, each creak a soft exhale in response to your presence. The subtle murmur of the moat swirls like a quiet lullaby, soothing the stones underfoot. The castle feels alive, a living, breathing organism that has watched centuries march by. A stray wind carries leaves, their edges turning silver in the lantern's glow. You lean slightly, allowing the breeze to tickle your cheek like a whispering friend. Remember the joke about the crocodile dung sunscreen. It still has you giggling. The cat's purr echoes, reminding you that stories live forever in the whisper of the wind. The fireflies buzz softly, like tiny fireworks that never need a spark. Each burst of light seems to echo the heartbeat of the castle's own ancient stones. You pause, wondering which stone holds the secret to their luminous dance. Maybe the stones are keeping a record of every night that has passed. A nearby fountain drips, water pooling like small mirrors on the path. The sound is rhythmic, almost a soft metronome for your wandering mind. Your footsteps echo back, a reminder that even silence has a voice. You laugh, thinking the stones are probably just great listeners. A sudden mist rolls in, shrouding the courtyard in a cool veil. It smells like wet earth and crushed rosemary, an oddly comforting perfume. The mist makes the fireflies' light flicker, turning them into ghostly lanterns. You feel a chill, not the kind that hurts, but the soothing kind. A soft voice, perhaps wind, whispers the name of an old castle guard. It reminds you that nights are full of forgotten names waiting to be heard. You smile, imagining the guard saying, "I see you, traveler." The sound echoes, weaving a tapestry of memory and present in the stone. Each stone feels like a page, and you are the reader of a timeless story. You trace the weathered lines, feeling your fingers warm against the cold. The warmth rises, as if the stone is greeting you with an old hug. A distant chime resonates, a forgotten melody drifting through the night air. You inhale deeply, and the sound swells, turning into a quiet anthem for the moon. The moonlight bends, drawing a silver ribbon over the watery moat. You feel the reflection of your own thoughts, mirrored in the glassy surface. The castle's ancient bells chime softly, a call to the night's quiet heart. You realize that every echo is a tiny reminder of patience. You exhale, feeling the rhythm sync with the gentle ticking of the night. The stones breathe with you, as if the castle has a heart you can hear. You wander deeper, following a subtle glow that seems to pulse like a heartbeat. A cluster of fireflies gather, turning the dark into a living canvas. Their light whispers stories, speaking in flashes to those who listen. You lean forward, listening, as the fireflies become a choir of stars. You remember the old saying that the moon loves fireflies. Perhaps the moon and the fireflies are old companions of a forgotten age. The idea feels whimsical, a little like a bedtime story with a twist. You close your eyes, feeling the fireflies' warmth against the coolness of the night. The castle's stones hum beneath your skin, a low, comforting vibration. You smile, imagining the stones saying, "Good night, traveler, sleep well." The night deepens, and the air feels thicker, saturated with whispers. You lean back, looking up as the sky swallows the last remnants of starlight. A final group of fireflies gathers at the castle's highest point. They bathe the tower in a soft, golden glow, as if painting it with stardust. You step toward the balcony, feeling the wind brush over your cheeks. You take a deep breath, and the wind carries the scent of old stone and jasmine. The castle's gates, now wide, pulse faintly, welcoming you into a quiet dream. You stand there, surrounded by all the soft sounds that made your journey worthwhile. The night is complete, like a lullaby that has sung every breath to rest. You smile, feeling the peace, as if the castle's heart had finally taken a moment. And so you close your eyes, letting the story sink into your dreams. The castle's gentle hum lingers, a promise that the night will return again tomorrow. The cold moat water laps against the stone as you step back into the familiar hush. Your boots click, each echo sounding like a drumbeat from ages past. You hear the distant chime of a bell, a tone that once rang through a 12th century cathedral. The air smells of damp stone and burnt sage, a scent that steadies your nerves. You pause to listen, the silence answering your footsteps in a soft, patient conversation. Your mind wanders back to the day the great walls were first raised, a memory shrouded in mist. You recall the stories of a clever builder who carved a secret passage beneath the moat. This passage, they say, connects the outer tower to the king's private chamber. But today, you trace only the path that glows faintly with moonlit reflection. You feel the surface ripple, as if the water itself is breathing in sync with your steps. Each ripple sends a subtle vibration through the stone, reminding you that history lives under your feet. You pause again, noting the faint glow from a cluster of fireflies just beyond the ditch. Their lights flicker like tiny lanterns, dancing to a rhythm that is almost musical. You smile, remembering that joke you told about the knight who tried to knight a cat. The joke landed poorly, but the cat still follows you, tail twitching like a silent metronome. You walk beneath an archway carved with vines, the stone still warm from sunlit afternoons. Historians still argue whether the vines were planted during the reign of Queen Mathilda or earlier. Some say the vines were a secret signal for spies. Others swear it's just botanical artistry. The debate lives on like a whispered secret in the castle's corridors. You continue, feeling each footfall echo the heartbeat of a long-gone era. The moat's water shimmers, reflecting the moon's silver curve as if the night itself is a mirror. A faint hum rises from the water, a melodic sound that lingers longer than the surrounding stillness. You close your eyes for a moment, letting that hum fill the quiet of your own mind. Remember that time you tried to explain a ghost story from a stone. The laughter rises, mixing with the distant bird calls that echo through the moat's damp air. Your footsteps are quiet, but the sound reminds the stones that you are not forgotten. You close your eyes again, taking in the stillness of the night, and listen to your own heartbeat. The heart sounds in rhythm with the moat's pulse, a song older than memory itself. You feel the night settle on your shoulders, like a blanket woven from moonlight. You walk deeper toward the castle's heart, and the light around you grows dimmer. A subtle shadow stretches across the path, hinting at a door you have yet to find. You pause, feeling the weight of history on your shoulders, but your spirit remains unafraid. The darkness is not empty. It is rich with tales of bravery and whispered promises. You remember the old guard's eyes, bright as lanterns, and the courage he carried. You lean farther. The stone feels warm as if it is remembering you. A soft sound, like a sigh, wafts from behind the wall, inviting curiosity. You approach, feeling the air shift, like a gate creaks in a dream. At the threshold, a narrow corridor opens, its walls lined with old tapestries of forgotten battles. The tapestries depict scenes of knights in armor, banners flapping in unseen winds. You feel a sense of awe, as if you are inside a living painting that whispers of war. A faint perfume lingers, the scent of old parchment and burnt wood. You step into the corridor, and the faint glow guides your path forward. A sudden chill makes you almost jump, but you remember the cat's gentle purr. The corridor is quiet, Yet every stone seems to hum with a low, steady tone. You pause, breathing in the cool, damp air, feeling a deep sense of peace. The hum swells, echoing into the deeper parts of the castle where secrets lie. You hear a distant crack, the sound of stone shifting, as if the walls themselves move. You continue, knowing the path will take you further into the heart of the castle. The corridor bends, revealing a door of brass, etched with glowing runes. You touch the brass, and the runes pulse, a soft light humming like a lullaby. You step through the door, and the corridor widens abruptly, leading to a vast, open chamber. The chamber is illuminated by countless lanterns, their flicker mapping the night sky above. You walk through the center, feeling the floor vibrate like a heartbeat of ancient stone. At the far end, a stone altar stands, etched with symbols that glow amber. You pause, wondering whether the altar once held the heart of a forgotten king. Your hand hovers over the stone, and the air shivers, as if the room hears you. You feel a surge, the world around you turning from dark to a soft, warm glow. You realize the heart of the castle is a quiet pulse beating beneath your feet. The glow intensifies, painting the walls like a midnight dreamscape. You step closer, and the stone whispers a name, a voice from the past. It says, "Stay, wanderer, for the night always remembers the brave." You smile, feeling the weight lift from your shoulders as the stone's echo fades. You exit the cavern, and the moat's shimmer greets you once more, as if welcoming back a friend. You leave the castle, the night stretching beyond the walls, a quiet canvas awaiting your next story. In the distance, the sound of your boots echoes across the field, a rhythmic heartbeat. You follow the path, each step a quiet claim on the story of the night. You breathe the cool air and feel the ground beneath lift, as if it cradles you. The night remembers you, and you begin to understand the old castle's whispered lullaby. You let your mind wander, and every step creates a memory that glows beneath the stone. In the hush, you realize the castle itself is a living book, a story waiting to be read. The moon watches over, its silver glow an ever-present reminder of the night's gentle power. You continue walking, the path glowing faintly, leading back toward the familiar walls. At the gate, the stone opens, revealing the dawn's first blush, a promise of new light. Some legends say the moat's water glows at night due to phosphorescent algae. The Roman Colosseum could seat 50,000 spectators. You turn to the travelers who have gathered, their faces lit by the soft glow of fireflies. They laugh softly, trading stories about the night's marvels, as if each tale is a quiet ritual. You smile, feeling a warm, familiar buzz as the words weave into the air. A traveler gestures toward a distant point beyond the hill. A traveler gestures toward a distant point beyond the hill. The moon hangs low, painting the water in silvery brushstrokes. You pause, feeling the cool air wrap around you, as if the night itself breathed. The travelers' faces glow faintly, reflecting the fireflies' soft pulses. You notice a subtle hum rising from somewhere in the ditch. The sound feels almost like a heartbeat from the earth. You step closer, the stone beneath your feet vibrating, echoing the distant drumbeat. The travelers murmur a story of a king who once danced with fireflies. You listen to the king's laughter echo through the moat, the waters rippling like applause. The traveler's eyes shine with awe, as if the night held a secret invitation. You grin, amused by the image of a regal, dancing captain in moonlight. You feel a gentle tug, a pull toward the memory's heart, where fireflies bloom. The travelers watch, their eyes shining with curiosity and affection. One whispers, "Remember we used to light a lantern in the moat when we were little." The others nod, remembering the splash of light and the cool splash against their calves. You feel the weight of history settling into your chest, a gentle pressure that feels like a promise. You think of how the night has been a diary, each glow a paragraph. The travelers grin, knowing that every night they write a new stanza of peace. The fireflies begin to fade, but their memory stays, humming like a lullaby. You close your eyes again, feeling the cool stone and warm firefly light intertwine. The travelers share a quiet toast. They sip from a cup of tea, scented with mint and chamomile. As the night holds its breath, the gentle clink of the cup echoes, a soft rhythm that seems to match the firefly's pulse. You listen, feeling your own pulse sync with the castle's heart. The moon rises higher, its face pale but bright, casting a silver veil upon the water. You step back, watching the fireflies disperse, each leaving a trail of light like small comets. The travelers smile, their eyes reflecting the fading glow as if sharing memory. You feel a deep sense of gratitude, the stone cradling your foot like an old friend. You whisper, "This night has been a dream, a story yet unfinished, but close enough to remember." The travelers laugh softly, the sound a gentle ripple in the evening. You step forward, guided by the last glow of a firefly that drifts like a lantern. The stone below throbs, a heartbeat of the castle, welcoming you home. You feel the weight lift further, your breathing slow, the world around you melting into hush. The travelers' faces glow faintly, content, as if closing the final chapter of tonight's tale. You pause, inhaling the scent of damp stone, a perfume of memory and stone. You exhale, feeling the night wrap around you like a blanket of softest clouds. You smile, realizing the night is a living poem, each line spoken by fireflies. You close your eyes, feeling the gentle heartbeat of the castle, the firefly's lullaby, and the moon's song. The world is quiet, a lullaby of stone and night, waiting for tomorrow. You turn to the travelers that have gathered, their faces lit by the soft glow of fireflies. An older traveler lifts his hand to show the little lantern. The crackle of the flame dances over their faces, almost as if it has a voice. You listen to the subtle flickers dance in the air, as if the night calls. You remember a joke about a knight who tried to knight a cat. You smile, realizing everyone still remembers that little prank. The cat still follows, tail twitching like a silent metronome. You pause, feeling the warmth of shared history in the stillness. You feel the firefly's glowing heartbeat against your hand, soft like a lullaby. Historians still argue whether the inscriptions were made by a wandering monk or a secret society. The stone shivers, pulse growing stronger, as if it has a secret to share. You sense a gentle tug, a pull toward the memory's heart. You feel the weight of the castle settling into your chest, a gentle pressure that feels like a promise. You think of how the night has been a diary, each glow a paragraph. The travelers grin, knowing that every night they write a new stanza of peace. The fireflies begin to fade, but their memory stays. You close your eyes again, feeling the cool stone and warm firefly light intertwine. They sip from a cup of tea, scented with mint and chamomile, as the night holds its breath. The gentle clink of the cup echoes, a soft rhythm that seems to match the firefly's pulse. You breathe in, the world becoming a soft lullaby. The moon rises higher, its face pale but bright, casting a silver veil upon the water. You step back, watching the fireflies disperse, each leaving a trail of light like small comets. The travelers smile, their eyes reflecting the fading glow as if sharing memory. You feel a deep sense of gratitude, the stone cradling your foot like an old friend. You whisper, "This night has been a dream, a story yet unfinished, but close enough to remember." The travelers laugh softly, the sound a gentle ripple in the evening. You step forward, guided by the last glow of a firefly that drifts like a lantern. The stone below throbs, a heartbeat of the castle, welcoming you home. You feel the weight lift further, your breathing slow, the world around you melting into hush. The travelers' faces glow faintly, content, as if closing the final chapter of tonight's tale. You pause, inhaling the scent of damp stone, a perfume of memory and stone. You exhale, feeling the night wrap around you like a blanket of softest clouds. You smile, realizing the night is a living poem, each line spoken by fireflies. You close your eyes, feeling the gentle heartbeat of the castle, the firefly's lullaby, and the moon's song. You let the night settle into a soft, humming lullaby. Each firefly flickers like a tiny lantern against the stone. You feel the glow, an ancient whisper humming in your palms. And there's a playful echo of a joke about a knight and a cat. You laugh at the memory, realizing the cat still follows like a shadow. The cat's tail flicks soft like a metronome, ticking off starlight. You smile, hearing a faint buzz of history on the wind. Below, the moat rustles, water remembering each ripple's cadence. You recall the castle's first stone laid in 1156 under King Henry's gaze. They built the walls with firelight so the night could see their triumph. A quirky thought swirls. Some say fireflies are tiny spirits of ancient stone. Historians still argue whether the moat's waters were purified by moonlight rituals. Under your boots, The stones feel like old friends humming back. You hear the firefly chorus, each pulse syncing with your heartbeat. It's a gentle reminder that joy can bloom even in resentment. You notice a shadow flickering, an old lantern tossed by wandering hands. The lantern drifts, starlight tracing the curves of the moat. It dances like a quiet star, begging the night to listen. You inhale the damp scent of stone and old rain. Your breath mingles with the night's sighs, creating a soft lullaby. You realize this moment is a secret conversation between earth and sky. The fireflies whisper, tiny voices chanting a lullaby of timeless joy. Their light flickers, casting dancing shadows on the wet stones. Each flicker feels like a heartbeat, soft yet relentless. You feel a warmth seep in, like a hidden campfire's gentle hum. The night responds, humming back with a chorus of gentle sparks. You realize that resentment is a shadow, but joy is a star. The fireflies swirl, an ethereal dance of memory and hope. Their glow is steady, like an unbroken promise whispered to the night. You feel the promise settle into your bones, quiet and resilient. You drift deeper, letting the light wash over the moat's dark skin. The water shimmers, an endless sea of tiny lanterns. You close your eyes, hearing the firefly's breath, soft, rhythmic, eternal. You are a part of this old rhythm, like an echo in a canyon. Your pulse sinks, each beat matching the gentle glow of firefly wings. You breathe in the calm, a soft hum under the moon's watchful eye. The night feels like a blanket, soft and snug around your weary heart. You feel the stone's coolness seep into your skin, grounding you. With every breath, the firefly's glow tightens, soft, steady, unending. You whisper to the night, half to yourself, half to the sky. The air shivers, responding to your soft plea with subtle light. You hear a tiny chirp, like a secret joke in the dark. The fireflies pulse, each one a tiny star in human skin. You feel the world slow, like an unwinding movie reel. Your mind drifts to the castle's old stones, each a memory, a story. The fireflies flash, like a chorus that writes itself on the water. You sense they are the castle's guardians, soft, luminous, unbroken. You feel a gratitude swell, like a gentle tide, pulling you forward. The night hums soft like a lullaby in a crowded room. You let the sound fill you, washing past worries in a ripple. The fireflies glow brighter, like tiny beacons against the darkness. You realize the night has a heart, soft, resilient, and warm. You feel the firefly's light melt into a single steady pulse. It's a promise, a vow to keep watching. Even when you sleep, you close your eyes, letting the firefly lullaby guide you deeper. The moat becomes a mirror reflecting endless dreams. You float in the reflection, anchored by stone, buoyed by light. The night breathes soft, steady, infinite. You listen to its rhythm, an echo of firefly hearts, and your own breath matches the pattern, low and steady. You feel connected to the castle's past, present, and future. The firefly's glow is a thread tying all moments together. You listen, letting the light paint a story on your skin. You remember the cat joke again, a reminder that not all things are serious. You let the laugh curl around you, soft, warm, grounding. The fireflies glow brighter, pressing a gentle hand against your shoulder. You feel the reassurance like a friend whispering secrets only you know. You close your eyes again, letting the night swallow the joke, the cat, the glow. The world dims, leaving only firefly light to dance and guide. Your breath spreads over the stone, an invisible blanket of calm. You taste the cool night air, an ancient, yet familiar drink. Each breath releases a memory, like a quiet farewell. A distant bell echoes soft over the moat. You think of the historical fact again, great fires, lit cities, and dreams. You realize the glow of fireflies is, in a way, a small lantern for the world. You feel the warmth of that lantern, soft, steady, ever present. You keep walking, following the path etched by the fireflies. The path curves, leading you to a hidden alcove where shadows gather. You feel the air grow cooler, the night more intimate. You stop, breathing deep, closing your eyes again. The fireflies illuminate the alcove, soft, flickering, like tiny stars. You sense this place holds secrets, truly deep secrets of the moat. You feel a desire to learn, to remember, to cherish. You pull your gaze back to the fireflies, each a living light. You notice their glow pulsing with a rhythm that echoes your heartbeat. You feel your pulse quicken, matched now with the firefly chorus. Their light becomes a mantra, soft, steady, guiding. You inhale deeply, feeling the night's breath seep into lungs. You exhale, letting old worries evaporate like water to sky. The fireflies' glow intensifies, a luminous wave across the water's surface. You feel the pulse of history reverberate, soft, patient, unending. Each whisper of the moated stones is a song, each glow a verse. You remember the castle's age, over 700 years, yet it feels fresh. You realize the fireflies remember, too, like every light keeps a memory. You feel the warmth of remembrance, the joy of the present, the promise of tomorrow. You smile again, the smile of someone who has found peace in darkness. You let the night wrap around you tight, comforting like a blanket. You feel the fireflies' glow flicker softer, yet steadier, a lullaby. You breathe, letting the world melt into the shimmering horizon. You feel a gentle pressure, like a promise whispering through stone. You stand for a moment, listening to the gentle hum of fireflies. You taste the cool night air, an ancient, yet familiar drink. You feel a sense of awe, a gentle reverence for the world. You notice a flicker, a single firefly lingering beyond the others. Its glow is different, soft, steady, almost pulsing like a heart. You feel drawn to it, compelled to understand its secret. You approach, each step a quiet invitation to stay. The firefly lands near your hand, warm, gentle, welcoming. You trace its glow with your finger, soft, warm, reassuring. You hear a soft click. Perhaps the firefly speaks in light. You feel a gentle tug, like a compass, pointing to the unknown. You decide to follow, following the glow into darkness. You step through a veil of mist, silken, cool, almost alive. You find yourself on a stone path, illuminated by fireflies. The path curves, leading to a small courtyard. The courtyard is dimly lit, soft firefly glow dancing like fireworks. You feel a sense of history, every stone etched with ancient tales. Behind the courtyard, a gate creaks, an old wooden doorway. You hesitate, then step through into an entirely different realm. The air feels older, rich, warm, almost pulsing with life. You notice the fireflies now glow in rhythmic waves like a tide. Each wave brings a memory, an echo of the past. You listen to the echo, feeling its warmth on your skin. The night feels alive, alive with whispers, whispers that are not just words. You feel the fireflies' glow pulse, echoing the beat of distant drums. Each drumbeat seems to summon echoes from centuries of stone. The night itself becomes an orchestra, soft strings of wind and water. You close your eyes, letting sound fill every corner of mind. The fireflies' glow deepens, reflecting a spectrum of midnight colors. You notice a new firefly, its light flickering like a candle. It lingers near your shoulder, as if sharing a secret. A gentle breeze brushes your cheek, soft, reassuring, familiar. You feel gratitude swell again, filling you like a warm bath. You realize this night has given more than stories, it gave peace. You smile, realizing that remembering is a way to be present. You let the firefly's light guide you back toward the castle's gate. The gate stands tall, its iron hinges creak when wind whispers. You step through, each footfall echoing softly into the corridor. The corridor glows faintly, fireflies flickering on stone walls. You pause, feeling the corridor's heartbeat in silent rhythm. You notice a window looking out over the castle's moat. Through it, you see fireflies dancing in endless waves. The sight steadies you, calm flowing like water under moonlight. You decide to rest here, listening to the gentle murmur. The firefly's glow becomes a blanket, soft, warm, enveloping. You close your eyes and breathe, feeling the castle's lullaby. The night wraps around you, slow, steady, endless. You feel the fireflies dancing on the walls, guiding you toward sleep. You exhale, letting worries dissolve into the night. All that remains are the gentle glow and quiet joy. You trace the fireflies' gentle choreography along the stone, each light a small drumbeat in the night. The night settles into a hush, a whispered lullaby stitched into the moat's ancient fabric. A single beam of moonlight cuts through the darkness, painting a silver path that seems to beckon you. You step forward, the cool stone underfoot echoing like distant drums that feel familiar and oddly comforting. A whisper of wind carries a faint scent of wet earth, reminding you of childhood dreams grown old. You pause beside a fallen pillar, its surface etched with carvings that tell stories of kings and battles. The carvings spiral upward, resembling vines twisting into the night sky, as if the stone itself is breathing. You lean in, feeling the weight of centuries pressed against the ancient walls. A quiet trickle of water bubbles up from the moat, its surface rippling like thousands of tiny lanterns. The sound becomes a gentle chorus, weaving rustling leaves and the distant clang of a forgotten bell. You walk further, drawn toward a faint glow near the water's edge, beckoning you toward a secret. The glow flickers like a small campfire, coaxing you closer, as if it's a friend calling your name. A familiar scent of lilacs drifts beneath, mingling with the earthy aroma of stone and moss. You inhale deeply, letting the scent travel through your chest, reminding you of summer nights at grandparents' cottage. The glow steadies, forming a tiny halo that seems to pulse in sync with your heartbeat. You feel a thrill of anticipation, as if every flicker holds a secret story waiting to be revealed. You touch the stone beside the light, its surface smooth, like a mirror, polished by time and rain. A subtle vibration feels through your fingertips, like a faint rhythm of an old drum celebrating victories. Your throat clears. The whispering sounds of the moat seem to soften, giving you breath. You stand at the water's edge, looking out as fireflies dance in gentle columns above. Each light is a tiny storyteller, guiding you through a mythic tapestry that cradles stone and sky. The stories feel like soft lullabies, their verses echoing in the night, wrapped around your ears. You feel peace seep in, smoothing the edges of every worry that had clung to you previously. The air becomes saturated with the quiet glow, and you realize that the stones are simply listening. You hear a faint murmur, perhaps the sound of a distant tide or an ancient engine hum. The gentle hum feels almost like a lull, a promise that the sky will not fall. The glow intensifies, saying, "Here is all that matters. Rest and let the night be your blanket." The moat's water once channeled from the river Thames, fueling trade in the Age of Nights. Historians still argue whether the moat's waters were purified by moonlit rituals. The archway's stones shimmer, as if absorbing the moon's silver kiss and now casting it back. Some say fireflies are tiny lanterns dispatched by night spirits to guide wanderers. You hear a faint chant through the arch, its rhythm echoing a forgotten lull of a distant kingdom. The chant feels older than the stone, like a whisper of secrets that slept in the ground. Each syllable vibrates softly, a pulse that seems to call you forward into the depth of mystery. You step closer, feeling the air grow cooler, a breath of salt and damp moss. Suddenly, a subtle change occurs. Your heartbeat syncs with the rhythm of the chant, faster yet steady. The archway opens wider, revealing a tunnel that glows faintly with a violet hue, promising adventure. The air inside is thick with history, as if the very walls breathe stories from centuries past. You feel an urge to linger, but remember the glow. It's a gentle reminder that all things must ebb. The glow guides you past a pool where fireflies gather in a circle, shimmering like stars. The shimmering circle emits a soft hum, echoing the distant wind's call. You pause, feeling the hum vibrate against your ribs like a lullaby from another era. This moment feels timeless, as if you are a traveler in a forgotten dream. Before deciding to stay or move forward, a firefly lands on your finger, its glow soft and welcoming. The firefly's light tingles, as if welcoming you into a secret, luminous circle. You look at the firefly. Its glow seems to mimic the rhythm of your breathing. You notice the glow change subtly, growing brighter, as if it were measuring your heartbeat. This small interaction feels like a promise, a quiet pact between you and the firefly. You feel a gentle shift in your own rhythm, as if the night is syncing with you. A slight breeze rustles leaves, carrying the distant sound of a never-ending waterfall. The wind feels alive, as if speaking in a hush that only your heart can parse. You realize this experience is a quiet invitation, a chance to let go of yesterday's cares. The firefly buzzes softly, its pulse a steady rhythm that keeps the path lit. A gentle sense of wonder stirs, reminding you that the world still feels vast. You pause again, sensing your breath align with the natural cadence of the night. The glow around you deepens, as though inviting you deeper into the story of stone and light. You notice the faint echo of ancient laughter, as if the stones themselves chuckle with joy. The sound fades into a gentle hum, leaving a comforting resonance that lingers long after the firefly fades. You feel the world hum in harmony, its pulse syncing with your own, a gentle, soothing song. You take a deep breath, letting the cool air fill your lungs, anchoring you in this peaceful moment. Slowly, your eyes feel heavier, each blink a soft curtain closing on the night's theater. The firefly's glow shrinks, but the memory of its light lingers, a quiet imprint on your skin. The world around you settles into a slow, rhythmic breathing of stone and water. You hear the faint hum of the moat, a lullaby that has endured for centuries. The night seems to hold your breath, its glow softening to a whisper that eases you into sleep. The firefly, feeling content, fades into a faint sparkle, leaving the path illuminated by moonlight alone. You rest your head against the cool stone, feeling the night's gentle hands cradle your thoughts. Each breath feels like a tiny wave, washing away the day's clamor and leaving only quiet. The glow of the moon casts a silver line across the waters, a ribbon of hope gliding forward. The path ahead is clear, the stones smooth beneath your feet, no longer hiding secrets. You feel a sense of completion, like a story that has been written and now rests. A gentle wind brushes past, carrying the faint scent of nighttime jasmine and distant rain. The night holds this scent, a reminder that even darkness can be sweet. The air is cooling, a gentle whisper of coolness that settles like a soft blanket over all. You close your eyes, letting the glow of the moon and rhythm of the stones cradle your mind. The firefly's last spark lingers, a soft echo that comforts your heart as it drifts to sleep. Your breathing slows, the rhythm matching the calm pulse of the night. The world settles in a hush, and you feel the gentle lull that keeps your worries at bay. Your eyelids grow heavy, each blink a whisper of closure, and you let the night lull you deeper. Within the night's embrace, you dream of ancient castles, fireflies, and quiet paths that whisper. The dream is soft, a watercolor of light, and you feel the subtle pull of story. You breathe in the dream, exhaling a sigh that sounds like a quiet sigh of peace. The night listens, its glow humming gently like an ancient lullaby. The firefly's light dwindles, but remains, a beacon in your dreamscape, steady and sure. You feel safe, as if the night were a blanket of stories, each tale a feather. You slide into deeper sleep, the world folding into darkness. The fireflies spark, a last gentle heartbeat, fades into the night's silence. You rest, listening to the faint hum of the moat. The night is a sanctuary, and your dreams drift like fireflies over a medieval moat. You perch on the moat's cool lip, watching the last spark fade into morning light. A gentle hush settles. The night's lullaby loosens its grip. Your eyes follow the tiny glow as it dissolves into the horizon. The path ahead glimmers faintly, a silver ribbon toward a new dawn. You feel the subtle shift in air. The promise of day is near. The water ripples, reflecting the pale sky with a quiet shimmer. You hear distant clatter, a castle's old hinge waking from slumber. A faint scent of damp stone mingles with the scent of wet earth. The moss on the stones feels velvety, a soft, green carpet beneath your feet. You chuckle softly, the sound echoing against the courtyard walls. Your breath turns to mist, each inhale a calm, slow exhale. The castle's silhouette rises, a dark outline against an orange sky. The walls, tall and proud, have seen ages, yet breathe with a living pulse. Your mind drifts to legends, tales spun around fires long past. Some whisper that the moat was once a ceremonial bathing area. Historians still argue whether the moat was a defensive trench or a ceremonial bathing spot. The debate drifts like a cloud over the water's surface. In your pocket, you remember a quirky story shared at a cottage. A cousin claims that moonlit paths hide a secret snack stash left by medieval knights. You smile, picturing relics of truffle-filled pockets tucked beneath stone. Your thoughts linger on Roman aqueducts, once carrying water across valleys. They fed great cities, keeping life flowing even in dry spells. The moat's water, fed by a tiny spring, feels as old as the castle. The ground beneath is soft, the stone warm from the night's heat. You step, feeling the familiar resistance under each footfall. Your mind shifts to the light, a gentle, soothing presence guiding. You look up. The sky is painted with blush, pink, and gold. The sun lifts slowly, its rays coaxing the world awake. You close your eyes, feeling the warmth settle like a blanket. A soft breeze, like a whispered lullaby, brushes against your cheek. The air tastes slightly of pine, distant, comforting, almost nostalgic. You feel light, your body loosening like a sleeping cat. A subtle hum travels through the moat, resonating with your heartbeat. You smile again, a quiet amusement at the world's small wonders. Some say fireflies are tiny lanterns for lost travelers. Others say they're just shy insects avoiding predators. You laugh out loud because the truth feels delightfully ambiguous. Your mind is a sea of soft images, a castle, a moat, dawn's glow. It's hard to resist the urge to wander deeper into the courtyard. The door creaks open, revealing a narrow, dusty passage. You step inside. The air inside feels older and richer. Your ears pick up a faint click, a door latch opening. It is merely a trick of the wind, yet the sense is real. You press your palm to the cold stone, feeling the pulse of the fortress. The stone's rhythm, a muted heartbeat, syncs with your pulse. You feel a small thrill, the thrill of discovery, of secret corridors. The hallway stretches ahead, lined with banners fluttering like birds. Each banner holds a story, a family crest, a noble pledge. You imagine the people who once walked these same silent lanes. Your imagination runs wild, turning history into vivid tableaus. You reach out, touching the fabric. It's soft, like a dream cloth. A sense of reverence washes over you, warm and gentle. You realize that the moat's calm is a testament to steady time. The day's early light filters through the window, dancing across the floor. It paints golden patches on the plaster like tiny suns. You feel a sense of completeness. The mystery is soothing. Your eyes drift to the window again, watching birds take flight. A robin darts past, a tiny, hopeful heart beating out of the frame. You feel the world exhaling in a grand, quiet sigh. The breeze carries the faint fragrance of lilacs from a distant garden. You're transported back to childhood, to simple, unhurried moments. Your mind wanders to that place where you felt safe, unafraid. The safety is similar, a calm, protective environment within the moat. You pause to inhale again. The scent of damp stone and fresh morning mingle. The air tastes of earth, of life, of quiet continuity. You feel your shoulders relaxing, muscles releasing from tension. The castle's walls breathe quietly, exhaling centuries of stories. You can almost hear the stones speaking, a language older than memory. The language is a lullaby, slow, gentle, soothing. You lean against the cool wall, letting the stone cradle your back. You feel the warmth spread from the wall into your limbs. A feeling of peace settles over your being like soft moss. You sense your heart begin to sink with the slow rhythm of stone. The world seems to pause, breathing in unison with you. The castle's interior glows in a subtle amber light. All shadows retreat, revealing hidden corners like secrets waiting. You stroll toward one such corner, curiosity guiding you. Within the corner, a rusted lantern lies on a forgotten mantel. The lantern's glass is cracked, but it still holds a faint ember. You touch the glass. It is cool, but you sense heat within. You feel a spark, a tiny fire, like a whisper in the void. You giggle softly. The absurdity of a lantern in a stone wall is amusing. You recall the folk tale of a midnight firefly prince. This prince said, would turn lanterns into lanterns of light. You are delighted by the surreal image, yet your sense remains grounded. Your ears pick up the sound of distant bells, a chime on a breeze. The bells, old, creak softly, resonant with a calm, distant echo. You find a spot. You sit on the cool stone, breathing. Your breathing slows, matching the rhythm of the quiet world. You feel your thoughts drifting like fireflies, gentle and aimless. You let each breath release tensions like a sigh through a reed. You listen to the faint sound of a distant drum, a low thump. It is a reminder. The castle had its own rhythm of defense. You notice a pattern in the thump, a steady cadence, like a heartbeat. You feel connected to the rhythm, as if the castle is alive. Your mind hums the rhythm, syncing with your own pulse. As the dawn creeps closer, the sky swallows the shadows. The sun's rays break over the horizon, painting the room pale. You feel the warmth on your skin. The cold is gone. The castle's silence softens, replaced by the subtle hum of daybreak. You stand, your shoulders relaxed, your body ready for the new light. A gentle chime rings from the castle's great tower, a signal that morning has arrived. You feel a sense of invitation, like a call to explore. You choose not to chase the chime. Instead, you stay. You let the moment settle, savoring each breath in the quiet. The air feels fresh, tinged with the scent of jasmine in the courtyard. You recall a strange claim that the castle's scent guides travelers to safety. The claim feels almost whimsical, yet the scent seems true. You pause, allowing the scent to wrap around your mind like a gentle blanket. Your thoughts wander back to the fireflies, their light now fading into morning light. You feel the glow of each ember dissolve, merging with the sunrise. You watch as the tiny glow turns into purples, then into pure, soft light. You smile at the beauty, a perfect, quiet transition. You feel the day, light and warm, calling you onward. You walk toward the courtyard, feeling the stone beneath a sunlit path. The path is a clean ribbon of granite, its surface polished by time. Your shoes make a faint clicking sound on each step. Each click echoes faintly, resonating with the gentle hush around. You pause at a spot where a fountain once stood. You had forgotten that this place was once a flowing source. The fountain's stone plinth now holds only dust and cracks. The breeze carries the faint reminder of water's hum. You close your eyes and you sense the fountain's roar. The roar is distant, but it's like a lullaby's gentle lull. Your mind feels at peace, anchored by the sound. You turn to look at the courtyard, a garden bathed in sunrise. The garden, once lush, now holds potted plants and stones. The garden shows the castle's evolution from ancient to current. You step further into the space, the ground giving little resistance. The courtyard has a quiet rhythm, a drip, a rustle, a quiet hush. You lean against a stone wall, feeling its embrace. Your back, now relaxed, feels supported by stone. The sun's light streams across the wall, staining it with a golden hue. You can feel the warmth on your skin as it spreads, soothing. You feel a small sense of belonging, as if you have always been here. Your mind drifts to the fireflies, their glow fading into pure light. You understand that all light eventually merges into day, into the sun. It's a gentle cycle, a cycle you're part of. You hear a faint bird call. It rings clear across the courtyard. The bird call seems to say, "Good morning, wanderer." You smile at the thought, grateful for the simple kindness. Your eyes wander to the horizon, where clouds drift lazily. The horizon holds potential, a canvas awaiting stories. You breathe in the fresh, crisp air and exhale content. The breathing is steady. Your heart slows into synchronicity. Your inner voice is calm, a whisper, a lullaby, a sigh. You imagine a future where fireflies still roam, guiding paths. You imagine a world where fireflies' light remains a beacon. You feel warmth, light, the gentle, steady rhythm of the castle. You feel the day's light rise further, the shadows shrinking. The castle's walls glow faint blue, a hint of lingering twilight. You feel the castle's presence, a steady, soothing anchor. You imagine the moat turning into a pool of glass, reflecting the sky. You imagine water holding the light of hundreds of fireflies. You see the water as a mirror where every glow reflects back. You breathe deeply, inhaling the damp, wet stone, exhaling tension. Your body feels like a leaf in a gentle stream. You feel each breath carrying a soft wave across your mind. You remember how the castle has absorbed centuries of breath. You realize that your breath is part of that endless cycle. The castle, like a tree, holds memories within its rings. You feel a sense of gratitude toward the quiet place. You notice the faint rustling of leaves in a nearby tree. The leaves sway, creating a soft, rhythmic sound. You let the sound align with your pulse, syncing your heart. The breath and the rustle create a natural beat for your mind. You feel a deep sense of calm settle in your chest. You feel the calmness like a blanket, a soft, warm cover. The day is bright. The sky is a clear, bright blue. The air feels light, as if you're floating gently. You feel your mind drift off, but not in anxiety, but in ease. You think of fireflies in the moat glowing, then fading. The fading glow is similar to a lullaby ending, gentle and complete. You close your eyes and let your thoughts drift like the fireflies. Your vision fades to soft colors of sunrise. You find comfort in the quiet, the gentle hum of the castle. You feel your toes tingling, the castle's cool stone against your skin. You recall a strange observation that some people claim the stones whisper secrets. The whispered secrets feel like a gentle, playful joke from the walls. You feel grateful for the quiet, safe environment. The castle's presence feels like a companion, offering warmth. You feel the echo of the castle's history in your pulse. You feel the connection to past generations in the stone's texture. You feel a small smile forming, amused by a quiet joke. You think the castle is a living, breathing friend in the night. You feel you are part of a larger tapestry, woven through time. The tapestry, warm, colorful, includes fireflies, stone, and light. You lean in, feeling the warmth of sunrise on your face. Your hair flickers, catching the early golden rays. You feel an immense sense of contentment, a serene, endless calm. You know that when the last firefly fades, the day will follow. You feel the sun's warmth growing, pulling you toward the day. You feel a sense of adventure. Each new day is a fresh story. You feel gratitude for the gentle dawn and the castle's calm. You pause for a breath, grateful for the moment's stillness. You open your eyes, seeing the stone, the light, the sky. You listen to the gentle hum of the castle, a lullaby for the day. You feel the stone vibrate with a mellow rhythm, matching your heart. You feel a gentle pull from the sunrise toward new horizons. Your breathing sinks, each inhale a gift, each exhale a release. You stand in the courtyard, feeling the castle's quiet embrace. You appreciate the gentle sound of the moat, a steady, calm pulse. You notice a faint crack in the wall, a tiny, almost invisible mark. The crack reminds you that every stone has stories, even the smallest. You reflect on the idea that life has small cracks that add texture. You realize that the cracks give life, a reminder of resilience. The castle, with its cracks, reflects strength, not flaw. You are humbled by the subtle, quiet wisdom of the structure. You feel the sun's light intensify, brushing the walls. You watch the shadows shift, the light turning the castle to gold. You feel the promise of a new, bright day on the horizon. You feel each breath echoing the gentle river beneath the moat. Your body relaxes, like a stone resting after a long journey. Your mind feels at peace, as if it were drifting on calm water. You feel yourself grounded in the castle's steady heartbeat. You notice that the castle's walls hum a lullaby that soothes. The lullaby feels like a gentle, warm blanket of calm. You feel the warmth spreading from your chest into your limbs. You let your thoughts drift toward the firefly's final glow. You imagine each firefly's light dissolving into a soft, gentle dawn. You imagine a peaceful world where each light is a gentle beacon. You inhale the scent of rosemary from a nearby herb garden. You breathe in, feeling the scent lift your worries. You exhale slowly, letting all tension leave you. You smile as you feel your shoulders loosen, the stone supporting you. You notice the gentle murmur of a nearby stream, distant yet clear. You feel the gentle, rhythmic flow of the stream's sound echo in you. You feel your heart match the stream's gentle ebb. You feel the castle's presence as a steady, comforting song. You realize that this calm is the essence of Firefly's glow. You understand that the glow is simply the light of a living world. The world stays alive, shining in bright, gentle light. You feel hope in the bright morning, bright in your heart. You feel the light spreading across the castle, across the moat. You feel a sense of wonder as the day unfolds ahead. You decide to follow the path leading toward the castle's keep. You walk steadily, each step guided by the gentle light. The stones underfoot echo your rhythm, softly, naturally. You feel the sun's warmth on your cheek as a quiet blessing. You feel relief as you step into a fresh, new space. You pause, looking back at the castle's open courtyard. You appreciate the calm, the gentle, steady rhythm that lingers. You realize the castle is a heart beating in the world. You feel your own heart beating, in sync with the quiet world. You feel gratitude for the gentle light that carries you. You continue forward, following the line of ancient stone. Your breath and the castle's rhythm are tightly intertwined. Your thoughts float like fireflies on a warm day. You smile at a memory of a story shared about a secret moonlit snack. You laugh softly as the memory feels like a gentle joke. You realize that even in such calm, there is room for humor. You feel the gentle warmth of the castle in your chest. You feel the echo of history in your bones. You feel safe as the castle stands guard. You feel the fireflies glow, dissolving into the light of day. The light merges into the sun's bright, tender glow. You feel content, your mind at a steady rhythm. You notice that the dawn's light is a gentle, steady wave. You see the castle's silhouette in the distance. The silhouette looks strong, calm, and still. You feel an awareness that the calm is eternal, like fireflies glow. You feel the gentle, constant rhythm of time. You stand, feeling the breath in your chest and the stones around. You feel your life becoming one with the castle's calm. You feel a steady, rhythmic beat, like a lullaby. You feel the gentle pull of the day drawing you forward. You breathe, and everything feels simple, quiet, comfortable. You see no need for rush, just the calm present. You feel that the fireflies that once glowed in the moat, now gone, have made space for sunrise. You breathe in, filling your lungs with the clean air. Exhale, clear your mind. Your breathing remains calm, aligning with the stone's pulse. You feel the castle's presence like a gentle wind on a still day. You enjoy that the day has begun, soft and bright. You feel the gentle warmth seeping through the floor. You feel your heart settle, a steady rhythm. You sit in the courtyard, feeling the stones embrace. You feel the calm grow deeper, a gentle tide washing over you. You taste the cool air on your lips, a small, delicate flavor. You see fireflies' light fading, a quiet tribute, small but vital. You feel the calm inside grow as fireflies give way to bright light. You smile, knowing the day will carry the calm forward. You stand up, feeling ready to step into your day with calm and light. You walk forward, the castle's glow remains, the gentle hum of its bones in time. You feel the breath around you, a warm, steady pulse. You feel the soft rhythm of the moat as a lullaby. You feel the gentle light of morning, steady, bright. You notice a faint, bright glisten on a stone, a reflection of the sunrise. You feel the glisten as a small promise, gentle and bright. You remember that the light is a continuation, a loop of day, moon, firefly. You feel grateful for that gentle loop, for the peace it gives. You feel the calm of the castle like a lullaby. You feel it echoing, an eternal, gentle hum. You stand, feeling the stone, the sky, the day. You feel the castle as a heart in the world. You feel its steadiness as you breathe. You feel the fireflies' glow have left their place for bright. You finish, knowing that calm is eternal. You walk, you listen, you feel, you breathe. You are in the calm after the fireflies fade into the morning light. The night recedes, casting a silver veil over the castle walls. You linger beside a solitary bench, the stone cool against your palm. The fireflies, like tiny lanterns, retreat into the dark, leaving a soft sigh. In the distance, the castle's great tower stirs, as if breathing a long, deep sigh. You imagine the stones waking, each crack a tiny mouth exhaling centuries. Some say whispers travel through stones, a secret gossip network across time. You chuckle, remembering the old joke about dragons in the moat. No actual dragons dwell here, unless they're fish disguised in scales. Historians still argue whether the moat served as a secret spa for the elite. The castle's quiet remains, a blanket woven from ancient stone and memory. You close your eyes, letting the sound of water soothe your thoughts. The water, still, sings a lullaby made of ripples and moonlight. You feel a gentle pulse in your chest, syncing with stone's rhythm. It reminds you of the Great Wall of China, stretching over 14,000 kilometers. A marvel of engineering, it shows how ancient builders kept their borders intact. Your mind drifts to a quirky tale from a monastery in the 12th century. Some medieval monks kept a pet dragon as a guardian of the cloister. The dragon's roar echoed into the night, a myth that tickles your curiosity. You laugh softly, the absurdity warming the cold stone beneath. The castle sighs, as if answering your joke with a long, slow exhale. You notice a faint glow from the moat's edge, as if life stirs again. The fireflies' memories linger, like whispering wind in an abandoned well. You feel them humming, small stars pulsing near the water's surface. The sound grows, a low heartbeat that matches your own breath. A gentle breeze brushes past, carrying scents of night-blooming jasmine. You inhale deeply, and the jasmine tastes like memory and promise. The dream of fireflies dances above, looping into the sunrise like a lullaby. As the moon recedes, you feel the castle settle into morning's hush. Your ears catch the faint click of iron on stone, a reminder of old defenses. You smile, remembering the tale of the pet dragon that guarded the cloister. The castle remembers, and the walls reply with a cool breeze. You feel the breeze touch your cheek, cool and gentle like a lullaby. The wind carries the scent of rain, promising rejuvenation to all. You watch a lone firefly dip, trailing light like a comet's tail. Its glow fades into the day, leaving a memory of twilight. You inhale, breathing in the silence that wraps the castle. The castle's stone is soft against your palm, a steady drumbeat. With each beat, you sense the passage of countless generations. You feel the weight of history, but also a gentle comfort. The castle sighs again, this time as a laugh that echoes through the walls. You chuckle, knowing that even ancient stone enjoys a good joke. You wonder, is the castle alive, or just a faithful audience? The fireflies' remnants glow like pearls on a necklace, subtle yet radiant. They form a constellation that stretches across the moat's watery sky. The moonlight kisses them, turning each glow into a story. You remember the phrase, "It echoes in the stone if you whisper your name." The castle responds, replying with a soft crack of ancient floorboards. You feel like a child, listening to a bedtime tale from the walls. In that moment, you realize the castle knows your name, or at least something close. It whispers back a promise that the firefly's glow lives forever. You rest, letting that promise cradle your thoughts into sleep. The castle says, "I don't keep any Wi-Fi, but the signal is strong here." You smile, imagining the Wi-Fi password, a hidden joke. The laugh carries through the stone, turning it into a giggle. You feel the rhythm of the moat, a slow heartbeat of water. It syncs with your breathing, a duet of stone and soul. You know that these moments are tiny jewels in the castle story. The fireflies are gone, but their lullaby remains in the cool air. You close your eyes, and the gentle hum of the castle envelops. In the hush, you whisper back a thank you to the stone. The castle replies, "No thanks needed. This is my own lullaby." You nod, feeling the stone's pulse close to yours. The lullaby settles, a blanket of history and gentle light. You remain seated, absorbing the calm as it drifts over your head. A soft wind passes, carrying the scent of night-blooming lavender. You breathe, letting the lavender lull your thoughts into sleep. You finally let the stones do the rest, as they have done for centuries. Night fades into dawn, the firefly's memory shining like a small star. You feel the dawn, a warm blanket that covers the castle. The castle's walls glow gently, humming softly like a sleeping giant. You watch a faint flicker, perhaps a firefly's final echo. You smile, imagining the echo as a lullaby for the next night. You rise, ready to walk toward the castle's heart, the moat behind. Your feet feel the stone, heavy with stories of old. You know that the castle, the moat, and fireflies live in harmony. You pause for a breath, feeling the stillness that surrounds you. The sound of the stone settles, a calm echo beneath your toes. You close your eyes, trusting in the moon's lull as you sleep. The castle wakes in a gentle sigh as daylight creeps. The firefly's memory lingers, a whisper in the night's breeze. The castle dreams of tomorrow, its walls humming softly. All the while, the moat keeps its secrets, patient and calm. You, too, feel ready to greet the day. The night's lullaby fades, replaced by the gentle hum of morning. You step forward, the castle's stone underfoot, a gentle compass. Fireflies may return, but tonight they rest, and so do you. You smile again, feeling the castle's breath in your lungs. With each step, The world narrows into a circle of stone. You find peace in that circle, where history and dream dance. The castle stays calm, a lull that lingers around you. You pause, listening to the night wind, and feel the story breathe. The wind carries the promise of tomorrow's light softly. You remember that the castle's stones hold 1,000 whispers. The firefly's flicker is a tiny star in the vast silence. It lights the path ahead, a glowing ribbon through stone. You step into the light, carrying the firefly's memory. You feel the castle's pulse, steady and loving, through the night. The night wraps around you, a comforting blanket of stone. Your breaths grow slow as the castle whispers, "See you again tomorrow." You smile, feeling the echo of that promise. Each heartbeat of the castle echoes back your own pulse. You lay your head against the stone and close your eyes. You breathe, and the castle settles into a deeper hush. The firefly's memory lights a path in your dreams. Your dreams wander through the moat, over stone, under stars. You wake to dawn, the castle still humming softly. The fireflies are gone, but their song lingers in the air. You open your eyes, the light flooding the stone pathways. You step lightly, feet warm beneath stone, the ground steady. The moat glows, a quiet river of history, reflecting the sky. You find a spot where a firefly once perched, now empty. You lean over, feeling the stone's coolness against your cheek. The ancient walls remember every step, a living diary. You smile, knowing the castle shares its secrets with those who listen. The dawn brightens, the firefly's echo turning into a sunrise chorus. You feel the rhythm, the castle, and your heart beating together. You reach out, touching the stone, feeling a vibration. The vibration is subtle, like the hum of distant traffic. For a moment, you imagine the stone gossiping with the sky. And then you feel the calm settle again, deep and steady. You breathe, inhaling the morning air, cool and bright. The castle watches over you, a silent guardian. You know your journey continues, guided by Firefly's memory. You rise, stepping through the moat, a path of light. The Firefly's ghost guides you, a soft glow on the far wall. You feel the castle's pulse beneath your feet, steady and gentle. The story within the stones continues, a living tapestry of time. You listen, and the rhythm flows, a lullaby for the day. The castle hums, the walls breathe, the moat whispers. You close your eyes, feeling the stone whispering your name once more. A gentle sigh emanates, a promise to return when night falls. You smile, knowing the castle's lullaby will be there again. You step into the light, the dawn unfolding beneath your feet. The fireflies have left, but their glow remains a guiding star. All that stays is the calm, forever in the castle's heart. The moat settles, its surface smooth, like glass laid over ancient stone. You watch, feeling the whisper of water against stone edges. Each ripple feels like a finger tracing hidden lullabies. The air tastes faintly of damp earth and distant pine. A chill brushes your skin, gentle and unhurried. You exhale slowly, matching the rhythm of the water. The wide river of stone keeps secrets between its banks. It holds stories older than the castle's own walls. You imagine 1,000 nights of quiet watching. The night swells, but the moat remains still. A lone dragonfly hovers nearby, its wings blinking like tiny lanterns. Its glow flickers against the dark, a subtle beacon. You smile at the little glow, thinking of the joke about dragons. You chuckle softly, remembering the legend of moat dwellers. In a forgotten corner of a 12th century monastery, monks claimed a pet dragon. The creature guarded the cloister, but no records confirm its existence. Historians still argue whether these tales were metaphor or mystery. The silence feels almost alive, as if it breathes with history itself. You feel a hum beneath your feet, a low vibration. The stones resonate with each footfall, echoing centuries. You notice the moat's wide path, an endless strip of reflection. The water mirrors the sky, turning each cloud into silver ink. You imagine the sky painting itself in quiet strokes. A stray breeze ruffles the surface, creating tiny ripples that dance. The wind carries a faint scent of rosemary and old parchment. You close your eyes and taste the aromatic trail. The moat's silence is a curtain, soft and unlined. Each droplet is a note in a long lullaby. You listen, feeling the hush seep into your bones. The stone walls stand tall, guardians of forgotten whispers. They hold memories in the mortar, a living archive. The silence keeps the echo of ancient footsteps alive. A whisper of wind reminds you that the past still moves. You wonder if the moat had ever carried a secret boat. Maybe, in old times, it was a message lane for knights. Some say the moat once served as a secret diplomatic feast. Historians still argue whether the moat was a clandestine dining hall. The idea feels absurd, yet oddly plausible. You chuckle, recalling a meme about moonlit banquet boats. The moat stays quiet, a perfect stage for imagination. The water's surface remains smooth, like polished glass that mirrors stars. You watch as a lone star reflects, shimmering in water. Its glow is fleeting, yet it feels like a promise. You feel the promise settle like a blanket on your mind. A quiet hush wraps around you, tender and comforting. The stone reminds you that all stories rest on solid ground. You breathe in, feeling centuries in your lungs. The moat stretches wide, a silent witness to generations passing. Each ripple is a story etched into the water's depths. You imagine an ancient river of time flowing beneath. You feel a gentle tug, like a hand reaching from beyond. The sound is faint, but unmistakable, a call from the past. You listen, hearing the moat's song from a distant age. The moat's water murmurs softly, a lull that never ends. You hear a chorus of soft whispers, each echoing a name. The names belong to warriors, lovers, and lost scholars. You imagine their memories weaving into the current's flow. The moat keeps them forever, a silent archive of life. You think of a quirky fringe tidbit about moonlit catapults. Some claim The moat doubled as a launch pad for medieval fireworks. The story feels playful, like a children's bedtime tale. You smile, letting the idea spin around your mind. The stone's coolness presses against your skin, grounding you. The moat's quiet stretches further, reaching the castle's high keep. You imagine the keep listening to the water's secret. Each stone remembers every ripple, carrying the sound forward. The silence remains, a vast ocean of calm. You feel the water's depth, the weight of countless memories. The moat holds knowledge like a treasure chest. It keeps the old stories, but not in plain sight. You see the moon rise above the water's edge. Its silver light washes over stones, making them glow. The glow is gentle, like a lullaby to stone. Your heart beats in sync with that gentle glow. You close your eyes, hearing the stone hum again. The hum is a low tone, gentle and steady. The stones vibrate softly, a reminder of ancient times. The moat's quiet stands unbroken, no wind to disturb. You remember an old joke about moonlit catapults again. You chuckle, the laughter filling the cool air. The laugh echoes back, a friendly reply from stone. The joke is a small bridge, connecting past and present. You sit, feeling connected to the moat's endless hush. The water's surface is like a silver screen, showing history. Each film shows moments that never repeat. You see a knight, a maiden, and a scholar dancing. Their actions freeze in the water's memory. You sense that the memory is alive and vibrant. The breeze carries whispers of names that once roamed. The silence keeps the moat's ancient stories intact. You listen to the subtle hiss of flowing water. You hear it, like a gentle stream telling a story. The story flows into your sleeping dreams. You smile, ready for another night's echo. The moat keeps its promise of stillness, a silent guardian. The silence wraps around you like a soft blanket. You feel it pressing against your shoulders, holding you steady. The water ripples again, a tiny heartbeat. You hear that pulse match your own breathing. The rhythm becomes a gentle lullaby for your thoughts. You imagine 1,000 other moats mirroring each other worldwide. Each one holds stories of its own. The world seems both vast and incredibly intimate. You wonder if the moat is connected to a hidden network. Historians still argue whether an ancient aqueduct ran below it. The aqueduct's remnants are buried deep in the mud. You close the eyes once more, letting imagination explore. The scent of wet stone lingers in the air. It feels like walking through a quiet museum. But the museum here pulses with living stories. The moat's silence is a living tapestry of sound. You feel it breathing, a slow, steady pulse. You hear a faint crack, a door opening somewhere deep. The source of the crack is unseen, but felt. It's part of the moat's ancient lull. You chuckle at the idea of a moat talking. The moat has always been silent, except for water. The water has always been a storyteller. The moat's quiet gives the water room to speak. You feel gratitude for this quiet place. The silence keeps the old stories alive for those who listen. You know that the moat is a silent watch over the castle. It watches, it remembers, and it keeps all secrets safe. The silence carries a promise of endless calm. You breathe in, savoring the hush as a cup of tea. The tea warms your fingers, and the water cools your skin. You laugh quietly when you think of the meme about sunscreen. The meme feels like a gentle nod from the past. The moat remembers the day when cats once hid inside stones. That quirky tidbit is a soft joke about feline history. You imagine cats running silently, leaving paw prints in damp earth. The water reflects these prints as tiny waves. You observe, feeling part of this ancient dance. The rhythm of the moat is your own internal beat. You feel your pulse merge with the water's flow. The stillness is so deep that you can hear your thoughts. The moat keeps them in a silent vault. History echoes here, a chorus of unseen voices. The voices whisper, but never shout. The moat's quiet holds them, preserving each secret. The silence keeps the moat's memory alive. You feel the stone's breath through your fingertips. You listen to its faint thrum, almost a heartbeat. The thrum is comforting, telling you that all is well. You close your eyes once more, letting the moat sing. You hear the last firefly flutter, its glow a soft breath of eternity. The light lingers, echoing across the moat like memory made of dust. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. That joke still tickles your mind's edge. Ancient stones whisper echoes stitched into night by countless unseen wings. You feel the current's pulse, a gentle drum in your fingertips. The world dims, replaced by a quiet theater of stars. Every reflected star feels like a firefly's secret passport. The story is a living dream, a dream that never truly ends. Historians still argue whether fireflies were messengers of gods or just insects. Experts think some tales blend fact with folklore, a gentle tug in our minds. A mainstream fact you'll hear: the oldest bridge in Europe was built in the 12th century. Pont San Zeno stands witness to centuries of quiet water and whispered history. The moat's surface shimmers like silk spun from moonlit silver threads. You close your eyes, listen to the hush that wraps the stone walls. The fireflies dance, each glow a bead on a string of hope. You feel the rhythm like breathing. The water flows in sync with you. A fringe theory claims medieval cooks added crushed dragon scales to soup for sparkle. That idea feels oddly whimsical, like a recipe from a forgotten kitchen. The lights flicker, tugging at memories of stories carved in bark. You smile. There's a joke about dragonfly wing spreads turning into umbrellas. The joke lands, your laughter ripples through the silent night. The glow swells, each firefly a tiny constellation in your pocket. You hold the glow together. It forms a map of unseen worlds. The water sings, soft chords play on stones, echoing a lullaby. The firefly's song, soft and steady, fills the air with calm. You feel the echo, each light a reminder of tomorrow's promise. The night drapes silky darkness, but every glow stays alive within dreams. You think of a candle, soft flame, a pulse of warm heat. You see fireflies glimmering like borrowed starlight from another realm. They flicker no more than a heartbeat, yet so vast it feels infinite. Historians still argue whether the moat served as an early alarm system for castles. Some allege the moat's water reflected night terrors over the walls. Others think the water was a mirror to the soul's quiet depths. You chuckle, musing on a meme about moat-guarded treasure chests. The joke lands like a tiny spark in a quiet tide. The fireflies hover light, painting a path through the darkness. You follow the light. Every step leads to a hidden secret. A story unfolds. The glow remains in the corner of every dream. The story flows through history, through myth, through your own heartbeat. You feel the stone firm, patient, holding the echoes of every wing. The stone's heart steady as a drum, silent as a prayer. You breathe air cool as a summer night in the castle courtyard. The night exhales, gentle winds carrying the scent of pine, damp earth, memory. You sense the world shifting, but the glow constant like a lighthouse. A quiet joke about dragonfly wings that double as a compass for lost sailors. You laugh, imagine a compass spinning from insect light. The laugh rolls through the stones, into the very fabric of the night. The fireflies twinkle, each a reminder that nothing truly fades. They keep their glow inside you, inside the world, inside the story. Historians still argue whether the glow carries the souls of past nights. Some say it carries love. Some say it carries sorrow. The truth remains hidden. You feel the glow soft and steady, a lantern on your palm. The moon casts an indifferent glow upon the moat, a shadow that plays. The moon's light like a pale hand guiding the fireflies onward. A thought, does the moon feel the glow? Does it know the secrets? You laugh, though the moon must have an eye. It is still silent. The silence continues, steady as a heartbeat, gentle as a lullaby. You notice a ripple soft, barely enough to disturb a dream. You press your ear, hear it like a sigh from the world beyond. You hear a whisper, like a friend, telling a story under a blanket. The fireflies whisper soft, echoing the very air you breathe. Historians still argue whether firefly light changed the course of history. Some believe it guided lost pilgrims. Others attribute the idea to imagination. You feel the certainty, no, only the beauty of the glow persists. The glow is stubborn, harder to extinguish than a storm on a night like this. You recall a myth about a firefly that never stops glowing. The myth, like the moon, eternal remains, tucked in memory. You think of a candle, tiny, bright, humming softly over stone. You hear the hum like a child's lull, a tender lullaby for stone. You close your eyes, feeling the fireflies glow warm your fingertips. Your mind light-filled, soft and serene, drifting in a sea of stars. You remember the joke about dragonfly wings turning into umbrellas. You chuckle, an absurd image, but it brightens the night. The night smiles at the harmless humor of a dragonfly umbrella. The fireflies, bright beads, keep dancing like 1,000 hummingbirds. They dance softly like clouds, yet bright as any dawn breaking. You feel the firelight like a gentle hand washing your worries. The stone walls listen, take the light, keep it, share it. They keep the glow inside them, a secret under their ancient skin. The moat whispers soft and constant, like a song about a forgotten child. All the light stays alive in every dream, every memory that matters. You drift like a leaf carried by a silver river, the river light as fireflies, slow as a heartbeat, forever present. You imagine light traveling from a distant, unseen moon to you. It brings tiny sparks of hope, the promise of tomorrow's sunrise. The story continues, every glow a small beacon, a promise of continuity. You rest while the glow wraps your mind like a warm blanket. The glow stays, persistent, patient, an endless pulse of tiny fire. You smile at the idea that fireflies never truly vanish. You see they live on in dreams, in whispers, in shared stories. The story flows like water, like thought, like the firefly's glow. It travels across kingdoms, across ages, across the sleeping mind. The fireflies always there, always watching, always lighting your path. You keep their light like a secret treasure, hidden in plain sight. You open your mind, listen to the glow, to the hum of the night. Each glow is a story, old, new, alive, forever in your memory. You realize what is more beautiful than an eternal glow? The realization that the glow lives in the heart of each dream. You carry this truth into the next night, into the next dawn. You feel content, satisfied, knowing the glow will always come. Your lips curl softly, as if smiling at an invisible friend. The night hums, gentle, unbroken, a lullaby that never ends. It invites you into a rhythm deeper than any sound. You hear your own breath, the distant croak of a frog, a rustle in the bushes. All these sounds blend with the glow, creating a symphony of calm. You listen fully, deeply, feeling a peace that soothes your soul. The glow, like a whisper, reminds you of the world's hidden wonders. It holds more than just light. It holds stories, memories, laughter. You think of times when the world felt dark, and yet the glow remains. You sense fireflies never truly vanish. They live on in every dream. Their light, a promise, woven through the night, into dawn, into eternity. You breathe deeply, lets the glow wash over your ears, eyes, heart. The darkness becomes familiar, the glow, a steady beacon of hope. You remember a memory, a joke, a whispered laugh woven into this very glow. You smile softly, as if answering a secret question about light. The moon watches quietly, in its own patient way, over the glowing moat. You feel the connection between your breath, your thoughts, the invisible fireflies. You are part of it. Your dreams now carry their glow forward. You carry the glow past the stones, through the corridors, to new lands. The light never fades to anyone who listens to the night's song. You understand its power is not in brightness, but in continuity. The fireflies, little constellations, small suns, tiny hearts, light the endless dream. You hear softly their hum guiding you deeper into sleep. Every glow an invitation to imagine, to wonder, to keep hope alive. You realize no matter the night, no matter the storm, the glow is patient. It stays soft, resilient, unyielded, forever bright in your mind. You feel a peace, like the gentle hum of a long-awaiting lullaby. You feel your body settle, each muscle loosening like petals open at dawn. You linger at this point, watching the glow dance and never stop. You accept this endless glow, this eternal firefly light, this dream made tangible. You taste the night cool, rich, filled with stories you carry along. You are ready to step into sleep, carrying a flame in your heart. The glow lingers soft, unwavering inside the moat, inside your mind, inside this quiet. It promises, always there, never disappearing, lighting the next dream whenever it is needed. Softly breezes brush your shoulders, carrying the gentle murmur of water, and distant whispering firefly lights still. Close your eyes. You sense the pulse of the moat, a slow drum beneath your fingertips, ever softly deep. The fireflies glide, each bright bead a patient traveler across stone corridors, whispering secret histories softly. You feel the stone's heart, steady as a drum, resonating with the rhythm of countless wings softly. Night deepens, but the glow remains a lantern in a glass of midnight, flicker by flicker softly. Experts think these lights are more than insects. They carry stories, echoes that travel on currents of time. Listen, your breath synchronizes with the water. Each inhale, a whisper of the fireflies sigh soft. A soft wind rolls along the moat, an ancient wind that listens records and reverberates with quiet laughter softly ever. You picture the moat as a mirror of your mind, clear, reflective, holding every flicker within softly deep. It invites you to step closer, to feel the coolness, to breathe the night's fragrant memory softly inside still. The stones sigh ancient and patient as they cradle the light like a sleeping child, softly, deeply in you now. You feel the calm seep into your muscles, unspooling tension like threads pulled from a net deep. Every flicker is a promise, soft, steadfast, a signal that hope lives beyond, waking into your heart, softly deep. You let the light guide you, gentle and sure, toward the horizon of your own dreams, softly deep inside. You taste the cool night air, rich and quiet, a lullaby that steadies your breathing deep inside you soft. As the moon watches, its indifferent glow is a gentle witness to the firefly's quiet triumph, softly deep. You feel a whisper of gratitude folding the firefly's glow into the folds of your mind, softly now. Close yourself to sleep gentle, trusting the enduring light that will glow whenever you need it, softly deep always.